Ready to go live. Oh, right, right. Oh, yep, yep. Mine just do that. I
Yeah,
shared.
you can
Yep,
see
we're
it on
live.
your side.
Yep,
Peace
yep.
and love, everyone. So
Perfect.
sorry about that. It was a little technical difficulties on my side, but thank you guys for all coming out. I'm really excited tonight to have American Ancestry Decoded. We're actually going into a little bit already, so it's going to be so exciting to have this conversation with him. If
Yeah.
you could, sorry about that, repeat and go in a little bit about yourself and how you got into American history.
Yeah. So again, like my academic, even some of my work background was heavy in research and, being very methodical about it and evidence based, all that. Right. So a couple years ago, I decided, this has always been my passion, history in general. Let me take a crack at it. And my angle was actually had nothing to do with, indigenous Americans or black or like any of what we're talking about tonight. It really started from looking at it as the capitalist, big money corporate perspective. Like, what was the real business of colonization? What were these companies? The Massachusetts Bay Company. What was that? And then that's what I was getting into. That it is just like we have on Wall Street today, shareholders and boards of directors. I'm like, wow, this is like big money. Like they were able to finance this like continual like invasion, just like a slow churn invasion with this capitalism they had created. That you guys, like the civilization here was like a way more productive economy. We can talk about that another time, but it's like you guys didn't have central banking and you didn't do the everything in currency thing. So these guys had created this whole thing that allowed them to almost like have unlimited resources and buy mercenaries and buy the people that they're sending over here, right? So that's how I got into it, studying the Lord's proprietors. And then that took me into their influence on the formation of the South. And that got me into looking more at slavery. And I realized they were talking about using slaves as collateral to get loans the way you might use nowadays, like a piece of land. Yeah. Yeah. Your modern corporation can't do that. It's against the law. The modern corporation can't go, I got 100 really smart engineers, give me money. It's actually, but the South had the exact opposite. They could get loans based on the slaves in the land. That was the two things about the South. Labor, you got value, like instead of being a commodity disposed. So I'm looking at all this, I'm going, wait, this just kind of upends like the traditional story about slavery. And then I sort of opened the door to, let me look into this more, listen to other guys as well, kind of opening my mind. Kermio, We Know the Truth Now. A lot of others, even Drop 432. Some of them will kind of go even more than I could like handle. Like, I'm like, I'm not sure I need more evidence on that. But the fact is it like expands your mind and then like kind of reconsider again, right? And kind of go back in there. It's kind of how I use some of those guys.
And one thing you were saying about the collateral and the slaves before is
Yeah,
that they would kind of measure as far as the skill set of the
man.
slave to say what they're worth. So
Right. It's amazing. Like it's like, so today in our society, we have NASIX codes, I don't know if a lot of you know, but they've coded like they were doing that hundreds of years ago, and particularly to the slaves, and they would code you by your different skill sets. That's why they knew who the medicine families were. They knew who the root families were. They knew, and they went after. That's what then that feeds into my theory about the enslavement in place, and they're pulling you in through this mission. And boy, what they're doing is they're stealing all your skills. They're learning. They're writing down like how all this works, but it takes actually centuries. It's a whole other thing. You had mnemonic learning. You had a written language, but you didn't write your daily SOP down like in the world we live in. That you learned it by memorizing, walking the line, walking gardens, all this stuff. And so they had to crack that code like out of your individual head. That's a whole interesting story too. The way that your civilization sort of I don't even like call it because it makes it sound so far. It's not that long ago. It's like, wow, this is just within 500 years, even less. So should I say your system, right? Your economic system, it had this interesting way of breaking up all the information into every different people's heads. It's like the original blockchain. Like it is literally, and so the colonists over centuries had to figure out how to put all of it together. And as we know, we still can't crack right? There's all this stuff that's still not even remotely
right,
cracked.
it's
Who
like
knows what
a little
knowledge
bit
the guys took?
more peeling back
Yeah.
an onion.
I
The
believe there's a
more you
ton of,
learn.
yeah, like knowledge just went to ground. Like you got, and I have a theory, like a bunch of nobles or elite went to Asia and stuff, and they've been hiding. Yeah, I don't know. Like they had all this knowledge. There's no way they didn't just burn it all. Like you know what I mean. That's not how it works.
Absolutely.
That's my guess, anyways.
And I know I asked you a question before about like getting in your genealogy, but if you could go a little bit more
Oh,
about,
yeah, yeah, right. So
getting into it
personally,
initially and what
yeah.
you thought you were going to find versus what you actually found.
Right, right. So I thought, I might find something, maybe, oh, there's a half blood or whatever, the typical story somebody thinks. But I ended up actually finding out that, like on one half of my family, they were right smack dab a part of like the Southern Protestant corporate trust thing that I tell people about, the real role that these churches were playing at that time as surveying people. They called them the circuit riders. Okay. And that means they would ride around to the different towns. Now, that starts in New England with your Indian praying village, a fully converted village. The rider goes around, he comes every day. Hey, are you guys saying your prayers? Did you fence the land yet? Yeah, yeah. Like, are you living by the rules that, yeah, upon convert? Right. So this has been a part of this system from the beginning. And yeah, it turns out in the 1800s, I got two in the Methodist in North Carolina. Shows them getting allocated like 10 acres there, 20, because you can find out when they begin the county history. So once they displace the Indians, they survey everything, and now they create a new history, literally. It's just that's day zero. Like, yeah, it's bizarre. I highly recommend anybody you want to just sort of just wet your whistle on this and not get theoretical. Find a county history book online, like from the county you're from, and start looking at some stuff. You'll see some names you still know, and you'll be like, they'll talk about the blacks were over here. Oh yeah, it's like they're where do they come from? The blacks. It's like, yeah,
Exactly.
yeah,
And I wanted to ask you, and you brought up a few names like Karen Mario,
yeah,
shout
yeah.
out to
Here,
him, 432 Drop.
yeah.
What did you think about when you first heard that there were Black Europeans or melanated
So
Europeans?
that's an interesting thing. So I was always aware about the Iberians being dark. I knew the Huguenots were dark. I'd done enough reading on my own over the years to be like, and I knew that story, but I didn't connect the idea of like the so-called, regular European, the Western European also being swarthy. And of course, yeah, that starts opening my mind to that. And then, and just a lot of the world, like, okay, wait, you just, when you're, this isn't the stuff they're throwing at like us white kids growing up in the suburbs. They're not going to go, hey, did you know that like everybody, had was melanated for like the longest time, and only lately did like there be, like kind of nobody wants to tell a bunch of these kids that it's like actually like a mutation. Yeah. Oh, wait a second, we're the mutants, right? Because well, right, yeah. So it's been fun listening to them to be like, yo, okay, great. They're telling me this stuff that they're not going to tell me in the conventional settings. It's like, yeah, it's like eye opening, and then
Exactly.
it's way more logical though too. Like pieces fit together better. But the swarthy European, that was, I had to see a lot. I had to see a lot of evidence on that because that was like so new to me, right? And I had to see some of the older paintings, but also just a lot of the archaeology that started to make sense. Like, okay, it's similar to what you see in the Americas, and so these guys were going over there. So at some point, there's got to be some swarthiness, whether it originated there or Indians, Americans went over there and whatever. But the point is, right? So it's like, all right, and that, yeah, and then that just changes the game too on explaining the Black Irish and things where they're talking about as late as the 1800s. Guys, I can read literature in the like 1850s, and it'll have these discussions about well, at that point they're calling you Black American, they're not really calling you like a converted Indian anymore, but they'll talk about you in terms of having some like a Celtic, like a Celtic or Celtic blood in you and behavior. And I'm like, so they're saying the American Indian is like the Irish Celt, like the Celtic. They're telling you, like in the literature, like in the mid 1800s, like that don't like you can only understand like the scene if that's what I mean. So all this sort of adds up to me
You
as like a lot.
understand what's happening at the time, and yeah,
Yeah, right, 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 right. So then, or else it'd be like, so you're saying an Indian's like a white leprechaun? Like that's so stupid, right? Right. So it only makes sense that the Celt must also be dark, So it's like, wow, this is wild. So at this point, I've seen enough evidence to be like, yeah, this is overwhelmingly what was going on, certainly in the 16, 1700s, and obviously something goes on in the 1800s that, they start manufacturing lighter skin. I don't know what goes on, but a lot of war, obviously. But I think maybe, who knows what else was going into that. But they start launching people over in the 1800s, basically, is what,
They
with the steam engine, the steamboat.
Right, and that's when we see more people coming in, and I know you get into all of those things, which we're gonna start closer to the beginning when we get into Yankee history. I did
Right.
want to ask you one more thing, and then we'll
Yeah.
go into one of the beginning videos of Yankee history. When you were going in and you're learning this history of America, indigenous history, and seeing how they kind of reclassified these Black Negro, what did you think when it came to the Native Americans and the Bering Strait theory and all
Oh
that?
man, so that was a lot to unpack, and again, that stuff I gotta hand it to, the guys I already mentioned, that because they do the more distant research, right? Anyways, what I've realized is it's easier for them to understand because it's just for your culture. Like, so now I have a laugh. Now I have a laugh watching guys like me like present on you, and I'm like, dude, the guy's totally missing the point. Like, I'm like, he's missing the fact that it's connected to Paleo Hebrew, whatever. I'm like, yeah, it's like all of a sudden I'm like, God, they always miss it. It's like, but so yeah, to understand, oh, wait, there's like a couple of different categories here or groups that they've kind of just thrown together as part of the trick, right? As part of the, and so, okay, so you got Asiatic Native Americans, you got the originals, then you got the Europeans, many of them swarthy, right? Especially the first couple hundred years. I mean, come on, guys, all those Spaniards, those Iberians were always described as black, looking like Negroes or Ethiopians. So, I don't even think they weren't just tan, is what I'm getting at. So that's the first group. That's your Puritans coming over. So when I'm talking to you about these conversion stories early, a lot of us are thinking in our head, oh, a white Puritan is converting an Indian chief, in New England. No, probably a very, potentially, who knows what the exact facial features were, but some of these guys might look very similar or whatever, and been like, that's who's actually doing the converting. So that's where, to me, it's a very swarthy affair here until the 1800s, you know.
Yes, as far as, yeah, well, that's when we see kind of the transfer, more different skin tones coming over. And
Yeah.
we definitely see the different mixtures that are coming over from Europe at the time. But
Right.
let's start off with these Yankees and the beginning of them coming over. So I'm gonna play a clip that you just recently shared, and then
Okay.
we'll start off and go deeper into some other clips where you're
Sounds
really
fun. Oh
breaking
yeah, Yankees is a fun one. Right.
it.
And some history. This is my subscribers only video entitled The Shocking Truth About Yankees. When the Puritans came to America, they brought the ghost spell, armored knights, and corporate accounting ledgers. This was only natural, as every empire propagates a new cult of the conquerors, backed up by force and documented in confession rolls, baptism lists, deed registers, credit ledgers, and wills. So, in every civilization, the formula is quite simple: spiritual obedience equals political dependency and control. So, with this context in mind, I've become intrigued by the word Yankees and its origins found in day zero of the English invasion of New England. Who were the Yankees really? Were they the English settlers, as the conventional history implies? Or did they become the converted, intermarried descendants of the first indigenous elites who made peace with the conqueror? And if the latter, then how should we view the Yankees that were the American founding fathers, the military officers, and the bankers of the War of Independence? Whose bloodlines were they, really? Now let's talk about the word Yangee, Yengee. The origin is Algonquin or Kwan for foreigner. However, since the foreigners that were invading at this time were ostensibly from England, the term became a reference to the Englishmen. We see it early. Roger Williams' book, A Key into the Language of America, 1643, Yangee equals English. In the 1600s, among the natives, any person, including converted and hostage American Indians, was living under English law or faith. Therefore, they were a Yankee. In the 1700s, among the pure blood tribes, a converted Indian tribe, a tribe allying with the English, or a hostage youth that was converted in return, they would question their loyalties. Did they still have the Indian heart? We see this in the conventional stories about Pocahontas and Metatron, aka King Philip. In the 1800s, Yankees came to be used by the remaining indigenous tribes who considered the Native Americans, the tribes that went on reservations, and the converted Indians living as American citizens. All of these were Yankees and therefore traitors or hearts weakened by the Christianity. So this was the view of Tecumseh and Black Hawk. Yet, in parallel, especially in the 1800s, as the country was racially lightened by white skinned European only immigration that was required by the 1794 Naturalization Act, these truly light skinned Americans started appropriating the term Yankee to signify industriousness and thrift, aka the Protestant work ethic. Some might call this another hijack. Next, let's consider how the term Yangeese was being used in the literature. From the 1830 Gettysburg poem, The Narragansett's War Song. Let's begin. Sound, sound the war whoop, and the Yankees may know that we are the children of the great Manitou. Spring, spring, like the panther that roves through the wood on the pale featured coward from over the flood. Fear not the false band that Mohican can raise. The traitor shall flee from the eagle's bright gaze. Not one shall be left by the light of the day. Their scalp shall be given to the Nara Mate. On to the battle, the field of the fight shall flow with the blood of the Yankees tonight. The plain of the Sachem, though covered with snow, shall be red with thy triumph, Mienta Nemo by the Orphan Bard, 1830. This would be at the tail end of the Indian Wars that resulted in the Indian Removal Act of the same year. How is the term Yankees used? Well, the first thing is the Narragansetts are considering the Yankees their enemy. And then they make the point that the false band, the Mohicans, it says, fear not the false band that the Mohican can raise. So he's saying the Mohicans raise false bands and lead with the Yankees. So now who are Yankees? Well, they're the false bands. They're on team Yankee. And what do they say next? The poem says, the traitor shall flee. Right there, he's calling the Mohicans the traitors. Therefore, they are foreigners. They're on team foreigner, team colonizer. They are Yankees. And then he says, blood will flow, right? We shall flow blood of the Yangeese tonight. Get it? So at this time, they're pointing out to us that they're fighting not just against Europeans, but they are fighting against tribes that have converted, not even necessarily intermarried, but have converted and they are false bands and they are fighting and destroying and displacing Indians westward out of New England from their earliest times. And they are being called Yankees by the unconverted, by the purebloods. Now let's consider the use of the term Yankees from this work of fiction written in the 1850s. It's in context to young women. One is darker, one is lighter. They are the daughters of a mixed marriage. The mother is Indian, the father is Christian, European. But get this, they didn't convert from either religion. So they actually had households that were mixed, but maintaining each respective religion. And in this book, it describes the darker skinned daughter that Mel had more of a Celtic ardor in her and that her father could not comprehend a lot about her. And that she was called Milana because when she was born, she was black as a little Negro infant with an abundance of raven black hair covering her little head and the eyes of the same unusual color in a babe. So it's saying that they would call her Melania because that must have been like even an Indian term. So she's a Yankees, even though she's born in as an American citizen, it sounds like, but because she's half blood, she's Yankees. They were actually quite romantically attracted to each other, the Europeans and the Indians, and that what was really keeping them apart were the religions. So it's a really interesting take. I will do a deep dive on it. Later on, it continues to talk about her, that she has the style of face belonging to what? A Caledonian Celt. So you see a lot of references now in the 1800s to the Yankees being mixed blood or converted Indians, but it also will tie them into having Celtic looks, Celtic ardor. So now you're seeing that connection to the fact that the Picts of Ireland were swarthy, were dark skinned, and perhaps the reason they're called Black Irish in America is they were, in fact, dark skinned people with Celtic looks. Let's follow the use of Yangizi in yet another poem. There ran the river broad and still, here frowned above the rugged hill, on that fair autumn day. A wild dove shot across the sky, a hawk sailed over far on high, and screamed above his prey. The red men drew themselves around, a girl who sat upon the ground, all trembling, young and fair. The sunlight glinted in her curls, like finishes where the water purls, when ripples dance in the air. Each warrior knelt and slowly smote, with solemn true and muffled note, the close shorn velvet sword, and hummed between tight fastened teeth, as murmur holy monks beneath the cloister's gloomy ward. While now the maid in terror glanced, a fierce and aged chief advanced in sacred rite. One hand he raised, the left instead, upon the trembling maiden's head, sank down with motion light. Here, brethren, once a white snake came, and crawling hither weak and lame, besought the big snake's aid. They bade him rest there and eat. They gave him wampum, corn, and meat. Then on their bed he laid. Before the morn grown big the snake, no sooner than he was awake, declared the den his own. He drained their lifeblood while they slept, and by the pilfered strength he kept, their all, the strongest, grown. The white snake was the pale faced braves. He takes away all but our graves, and soon will bid us there. Great Hobomoko's heard his bribe, and notes the match at Muda's tribe, no more in grief and prayer. The mighty spirit would be nigh, and list again the red man's cry, did we obey his law. The white man's blood must break the spell, his blood Hohomok loves to smell, exclaimed the chief Powwow. A hum went round of low accord. The chief invoked the mighty Lord. His knife gleams in the air. The girl upon her knees for death addresses with her trembling breath the white man's God in prayer. She speaking to the Yankee's God as if he'd save her from the sod. Thus sneered the Mudas chief. But hark, a low and rumbling sound, as if an answer from the ground, shook every blade and leaf. It is the mighty spirit's groan, cried Powwow's thick and husky tone. He loosed the maiden's hair. Again the strange deep rumble roared, as if some monster pent aboard the hill to outer air, as if a living creature strove, and all the vaulted caverns clove beneath this quaking hill, to pierce the everlasting rock with thunderous blow and mighty shock, or some vast straining drill. The savage uttered one wild yell. Her followers yielded to the spell and fled like frightened deer. The fair maid crouched and fright alone, except for that mysterious tone. No sound, naught else, was near. The red man ever shunned this hill and left the Yankee spirit still where he had made his throne. The savage chief, long since is dead, but still above fierce Powwow's head resounds that mystic moan. They are the traders, right? They're the ones on team Paleface, right? And he notes this tribe, right? He says the Matchis Mudas tribe is no longer going to be remembered in their prayers and in their grief. He says the great Hobomoko, right? So this chief Hobomoko heard about a bribe and he says, the Matchis Mudas, they took it. They took it. So we no longer will remember them in grief and in prayer. So there you have it. This is very early on it's clearly demonstrating there were tons of mass conversions on the East Coast and New England going on. And you have it in the poetry and in the literature showing that there are two types of Indians already: the ones that are converted, and they're called Yankees, and the ones that are resisting, that aren't joining the tribes, that are fleeing from the so called praying villages. That's right, that entire praying villages, mass conversion of entire villages. So this isn't about one little Indian at a time, people. This is about talking to a chief, a family leader, and getting 200 Indians in a village converted all at once. And of course, I'm sure the ones that didn't convert had to leave. They're the displaced Indians that tribe up going west. Finally, one more great literary reference is the books about King Philip, or Metacom, the great chief, also in New England. Okay, and listen to some of these references, right? It says, my people had lost their sachem, right? So the Puritans had killed the chief before Metacom, right? And Metacom was just a boy. So basically, he gets hostage, okay? And then he's coming back, and the replacement chief is there, and the replacement chief is questioning him. So they question his loyalty, because you've been hostage by these Puritans and taken away from your tribe. And he says the power of the God of the Yankees is in him, and his mind has begun to grow weak, because he thought less of the revenge and the spirit of his father that they had assassinated. I mean, here they are. He's going weak on the assassinators of his father, right? And he noticed that Metacom is no longer coming to visit with the big chief, and that there's supposedly a lot of talking with this unknown God, and that the words of these of his enemies were kind. So he sees, showing you about how the Puritans were always playing on their emotions. They were doing a lot of gaslighting, right? Later on, the chief says this: "If the spirit of Meanthe and Nemo rejoiced, it was well. But it seems the soul of my son is very heavy. That's because the weakness is on him, and he no longer thinks of boasting of his deeds at war." He's been a hostage, and he's coming back, and he's being groomed to supposedly be the future chief, because his father was the one assassinated. That they're all concerned that he's become weak, that he's falling for the friendly words of their enemies, right? And so he goes on to say this: the Yangeese deal with unknown gods, and they are too cunning for an Indian. So he's trying to impress upon young King Philip Metacon that these guys are cunning. All right, be very careful. Finally, in the tale of Pocahontas, you have many, many references to Yankees. In one situation, they are questioning her Indian brother who has been returned. His name is Namontack. He had spent time hostage in Europe, in London. They took him up to the top of the Tower of London. Yes, the same tower that people that were sentenced to die by beheading were placed. So imagine the fear factor. And so Powhatan asked him, "What do you see there? Are they a mighty nation? I bade thee to count their warriors, and I gave to you long stalks of cane to notch their number on. Where are they?" And he says, "Sachem, as in king, Indians may be counted, but there is no number for a Yankees nation. Are they so many? You may sooner reckon the pebbles of the lake. I bade thee see the Yankees' God. Hast thou obeyed me?" Namontack: "No. I asked to see him, but the whitekin said he dwelt above the clouds, and that no man could find him out." "That's strange. The Yangeese sachem. Dwells he above the clouds too?" "No, I saw him." Continuing on, he's describing the people he sees in London. "Their mighty guns roar louder than the thunder, raining death wherever they are pointed. They have warriors, all clad in Yankees iron, active and brave, with long knives sharper than our tomahawks, and seated on the back of these strange beasts you've seen among them here." Wow. So there's a reference not just to Yankees, but Yankees clad in iron. Yet more support for the fact that these were, in fact, knights in armor invading in Virginia and New England. Now, continuing with the poem, they begin to question his loyalty after this initial exchange. Let's see how they talk about him. First, they're going to serve him some food, and then they say, we'll serve it to him. That is, if he can still relish our Indian fare. And then the Montag has to defend himself. May this arm lose its strength. May every child that's born to me turn into a worthless coward if I ever forsake for any Yankees fashion the customs of my Indian fatherland. So you see, he's been hostage, taken back to England. They are questioning his loyalty because this indoctrination is heavy. So now that we know there's a significant amount of conversion occurring early on among the Indian elites, what exactly did conversion mean? Well, it really was conversion as a contract. Baptism meant jurisdictional change. In other words, you're going to now settle your disputes in English courts with colonial judges, property rights, all of this. Converts gained the rights of Englishmen, but only by obeying these English laws. That's why, as early as the 1640, you have praying Indian towns. That's right. These are Indian towns that have fences, fixed houses. They're practicing monogamy. They're following the Sabbath on Sunday, and they're learning English. All this to prove they are civilized and are taking up and enjoying the rights of Englishmen upon their conversion. So you see, this social surveillance begins right away. And I've discussed this in other videos that the United States is the most intently, highly surveyed population, I think, ever, because it just starts from the very beginning with the nature of how they're trying to take over the continent. Let's talk about the 7 steps of the conversion playbook. First, you isolate them, right? Remember, they're hostaging their children. Eventually, they're just giving their hundreds of their children away to be trained in the universities right here in America. But even that, they're isolating them. And there's references in the literature to them going to visit their sons. What do they mean? They're going to visit their sons that are hostage by the Puritans. Step two, you reframe the cosmos. You replace Manitou with Jehovah. Step three, you rename. You get a new name upon your baptism. Number four, you attach stipends. In other words, benefits, rations, and annuity control. So they were offering material benefits. It was sort of a total sleight of hand because the Indians already knew how to farm and they were just going to keep farming. But now they no longer had this land shared in common. Step five, monopolize the mediation. That's right. These tribal leaders that converted, guess what? They became the power brokers. They're the ones that could speak English. They're the ones that the tribe, all the masses would listen to. Think about it. So they play the role of basically the agent, the vassal, you might say, for empire. Yeah, sounds familiar. Like think about the infamous story of like King Herod and the Jews, right? They didn't like King Herod. He was a Jew, but he was an agent ruling for who? The Romans. Step six, you collateralize this land. Now that you got them to agree to all this, the fencing it in, the paper title they're signing off on, right? What they might not understand at the beginning is this is how the colonial corporation is going to get cash money. They're going to get loans based on using this land that the Indians gave to them via conversion to get loans from the European banks. This is the literal title transfer. The banks, the insurance company back in Europe, the trust, they see this paperwork, they see these conversion certificates, baptismal certificates, and they're like, okay, this is real. They have the population under control. They're on our system. Therefore, we'll loan you the money. And then step seven, you rotate the hostages. You educate the elite children for redeployment. And I'm telling you, I read about in the Virginia colony how they were already hostaging 500 of these Indian so-called paladins in the early 1620. So potentially, if you add it up all the way up and down all these colonies, they might have been doing this to tens of thousands of Indian elite each year, like taking in more. So imagine that going on for 100 years. Do you get what the implications could be? So to finalize my point on this, basically what they're gaining is political power over them via the spiritual, emotional manipulation. And the Indians think, oh, this is just the new version of our religion, of our Christianity. There's all these similarities that the Puritans really cleverly use throughout their conversion attempts. So now you kind of understand. Well, you will see things such as this. He is now a Christian and he may have land by English deed. You get that? So he's become a Christian. He then becomes a English citizen with all those rights, and therefore he does have paper title and he has protected ownership of the land. So while this might be shocking that we're potentially looking at the mass conversion early on of tribal elites who then become the Yankees, who then perform the displacement as vassals, as agents of European empire, is going to be hard to accept for a lot of people. But I can tell you, this wasn't the only place they were doing it. We have a record of the same type of dynamic in England as in Great Britain. Again, remember the Puritans take over Scotland under the name Presbyterians. They take over England as Reformed Protestants and Puritans. They break out into your Methodists, Baptists, Quakers, and other denominations that arrive in America. New emotional accounting. They were forcing villagers into daily confessions to really actually maintain a balance seat of the soul. I've told you the word soul. It's a new word the colonists come up with of this new Protestant religion and the Catholic religion, and a soul is when your personality, your spirit go converts, and that goes on the balance sheet, and they can start to get loans and insurance based on having control of you. So soul equals control. All right, you have examples of Catholics being forced to burn their own relics, right? Their icon class, smash everything. And then what? They had to sign new creeds, right? And do this in public. So, what I'm trying to tell you is literally they took over Catholic and Anglican parishes and villages, one village at a time on the outskirts of England. So, they were doing this over there in the 1500s while they're starting to do it over in America beginning in the early 1600s. This is real stuff. It's the same people, it's the same group of Iberian corporations that have become the new Christians, and then they had to become Protestants because Protestant get them in as legal Christians, right? So now they're involved in Great Britain, they're involved in half the Netherlands, and then from there they're going to project themselves into North America. Now let's talk a little bit more about what I call the emotional engineering or the conversion process. It's just a lot of double meaning. So they'll tell the Indians that you should turn the other cheek like Jesus, and they'll be saying this in context of the Indian wanting revenge because a village has just been burned or chiefs have been assassinated. So they're always working on them. Then the Indian will say, "Well, why can't I get revenge? I'm seeing your people going to go burn a village," and the Puritan will say, "Well, that's not revenge. What our guys are doing, they're going to seek justice to protect the rights of our English colonial citizens of a Christian." So you see how they're dodging, and they're like, "We don't do revenge. What we do is like morally justified to protect people. But when we do seek revenge, please forgive us anyways, and we'll like learn to love you." Like it's like literally they're saying to the Indians, "We are bad people, and we're gonna keep doing these bad things because we're still learning how to be good. And if you guys would just like if you would die on the cross for us the way Jesus died for bad people." So there's literally dialogue where it's like Jesus died for evil men too. So that means he died for all of us. And then the Indian chief's like, "Oh, that means he died for you and for me." So that mean okay, so that means this new iteration of God, that means we are brothers, so I should love you. Whoa. The emotional engineering, the real logic that they're rewiring. Because essentially, not only are they rewiring their loyalties, right? But they're rewiring their moral values, right? Do you really value sharing the community surplus with the entire community? That's what they used to have, right? Nobody outrightly owned the land. That's a moral value choice. The seasonal redistribution in public of the wealth, you see that throughout the indigenous culture. Everybody wrote about it. That's a moral value. Well, that goes away under this new system. Don't you see? I've told you this is a clash of civilizations through and through. So what is happening here is they're getting the Indian elite early on the East Coast, right? We're not talking about the 1800s out west. We're talking at the very beginning of all this, like the first decade. We're already seeing conversion and then therefore coming onto the system. And then we know what the empire process is. You redeploy them as vassals, as agents. This is what I'm telling you they were doing in other parts of the world forever. I want to cover a little bit more of the corporate accounting or the ledger mindset, right? It's really important to understand that back then religions were like the modern social services part of the government. Now we all have a social security number issued by one entity, the United States government. Think of it like this: back then, each of these religious denominations issued its own social security number. So you're kind of a citizen of that denomination. That's how you're going to get your jobs. That's where you're going to get your life insurance, or how they were going to pay for your funeral, how they were going to take care of your widow. It was all baked into being a part of that denomination, of that group, and that goes for the Catholics as well. So just understand how much materially important and valuable these religious groups were to the people compared to today. Now, there were three books then that ruled their world: the church roll, the town book, and the merchant ledger. The only way you could be a real person and get any benefits and also protections, right? So you had to be on one of these churches, baptismal rolls, and also your birth certificate typically would be a religious person, a religious midwife, nun, and whichever group was actually delivering the baby would want to put your child and for your family onto their rolls. Now, why is this important? Well, remember what I've said. Getting them onto these roles indicates that they are part of the team and under control labor wise. Therefore, the annuity contracts can bring these corporations cash, as well as getting just loans on the value of their labor brings them cash. So all this is literally keeping real books, real corporate like books, under the name of religious Christianity, Protestant, whatever, but they're acting very much like corporations. And at this period in time in their economic system, when you turn someone converted and now they're a soul on the books, that's a real thing. They really are on books, and money is going to get moved around and loans made due to having more people on your books, more people that can work for the denomination's corporate trust. Seeing historic meeting between King James the First.
No, I did want us to finish, but I did want you to go in a little bit like that. And I did have someone that asked the question if there was full disclosure in these contracts when we're seeing them come up. But also, I wanted you to go into, and that's why I wanted it to play this part about the citizenship into these religion first and then America. And one thing you kept saying is that the converts get the benefits of an Englishman in
Mhm.
America, but they weren't able to travel back to England and
Oh,
get the benefits. Can you go into what are the kind of benefits that they're offering to the indigenous that are making them even want to convert?
exactly. Context is everything, right? Yeah. Well, so I'll put it bluntly. The way I see these churches and these missionaries, they're all in league with the corporate. Okay. They're just different business units. Okay. You got the military guys. I've said you had literal knights assassinating your leaders. So that's the violence. The real violence is very precise, targeted, and as a percentage, pretty small compared to the way wars seem to go on now. So they disorient everybody else, because imagine this is just traditional military doctrine. The United States, everybody practices this. If you can get the leadership eliminated, you create what? Confusion, chaos. Who should be loyal to, right? This is actually like just 101 stuff that they're practicing on you. They were practicing everywhere else as well. So, sorry, I lost my train. Oh, to this. So that's the context, right? That's going on. Then you're actually having real battles where you're having many family members killed, right? I've even read, I mean, even the missionary journals will admit that your people are way more sensitive to loss in battles than the Europeans. It's like I've read it in three or four different sources that was a leverage point. They knew we just gotta kill a few, and then they'll back down, because everybody, guess what? Everybody's in a clan. I mean, they literally took all of your, what we would now look at as strengths, right? Like, oh, look, the emotional bonding, like you were part of a tribe, like a clan, right? And they're like, we can use this against them. I really believe this. Like, of course, there was mass killing and all that. I mean, 500 years, but they never sent over an armada. They're never landed until the Civil War. That's for another video. I think what the Civil War is really about. But they never invaded with 100 ships. We never read about. A matter of fact, in the American Revolution, the so-called Revolution, the numbers are at the most 25,000 dead, and I bet 10 or 15,000 of those are the German Hessians they're bringing in, right, or whatever. I bet you the minority are the indigenous, because your fighting tactics were hit and run, ambush, stay in the woods. You're the original Army Rangers. You create the Ranger School. The whole thing's based on you guys. So when you're reading the old history books, 16, they talk about Rangers and militia. You're the Rangers. Yeah, you're the converted Indians they're using, and they're calling them the Rangers. Anyhow, back to, so that's the whole context, right? All this, there's targeted violence. The displacement happens. We'll compromise. What's this new system we got to go on? Okay, just stop the. I'm trying to imagine it's something like that, like over time, like just keep, they're burning your corn, right? They'd go burn your food supply, like right on time, like right when it's time to harvest. I mean, I've read these stories where these guys were so violent towards you, these knights that they're sending over, that they forget that they better go harvest their own corn. They're so bloodlust. Like, these guys are not. I want you to understand. Like, the old books are very
I read
honest.
that with the Spanish and the Guale as well, and just like their
But it's not just the Spain. So everybody, they had, so when we're telling the American history, we'll talk about the conquistadors by the Spanish.
Mhm.
They don't tell you about the conquistadors under the English, and these guys are literally Knights Templar. They're using Saint Michael. They're using all the motif. They send a Lord of War, Lord Delaware. Okay, that's why that name comes from. That's a Norman dukedom, and it's a position of war. It's not like a family named Delaware. It's a position that gets filled, and it's the Lord of War. That's who they send over to force the Lanyap to become the Delaware, right? And that's who's pushing on the Palatins. But this guy's they're so nutty. They would go take such risks. They go back to the Caribbean to put down a revolt, and they get a disease and die. I mean, these guys, yeah, they're bad. Like, this is like, wow, these are the knights. This is, yeah. And that's what they were doing. And then right next to them comes what? The missionary. So after all, and they act like they're not a part of it, right? So the Moravian shows up, the Methodist, and he just happens to show up in the day after, right? It's like, oh, wow. Well, here's some bread. Here, take some clothing. You see what they did? They displace, they create disorientation. Parents are dead. Kids are this. You know why they always set up orphanages? Because immediately after, they know what they're doing, man, and they're creating orphans, and they also know which are the kids of the elites and all that coding I was talking about. They know, and they're gonna take these kids in, and after all of this, and they're gonna play the role of, oh, we're here to help those mean bastards. Yeah, that's their brother-in-law that just killed your dad. They see the game. The game is, we're these good guys trying to hold these evil conquistadors, hold these invaders back, right? In the name of, Jesus, right? But no, man, they're part of it. It's all just, they're all in league, and they play different roles. You got the bankers, you got the military guys, you got the missionaries guys. It's all a part of the play, the system. And that's the setup. That's the context for why would you convert? That's yeah. That's
Right,
it.
because of this. Because one thing that's always confusing is when you see these corporations that are coming in and they're
Never
kind of
want to.
divvying up and doing different things. It's like, why would the indigenous want to even be a part of those corporations, or what are they even offering? Because it seems like they're coming in for fur,
Right.
they're
Right.
coming in for the
Okay. Sorry, I
minerals.
lost my train of thought. Yeah. So this is the genius part that I never heard of this. Maybe some of you have, but after all they do to these kids, so they're hot. So this is like a 15-year process. All right. I've read notes where they want them at between 3 and 7. Yeah. Want to get them kill their parents when they're at the right age. I mean, this stuff is, it's wild. It's like, it's really gross, but and they're really honest about it too, by the way. The old books, they're just telling you what they did. um So they bring them in, and it's that like manipulate. It's I call it the Stockholm syndrome, right? That's where you've been imprisoned. This happens to POWs, right? If you watch the series HBO Homeland, the redheaded actor, he's in Africa, right? And the whole series is like, is he loyal to the United States, or did he become loyal to his Taliban captors who gave him food, taught him the language. He met their children. So I mean, it's the same thing they were doing to your ancestors. I'm like, so if I could just say it like that instead of blah blah blah, I'll just say it's Stockholm syndrome. It's very common, and these guys know what they're doing. They know how to create that syndrome, and it's all these they're all very well trained. Everybody involved in this whole invasion and everything, they're highly trained. Okay, the way they present in the history books is that they're a bunch of simpleton. These reverends are top people. Reverends like being a bishop. Okay, they dumb it down to make things a bunch of simple little like white little top hat wearing English villager Puritans. And these are corporate operators, heavily trained the way people get trained today when they work for big organizations with career paths and everything. All right, so that's the situation and the dynamic that your ancestors are up against. So that's what sets the table for the conversion, right? And then they
Right.
go from there. And when they come out at 18 or 21, you have all the rights of an Englishman as long as you're in America. Whoa, isn't that interesting? So, hey, after we've indoctrinated you, 15 years separated you from your tribe, killed your parents, we've set you up now to just hang out with us and keep doing whatever your skill set is. We'll pay you. They did get title to land. This is the beginning of what I'm talking about. It's like, kind of makes sense. I mean, think about it. If you're taken from that, whatever community at 3, 4, 5, 6, and even if it's just 5 miles away, that's all they need. It was really called. I
Yeah, it's
call it
really the basis of Stockholm syndrome. If you take away from that, then they're going to cleave on to something. So who can you cleave on to?
we're
But
the lifeline. Yes, the
exactly.
missionary plays that horrible role of acting like I'm your lifeline. I'm here to help when it's all part of the strategy. It's all part of the process. Guys know the idea is to manipulate as much as possible to not have to use. It's actually ironic to use as little violence as possible, only because it costs more money. That's how these guys think. That's the only reason. But that's the process and they
I did
come up
want
with.
to ask a question too, like with the religious aspect or the religion aspect. I read a lot about them kind of taking the rituals over so they could, I would say, assimilate maybe
Right.
more into bringing in those religions into what the indigenous were used to and different things. But how do you believe that they push their religion off to be like, these are, and we are still good people. You just have to follow us. And
Oh, so right. So what I think they did is I believe they studied you, and the official history starts 1492, but whatever. They were studying you, right? At least if for 100 years, right? So 1600s, these guys show up in America. Trust me, the Protestants and the Catholics, the guys are on the shareholders of both types of companies. So that's all. They're all on the same team. Just so you know, like all the financiers, it's all the same. So they're learning from what the Spaniards were doing in those 100 years, and they learned your religion, right? So think about it. What they did is, I think what they did is they concocted a new form of Christianity, updated it. We have the King James Bible happens around that time. We have, well, frankly, the Protestant, Luther, Calvin. You have a bunch of new Bibles getting written right after the Europeans have spent 20 or 30 years among your people. Interesting. So, the Protestant Reformation happens only after 1492. That's intriguing, and right. So what's going on with all this creativity with Christianity all of a sudden after they've, run into you guys? Right. So I think what they did is, man, this is slick, but they came at it with like using similar sounding terms. They used the dove, the white dove. That was already a motif of yours. You had Axis Mundi, the X. Oh, the cross is the same thing, on and on and on. Look, it's so similar. You have Mari, we have Mary. She's the mother goddess. She's the mother of Jesus. Can't you see how similar it is, guys? So there's a lot of that going on. That's what I think's The real deal is like they mirrored you. That's another psychological technique that where you mirror people, and that's how you actually like influence them and pull them into your zone, like over time. Yeah, it's a form of like appealing to someone's ego in some way, right? It's like saying, "Oh yeah, you guys, that's really great what you have, but this is just the next version, guys. This is just version 2.0, man. That's all." You know, I think that I mean, and then there's, but got to remember they couldn't do much violence at the beginning. At some point, Indian chiefs had to let some of these guys live for whatever reason. They decided to have mercy and let the guy because they could have just kept burning the ships. I mean, you guys knew how to like put some petroleum oil on an arrow, I'm sure, and yeah, come on, like whatever. I think you guys were sailing all around. There's just so much that they've hit. We're not even close to like the full story. What I'm doing is like 1.1%. So yeah, there's all that too, as well to think about. But that's
Right.
right. Again, like somebody said in the chat, yeah, like the Europeans never really won a war, right? They always had to use the Native Americans and then some of the turned indigenous,
Yeah,
right?
it seems like they utilized, especially when we're going into like what you're saying with the Yangisi
The
and that
Yankees.
becoming Yankee. It
That
seems like they're utilizing these people that are even converting with the foreigners to
right,
create more
right,
internal tension. And
right,
then it's like really internal fighting when you see the
right.
Pequot Wars,
It's
you see the
actually
wars of
in
Tuscarora
That's the
Wars.
scary part. Yeah. So, right. So to tie it to your previous question, they become English citizens, right? Well, what do you get to do and get paid as an English citizen who can speak that language, can work that culture, can get his way through the woods without getting lost, right? Think about these really practical things, guys. Before you start thinking that they brought some light skinned European from the small village in Scotland and plopped his ass down and sent him out to deal with you guys in the middle of it's just that's not there's no way that's how this gets done. How it gets done is you're an 18-year-old newly anointed English citizen only in America. One of the best jobs you could get is to go be a missionary. You're going to get property. You're going to get real protection. You're going to be a real part of the team. So you're securing the future of your family. You're going to go be an Indian bureau agent in later decades. Yeah, you're going to be the guides for everybody. All right, you're going to train George Washington. Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's what you're gonna do. That's it. Those are the jobs, all right? You later, you're a bunch of the generals all the way up through the Civil War. I mean, all these guys keep getting described as tawny, hawk-like eyes, or copper-colored. So, again, and there's not a lot of those guys coming out of Great Britain, to my knowledge. So, I'm thinking it's you guys converted a couple generations later. I mean, who knows how far back this goes? Who knows who some of these major guys that are, they might be descendants of somebody converted in, 1640. You know, we'd have to get into these church records just so you guys understand. You know where all the real info's at? It's at these churches and it's at the corporations. They have records just like we have today. So that ties in. So you're 18, you're a citizen. What kind of jobs can you get with your indigenous convert skill set? All the jobs I just said, and you're gonna have a great life. You have a secure future
Mhm.
playing ball. Yeah,
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 with the team, playing with
yeah.
the team. So I wanted
That's
to
what
get
they've done.
into this video as well, where you kind of go digging into the cultural erasure that Yankee ended up bringing
Oh
about.
man, Y- yeah. You want me to go into it now, or are you playing a? Oh, I lost you. Oh, come back. Exposes the cover up.
We'll
Yangisi is
listen
one of
to
the
some
most
of it and then we can go
misunderstood,
into.
deliberately distorted, and strategically repurposed words in early American history. For centuries, the public was taught that Yankee derived from Indians mispronouncing the word English. That story is a fabrication and insulting. Across Algonquin speaking nations, from Narragansett to Mohegan to Wampanoag, the root forms a Yangi, Yanquis, Yankwe appeared generations before the English ever arrived, and they all mean the same thing: foreigner, outsider, one who does not belong to the tribe. When the English appeared on this American indigenous land, they instantly fell into that category of Yangisi, foreigner, the foreigners. But the deeper revelation is this: Any Indian who converted to the English Christian religion, its property and capital laws and marriage systems, became referred to as a Yankee as well, a Yangisi. This was not a name just for Europeans. This was a name for those, including indigenous Indians, who defected into the English system, whether under duress or not. The word expresses the machinery.
So I did have a question about that, and to allow you to expand, and then we'll play more of the video. But it's something that we kind of start with the code noirs and the black codes, as far as where we've been trying to see where the reclassification start. I thought that was very interesting how you were saying how this form of Yankee is even a start of reclassification for a lot of the indigenous people.
Oh man, I mean, you're stealing my thunder for an upcoming video. Yeah, I'm joking with you, but no, really, one of my new bylines is like the Dolls Act was the last episode. Yeah, yeah. It's like, whoa, like, wait a second. All the Dolls Act is what went on over 400 years, and they condensed it to 20 years. But the process, the Civil War is just one big mass in place. So instead of displacing a village, it was a mass displacement of the southeastern tribes who had refused to get on the program. And I'm going to have research on that too. And what I mean by the South you because you were the South had a very different economic system than the North, and you weren't going on to that capitalist system that these Puritans had forced onto the three islands of Great Britain. Okay. And now they had forced it onto the North. So they ruined the North just like they ruined London, right? You can just read into that whole history, right? And now they wanted to ruin the South. Right? And so you guys, because you're a different civilization, with different values, that's also the big lie. They never really tell us a lot about day-to-day life in the South pre-Civil War. They don't tell you about the economics. They just slavery, slave, blah, blah, blah. They don't tell you and so what really went on was a very tightly controlled labor system. While the North was importing paupers in order to grow their representation in Congress, the South had a much higher GDP per capita. Slaves were super productive. Why? Oh, because you've been doing this for thousands of years, right here. So, duh, right? It all makes sense. But the problem is you were stiffing the banks. Mississippi didn't pay back the banks. 4 or 5 other southern states didn't pay the European banks back over time. Again, that was just, that all added up. And I believe that war is it's the big mass displacement, and it's the final mass conversion, and it's the final act of getting everybody on the rolls. And the Dawes rolls is the ninth inning. 1644 is the first inning. Treaty of Middle Plantation in Virginia, still at the site of modern Williamsburg. Yeah, the colonial patriotic town where they still have a form of tribute paid to this day. Yeah, they're still forcing the enactment of that treaty. Okay, 1644. That's the first mass conversion
Interesting
on
how
paper.
you talked about them bringing displacement to the South, because
Uh-huh.
when you look into the North in the history, it looks like they're kind of using the same place. So with this and the Yankees, is this where we're seeing this backwards and forwards between the Caribbean and like the mainland North America, and displacement in between those places,
Right,
especially
right, right.
insurrections?
So I think the source of the slave trade is the Indians that refuse to convert. So what happens? Think about it. So if the whole village, they're not letting you stay on your property. So now you're tribing up. You're gonna go find another group, right? That's one option, right? Or what happens is, they end up enslaving you, or you end up selling you take slavery because you can't find, this is a whole thing going on. I believe where it's another one of those best of a bad option, because you're now like you're ostracized. You gotta think about this through, how this could have different ways you could have become enslaved, besides just the straight up like there's a battle and we're taking guys. Now, especially after the battles, they really wanted to take you in and just keep you in place, keep working. So I think that a lot of the source of the slaves are the Indians who are not getting on the program, and that becomes you're the Indian outlaw, you're outside of English law, and all of a sudden they're not going to protect you if somebody grabs you up. And that's the inter slave trade between up and down the coast and through the rivers. That's all it is. I think that's what it is. I think that and they're just moving around the ones that won't get on board and weren't able to tribe up enough with another clan going west. That's what I'm just trying to
Right,
think it
of
through, like
what's
what you would do.
happening, and that makes sense because one of the major people, especially with the detractors of that are saying that all these slaves are coming from Africa, one of the main things that they end up having to explain is how these people are buying themselves out of slavery if they're working for free, forced labor. But it's like all these major stories where they're able to save their money up and buy themselves out of slavery. Now, some people are like, oh, they have side hustles or different
Right.
things like that, but it's like, where's the money coming from?
Right, right. And yeah, so I think it's interesting. I think by the time you get to the 1800s, that Southern slavery is very systematized and like it's not, I'm not saying it's like fun, but I think compared to what guys were going through in the North at the same time, you actually had way more protect. You guys were clanned up. That's the whole thing. You're still tribe. The way they describe it to us, and this is why it explains the Freedmen's Bank and all these deposits and all these real estate. You guys had all this ownership and wealth because it's like you were the baked in like middle managers, upper level managers earning sweat equity. You know what I mean? Like that's and then the white the so-called he's like today's asset administrator. He's like the guy that does, he's the owner's rep. Remember, the owners would be like the financiers back in Europe or the big banks loaning the money to like make all this happen. And so the guy that we call the plantation manager is like their rep, right? Who's doing everything. Like today, who knows how to run the hotel? Like,
Mhm.
yeah, the
And
staff,
it makes sense,
yeah,
like, okay, so
the
people
immigrant that's
choosing
been in the
either to
country.
kind of move somewhere where they can see, like, maybe it's a different confederacy, maybe they don't have the same kind of allegiances, so they're
Right,
moving that way, or
right,
just different kind of work depending on their work ethic, but their main
right.
objective is just to have them stay in place. So
It,
for
it,
the people that are staying in place, do we see like a paper genocide against them?
Yeah,
Like,
so here we go again, right? So remember, most of the time, if they're staying in place, they're agreeing to this whole conversion system. Now, we're telling you about the worst part of it, right? We're telling you about the hostaging, but
right.
if you're an elite Indian, you're just going, okay, cool. Yeah, I'm still cheap. I mean, I basically am seeing that you had what I call converted to the economic system, but maintaining their Indian religion all the way through the early 1800s. So that's the other thing about this. What do we really mean by conversion? Like ultimately, what do these bankers and these invaders care about when they say converting? They want you converted onto the economic system. They use the spiritual and religious part to get your mind more prepared and conditioned to accept and much less be attracted to this what you would have seen as a very harsh economic system, because you guys had a great system of abundance. There's all this redistribution of wealth, sacred space, sacred meant open to everybody. If sacred didn't mean like pie in the sky theology, sacred to you meant like this is should be for all. Whatever this view or this food or whatever we're talking about is really fascinating. Again, the European Christian takes the word sacred and almost gives it the opposite meaning of what you mean by sacred. So again, the double, the pitched tongue, the pitchfork snake, like say this lie of Satan, right? He speaks with the forked tongue. They're speaking with the forked tongue, the two meanings. You're interpreting it one way and they mean it another, but they're getting you to agree. And once you agree, once you shake hands, once you convert, once you went through the ritual, now they can treat you however they're justified in treating you. It's really ritualistic and stuff. So yeah, there's a lot going on there, but that's it. I mean, a lot of this you just have to try and put yourself in the shoes of at the time and try and think it through, like what would your options really have been.
Right, exactly. And I kind of think that, and I'll play after this, the same kind of with even getting land titles or people to put their assets into banks.
So,
I'm just thinking of the benefits of what we think that it would be like, oh, okay, well, it can give us more capital at our hand, or we
right,
can start a business or
Right.
different things like that, that they're thinking like, I'm signing up for this
Oh,
aspect.
with the Freedmen's Bank, you mean?
Yes, yes.
Oh, yeah, so that's a total yeah, so that's a great that's to me one of the grand it's a gigantic targeted heist to basically, you know, destroy all these paper titles after they've got their hands on see, a big part of this, guys, is, basically getting information on you. So, one of the moves is they fought this whole Civil War, and they still don't know like, you guys had everything so encrypted, I should say, that a big I've read into this, like, you know, even like old white scholars were like finding this out in the 1950s and writing about it. You got to remember, there's actually a lot of reveal out there that's just not promoted. There's a big difference. It's out there, but they're not going to put it on NBC News and teach the kids any of it. Um, but anyhow, sorry, I lost my train of thought.
Oh, you were kind of talking about like the Freedmen Bureau and the bank and
Yeah,
how.
that's a total so now these individual freedmen now called, right, are coming in and enticed to provide the information about who owns what land, and that is used against you as for so think about this, after the war was fought to free you, they then get this information about you and then use it to take the land away from you that didn't get taken away by the war. Isn't it crazy to imagine that's not how they teach the history, but that's exactly what how did this war happen and a bunch of ex-slaves from Africa have all these paper titles to real estate and they're putting cash deposits in these banks? This is amazing. Wow, you guys were these they really taught these Africans like a lot of skills. Like, doesn't it make a lot more sense
Right.
now? Yeah, you're like been doing this forever and this is your thing and you are actually running the South. You were yeah, I mean, that's what I think.
Exactly. It
Yeah,
makes way more sense of where all this is coming from. But let's go ahead. I'll play a little bit more. It's going to get to the erasure, and I
of
definitely
course.
want to talk about the kidnapping of the children
Ooh.
and
Yes,
how that affects everything coming on in the 1600s. So,
right. Of identity collapse, cultural concealment, conversion measure, and eventually lineage reclassification. And this begins all the way back in the 1600s. Let's look more at the original meaning, this indigenous category for foreigner. The earliest linguistic records, I should say colonial English linguistic records, kept by men such as Roger Williams, John Eliot, and other Puritans, as well as earlier French Jesuits in Canada, show this term Yangisi used consistently. It always meant foreigner, outsider, non tribal person. Yanquis was called stranger. Yankwei, one from elsewhere. Indigenous nations had a highly developed vocabulary classifying outsiders. These terms long predated contact with Europeans. Thus, when the English colonists arrived in the early 1600s, they were immediately called Yangisi, not because Indians couldn't say English, but because the newcomers matched an existing category, which they already had a term for foreigners. This myth of mispronunciation was created later by an official organization, the Modern Language Association, in the 1880s, in which they begin to make the official story that the indigenous were unable to pronounce the word English. Let's talk about the hammer blow. Yankee also means converted Indian. The literature provided in the sources makes this undeniable. Whenever an indigenous person accepted English baptism, joined a New England praying town, took on English property rules, even if he kept his Indian religion, married under English monogamistic law, lived under Puritan church rules and discipline, they were no longer classified an Indian by other Indians or even the colonial corporations themselves. But according to the unconverted Indians, they were now known as Yankees, foreigners, culturally and politically aligned with the English and other Europeans. So this is why we see the following. Converted Indians led the raids against other tribes. Converted Indians sat as scouts, guides, and militia auxiliaries. Converted Indians were placed into English legal jurisdiction and protection. Converted Indians were later counted as white citizens in the 16 and 17, even through the 1800s. So the single word reveals an enormous truth. The first Yankees, while Europeans, right next to them, were the Indians that were getting converted and therefore defecting or coming under the influence and control of the English system. And that is why the meaning of the word had to be erased right around the time when they're creating the Dawes Act and the Dawes Rolls. Let's look at the literature. Yankee is also known as a half blood mediator. Think about that. That would be your interpreters, your scouts, your surveyors, your Indian Bureau agents, even your county judges that came in after displacement and the new United States territory took over. Guess who they needed to adjudicate all the land and property title claims, many of them held by Indians that decided to play on Team European. They needed someone who knew the culture, knew the land, knew the language. It would be a Yankee Indian as a judge. Examples from texts I've read include a character named, an Indian character in New England named Tattlebaum, who calls converted Roger Williams, who we think of as just a white European Puritan. This Tattlebaum calls Roger Williams Yankee. He's naming him as a foreigner. Here's what's interesting. Williams himself is likely indigenous or mixed blood indigenous and hostage and redeployed because he just magically knows how to learn Algonquin and Narragansett without any education. He's also a Yankee and he's trying to convert other Indians. And when they convert, they'll be known as Yankees. So in the actual book, it's actually called this Yankee the Half-Breed. In this narrative, the protagonist, one of the main characters, is literally a mixed Indian who wavers between what? Loyalties. And so throughout this book about Yankee the Half-Breed, it's put right in front of us because they tell you the conversations the pure-blood Indians are having about a half-blood leading them or a half-blood opposing them or allying with him. They talk about others who aren't even mixed, but who have joined the English or at this point, the Americans, and they're called Yankees as well. So it's not about mixing DNA. It's about converting and or mixing in to the system, to the civilization. So what these literary writers were talking about is they were describing a real social category. And this was long remembered in indigenous Indian communities. However, it later gets buried after Reconstruction alongside the Dawes Act implementation. Let's talk about that. By the late 1700s, New England elites, many themselves descended from these early converted Indian families, rebranded Yankee to mean something different. Clever trader, industrious, Protestant work ethic, a New Englander. And then after the American Revolution, well, Yankee just starts to mean all you Americans. And this transformation, that's not deliberate, that's on purpose. It severed the indigenous origin of the term, the indigenous role, major role in New England history, and the mixed heritage reality of the emerging American citizenry, the demographics of it. This was actual identity laundering. This is linguistic erasure. This is an example of paper genocide through official cultural vocabulary changes. And it's going on right after the revolution, right alongside them rolling out the cult of Columbia with the very white, pale skin goddess. Now let's talk about the probabilities of this. I like to approach history as a crime scene, I'm a forensic investigator. I have a theory of the case. So I'm not saying I'm 100% right, and there's no other angle on this. But what I'm going to tell you is that the evidence stacks up in support of what I'm saying, and is overwhelmingly has more evidence and logic to it than the conventional explanation that Yankee is just a word in which the indigenous didn't know how to pronounce English. They butchered it because they don't know how to speak well, and that's how we came out with Yankees. That is not only a lie, that is clearly designed to humiliate and once again be dismissive of the previous civilization. So, based on linguistic, historical, literary evidence, the probability that Yankee originally meant foreigner, 100%. The term predates European contact and appears across multiple Algonquin dialects and in different uncoordinating sources. In other words, French Jesuits way up in Canada and English missionaries down in New York, never talking to each other, both talking about Yankees, meaning foreigner. Probability that Indians themselves use Yankee for converting indigenous people, those who had defected in English law and or religion, easily 90%. Like I said, you see it in the literature, poems, missionary accounts, tribal oral memory. It all converges. The probability that Yankee derives directly from this indigenous word Yankees, at least 95%. The phonetic evolution is simple. The way in which it was used lines up, and the colonial rebranding is documented. The probability that the modern public definition of Yankee, a white New Englander, is a intentional strategic erasure of indigenous origins campaign, that's 100% on purpose. Shift is too abrupt. We can see it. And it even ends with a quasi official publication, as I mentioned before, the Modern Language Association in 1886, announcing the death knell of the indigenous connection to it with the new definition that is simply is a mistaken pronunciation of English. So let's talk a little bit more about what we've seen here, because what I'm talking about is not random. The colonial corporations that invaded this country had a process. They had a ton of processes, and they had one for doing things like identity erasure and changing the meaning of terms. Today, the word Yankee functions as a scrubbing tool that removes indigenous lineage, especially from what New England history. Yeah, if you're a melanated person coming out of New England, if you have ancestry goes back, especially prior to the Civil War, be curious to see what you think about this. Also, the erasure gives a shield for the families who use the indigenous ancestry to consolidate early colonial power. Get this, imagine you have many powerful Americans who might actually be of indigenous ancestry, early converts. They don't want to talk about this. Finally, the erasure of the word's true meaning is a smokescreen over the mass conversion campaigns that reclassified thousands, hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of indigenous or native families, classified as English, white, colored, Negro, free person of color. All this is going on since the middle 1600s. So the public, especially the white public, was definitely indoctrinated and trained to forget. The language was redesigned to hide it, especially from the new white Europeans coming over. When? After the Civil War. They weren't even here before the Civil War. They have no experiential connection. They did not have a great, great, great grandmother telling them about the Yankee Indians she used to know. So, in conclusion, let's look at restoring the original meaning. To restore this word is to restore indigenous agency. Your role in this whole story of this creation and development of the United States, it's a much more powerful role than I think most Black Americans realize. You guys were major players. Indians were major power, political and economic players, I believe, all the way up through the Civil War. So this one word, this one understanding of the lie that's went on here with the word Yankee, this one word understanding blows up a hidden architecture of the power of the Indians and the indigenous of early America. And that is something the powers that be want to keep a lid on. Thank you for listening. Remembrance conquers oblivion. Visit the website to get a 49-page professional report I put together on the indigenous origins of Yankee. Have a good evening.
And I'll definitely put that website in the chat for everybody.
Thanks. Yeah.
It's going to be AmericanAncestryDecoded.com. But yes, I thought that was really interesting. I do want to get into, because a lot of people have been asking all night about, well, where did the white people come? Where the pale faces? I knew this clip was coming, so I wanted to wait for this point. Because you said that a lot of the what we would call so-called white people today come after
Man.
the Civil War. So who are the pale skins that we're talking about in that early versions of the foreigners coming over?
So I have two things on that. Like, so definitely there are, definitely white people on the boats, right? But the bulk are definitely these Iberian. You have to just realize these Puritans at that time, they're all part of the group that was kicked out in the late 1490s out of Spain, right? That's the whole, the Catholics take back Spain, right? So they matriculate, da da da. Next thing you know, they basically have taken over. They're the guys that killed King Charles the First. All right, and then they basically had King James, in a stranglehold the whole time. He basically was playing ball. You know, he had to survive. Very so these are the real guys running England. The Parliament runs England and runs this whole invasion of the Americas. And Parliament is a bunch of these guys, these Puritans, and they're very Mediterranean and Iberian in terms of their ethnicity and their family's origins. And that is described over and over again in books written in the time. They're swarthy, they're odd, they have these weird rituals. Because Protestantism is basically for the Jews and Muslims that were kicked out of Iberia. This was the new way to get them legally back into Europe. And that's why they're described by all the the native Englishmen, right? Regardless of whether they were Celtic or white, I'm sure they because by then everybody over was Catholic or it's old pagan Catholic. So they're looking at these Iberians and they're doing different things that, yeah, so it's all in the literature. And that's where I'm like, I don't think there's that many light skinned people, because they weren't the people with the skills and the money and just knowing that history. I think that's why you have in the 1790s you had that Naturalization Act, and I'm telling you, that's the giveaway. Because if there was a bunch of light skinned people here like me, why do you need to write an immigration act that basically says we need more? We'll take any European white guy. You just got to be here 2 years. That's sort of like, we just got to get your hand on land, for the Cubans, right? Like, they're making it really easy for a targeted group of people, a light complexion European. By the way, light complexion European. So, Mox, Nixon, even any light skinned Syrians around the Mediterranean, they're just literally, it's a European thing. So that you have to ask yourself why they got to bother with that. This place was full of a bunch of white Europeans at that time. Wouldn't you just, hey, just keep bringing your families over, right? Why do you, right? That's one of the big giveaways to me. And then they roll out, guys, the cult of the goddess Columbia. She's a white dove, the indigenous cosmology. The dove was huge. So they are working your mind still, even as converted Yankees, right? And now Yankee Americans, the ones that were not loyalists, right, are now Americans and running, I think running the show. It explains the guys like Alexander Hamilton, they're swarthy and they try and say they're mixed with, African. I'm like, no, no, no. I guarantee he's exactly, he's probably a mix of a Iberian, at most of an Iberian who's swarthy in an Indian. I mean, that's the fun at most,
Mhm.
or he's just straight up Indian because he has, anytime you hear about these founders and these powerful people, Ben Franklin, and it says they were indentured servants or apprentices. Okay, guys, remember what I'm saying. When they kill an elite Indian, what do they do with their children? Boom, 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 through the system, and they apprentice them. They're indentured servant. They come out as English or American citizen. I'm telling these guys all fit. Not Franklin, obviously, but I'm any of these guys where they're describing them swarthy or something. I'm telling you, that's what it is. That they're not slaves that got freed. No, they're actually Indians that went through this whole hostage process, I believe, and then
Right.
that's all part of it. That's what they
And
really
that
are.
was another part I found very interesting because
Yeah,
when you
orphans.
think
Yeah.
about the hostage children and when
Mhm.
they talk about a lot of these orphan, we normally tie it to European children being
Right.
brought
Right.
over
Oh,
here.
I agree with you. This was really new to me too. And what started to clue me in, guys, is I'd be reading books. You can read their own books. So I'll read like some Methodist history book, and they're going to write about it in very glowing terms. Like they don't pull punches. And I'm like, why they keep talk? An orphanage is always one of the first things. Like, and I'm reading about them like trying to create the colony of Georgia, and it's like John Wesley, the famous Methodist, comes in with Oglethorpe. See, just so you know, they're all on the same team. Oglethorpe's the big founder of Georgia. Well, John Wesley is the founder of Methodism, and he's on the ground with him in this book. So just so they're all part of the same group. All right. And in the book, it's like, okay, one of the first things we got to do, we got to convert some Indians, and we need the funds for an orphanage. And then I'm reading about Virginia, 1620s. They're having shareholder meetings about how they need shareholders to pay it. It's $100 a year to take a hostage Indian kid and give them the appropriate training from the reverends. And where are they going to hostage them at? In Virginia. What building? William and Mary's building, your own building that you guys built. This stuff gets crazy. So I talk about the Stockholm syndrome. I mean, this is like, what's going on here? They're literally like have created this system by the targeted deaths and all that, where people are like, this is the way I'm going to survive. I'm going to, my best way for my future is actually hand my kid over. I mean, these guys are, this is what they do though. They did it around the world. They did it in Hindustan, which became India. Same thing. This went around everywhere. So there you go. This hostaging, these orphans. So the orphans kind of aren't going to be called hostages, but for all intents and purposes, right? I just want to say one more thing on all of this. They are making money off of you the entire time in two ways. One, they are contracting you out and you are working. Remember, you're an expert. They know your expertise based on they studied you. So you might be a mechanic, might be a mason, might be managing the plantation, whatever. They know all that. So they're going to make you continue to do the work, right? And then, of course, they're not going to pay you, right? Now, they're going to get paid by whoever they've sourced you out to. There are other English companies taking over a plantation. You see what's going on here? And then the other thing they're going to do is they're going to go to the bank and they're going to say, I got this guy under control. I got 5 great laborers and they do this, that. They're going to produce this much cash flow, and they get an annuity contract. So they write an annuity contract on the Indian, and the Indian's not the beneficiary. There's 2 ways they're making money. So that's that's the money. This is this whole corporate setup of turning everybody. Eventually, we're all kind of like that now. Like they took everybody and put them in, and nobody has any equity, right? You're not born into anything. So this is what they're doing through the hostage and orphans. So pretty much the same thing. Asylum. Somebody mentioned asylums, right? Asylums is just for adults that didn't get on board, right? Details on the asylum. Once they got you committed, they became executors of your estate. So that was a way to hijack your titles, right? So if you were converted, so imagine the play now, right? Say your dad converted and now you're second generation and whatever, there's a new change and you don't get along with the new powers that be. Well, they're going to come at you with trying to get your Indianness, even though you're, on the system. That was a way to get you to get your property. Now they couldn't put a non-convert in the system. You see what I mean? So so the non-converts are the ones we're talking about become the enslaved. You see what I'm getting at? They can't take an Indian that's not on the system and put him in the asylum or put him in the mission. But so that's why they want to you'll use the word Negro at the same time they're talking about an Indian. And I think that's what they're doing. They're like, that one hasn't converted. And he's like, still, we could enslave. Like, I feel like that's a person at the greatest risk. They have like no protection. That's what I
And
think,
you can connect a lot of this to the Dawes Act, which you say is the final play, and we see they have the competence of the Indians along with that. So is this even in the beginning times where we're seeing them set up these trusts for these orphans and these
right.
Indians that
And I
they're
love how you use the word trust, because that's what they do. They're profiting off of all this, guys. So now you got to understand how they're all working in league. The missionaries, the military guys, the administrators, the sheriffs, the asylum, the orphanages. When you look on the board of directors, you see the same names across all of them. They all are shareholders in the same banks and insurance companies. So they're doing all this to like make it look like there's all this competition and different people, and we can't stop it. It's just too hard for us to stop. It's all part of the playbook of making you, and nowadays, like all of us, right? But at the time, think about this. You were like the first ones to deal. Like, think about that. Like, they like sharpened it up, like what they learned in Europe, because you got to understand, when they're converting the pagans and stuff, this is the playbook. When they're converting the Catholics to Protestantism at the English Civil War, they treat them the exact same way. And of course, many of them were for, they're the Celtics, right? But they're also doing it to the white guys. It was just a full on, we're putting you on this new system, whether you like it or not. And the English Civil War was over at least a million officially. So think about that. We had what, officially 500,000 died in this Civil War, and over a million over in England. Guys, so that just tells you the scale of the conflict. Like, your people were like, "This is horrible. We don't like. We're not. We'd rather die than go on to this new system." I like to point that out a lot to like the rah capitalist guys. No matter what your color is, so we're so brought into this in this system, right? Like, oh yeah, and I'm like, okay, well, if it's so great, then how come they had to kill so many people to persuade them to get on the system? Right? Let's get to it. Let's go. Let's have that talk, right?
Right. Exactly. And I did want to ask, I know I don't want to keep you all night. Do you mind if we do open up the panel and some people come up and
Yeah,
ask
yeah,
you
yeah.
some
Sure.
questions? Okay, perfect. And I'll drop the link so people that do want to come up and ask questions, you can. And of course, those on Travis's side as well, feel free to hit the link, come on through and ask your questions. I do have someone there asking, how do we get back to the understanding of our true self as an American and as a collective?
Well, that's a big one. I would, so I'll just keep it to the angle. What I've been really focusing on is, Uh, I I really just think it's, frankly, it's you guys. Like, at some point, like, if there's all this awareness of going on, if it is factual, right, it has some implications. And I'm not saying like, okay, but there's got to be something, right, that eventually goes on. And it must be important. They wouldn't have spent, like, you really like why they go through all this effort then to hide it rather than go, look, this was this awesome civilization, and I mean, we just want to build on it, but because that's not what they did. They decided to destroy it. So here we are. Like, I think it's almost like a realization that you know you've always been here, and not only were you here, but I believe major power players, certainly in the South, like all the way through the Civil War, and what's happened since, which is now what, 150 years, is they've really done a number, obviously, on you, and then even on every, in terms of just bringing in all these new white Europeans from the wars gone on over there and feeding them this line and setting up the whole racial thing that you actually don't have any of that in the South prior to the Civil War. You didn't have black codes in the South. You actually had your own. I mean, ask yourself this: like, how come they needed all these? So you're talking about the collective. How come you needed all these Christian missionaries on you as freedmen, right? Because you weren't Christians in the South as slaves. That's another myth that no, you guys had actually, or else they wouldn't have needed to convert you. You already would have known it all, right? So part of being on the system we're on is you lose that collective. When I think of collective, I think of communal, like your civilization or your economic system had communal ownership of the land. That doesn't mean like a free for all. What it meant though is like stewardship of it, to grow the equity, to grow the value of the land and of your area, of your clan, your tribe, because you literally were born into equity. It's like you're a shareholder. So the whole idea was to do your part in the supply chain and trade with the other, other clans, and you got, we know now, trading worldwide, right? So obviously, that right there is a whole that is collective. I mean, I guess that. So I mean, now you're asking me a question like, why? So the question becomes, how do you get back to that, right? Really, to be real practical about what we mean by collective, I would just say read the history books that not the history books. Read books from the 16 and 1700s where there is a lot of description of the day to day life and trade and business and the horse trading. You got so cars were your horses, and rivers and canals were your roads. And that's why I have this whole thing about you had a water based civilization. And that's why there's a whole war on water as part of the takeover. As part of destroying your influence or any power, they had to destroy your expertise. They just break up how you guys did everything. Because if they just can't let you, so everything has to be opposite of whatever you're doing, even if it's worse. Even that's what I'm trying to say. Your way of doing things was more productive than the way we do things now. So is that a great irony? Like,
But it's like you had to take it out of their way of doing things to get them into an alternate way of
And
doing
so
things.
they could control it.
Right.
Even if it's so, they'd rather control 90% of less pie than let you, especially you guys, but much like you kind of even for like this whole game is like extractive because nobody's a benefit of any, none of us are beneficiaries of any of these state trusts that are incorporated as states. None of us are beneficiaries of the trust that incorporates every county. The beneficiaries are like these ancient families who right now their names would be in some law firm acting as their agent. Okay, that's who's actually the beneficiary of all this stuff. All these counties, all these states, all this.
Yeah.
We're
Wow.
not we're not like we're not getting yeah, we're that's why we have to you notice our system like to get benefits you always have to pay even if you're poor they're going to make you put a penny in. See, that's part of the yeah. You know what I mean? You're not a trust fund baby. The idea behind your system was you were born into the trust as a beneficiary. Yeah. I mean, that's it. That's the
So
collective. I mean,
now
I'm
is
being
it
real
so now
simple
it's
with it.
switched from the people being the beneficiary to the corporation basically being the beneficiary somewhere, or there's
Exactly.
in
You
the
nailed it. You
middle?
nailed it. You nailed it. So the, and this is interesting. That's why I know that your civilization, that America's the old world and they went around, right? Because you see the so-called pagan system in Europe is the exact same as the one you guys are still practicing in fifth. So remember, the Catholics destroyed the pagans back, supposedly, with the official timeline. They begin destroying them in the 500s, the 800s. So they destroy the civilization you're still acting on. They destroy that in Europe in the 1000, 1100, 1200. They're killing the pagans. That's what the knights do. They kill the pagans of Europe who are practicing the same communal, basically, I'm sure it's the exact same system. You guys are all just, it was one worldwide trading system, clearly. And so they did it there first. And then they finally got over here in 1500 and did the same thing that they had already accomplished in Europe the previous 300 or 400 years. And it's always about destroying the commons. I'll give you one more. So, and if you go to business school today or want to read business stuff, you'll hear this phrase called the tragedy of the commons. This is the indoctrination now we're under. And that is the idea. If you talk to any approved economists in America or Great Britain, they'll say you can't have communal ownership because if you have communal ownership, people won't care for the property. You gotta have it concentrated. It's the tragedy of the commons. Well, here's what went on in England, guys. They destroyed your old communal system there, beginning when the Puritans took over in the 1600s. Okay, they wrote, I think it's 2000 acts of basically displacement. So they were way more honest about what they were doing in England. They literally had to go to parliament and submit legislation to be like, I want to push all the indigenous pagan Celts off my land, and erase the commons. And they basically, the commons used to be about 70%. So 70% of the property in England held in trust for the benefit of the people. By the time the Puritans were done in the late 1880s, it was down to like, it's like 10%. 1,000 families, 1,000 dynastic corporate families owned like 60% of England. And then they just came, and then they brought it over here. It, so this is like 1,000-year move, and so that's what's, you know, that's the collective, that's the commons, and this system is anti that to a, totally opposite, and that it is, and they're not giving that up. That's for
Right.
sure.
Mhm. Well, peace, grateful. I'm going to start with you when asking a question, and then we're going to go to Deb D to ask a question. Peace, sis. How are you doing?
Wellness and wellness to your guest.
Thank
Um, my question would be to you, right? And because this is just my thought process, right?
you. Okay.
When you look at how we are in 2025, and then you also studied historic factors, right?
Right. Right.
Would you agree that basically what they've done is placed us in a race, like a rat race against each other when you're looking at colorism and you're adding that to be a factor? How prevalent would you say that is in 2025 going forward?
Oh, so I think it's worse now. I think it just actually keeps it's like ironic because the way they try and portray it is it's getting better, better, better. But I look at it as like I actually think they're actually tightening it down. Like it's even getting more divided, and that's how they're taking advantage of social media. It's easier to categorize everybody and feed them these different messages. I think that's always what they're doing. And I think again that's opposite of your culture, right? Because from what I've read, like that was the whole thing. Like they would take in, like they had the right laws, guys. They actually had the death penalty for European settlers that joined your tribes. Okay, this goes back from like the first week of business in Virginia. All the European dudes are like, "This sucks. I'm going over there," and then they got to make capital punishments. That just tells you all you need to know about the which system is better, right? And to your point, it's like, yeah. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. But I want to just work that in there that they went back on everything. Like it's literally just opposing whatever you were doing. It just has to be done the opposite, including what we're talking about. So yeah, even if it's less good, I would say. Yeah, our culture is not African. I'm reading some of the quotes here. Yeah, I mean that's the other thing on that, the African culture. One of my favorite things about that is there's great books showing the games that the Indians were playing, and I'm like, okay, okay, again, like how come the Africans aren't fielding amazing, like, NBA and because they weren't playing these sports. You guys were playing these. You guys have a big head start on those sports. I always laugh. I'm like, dude, they've been playing lacrosse and ice hockey and forms of football. The stuff is wild. Like you would play on fields that were like half a mile long. So, dude, imagine like what was going on. And I've read stories like you were tailgating. It was like barbecue and people gambling. I'm like, see, this is the Saturday, right? Do we not have Saturday and Sunday football tailgates? And is that this country bet like crazy on football? I'm like, it's the same. It's like your culture, like, but it's not an African culture. It's the indigenous. That's who was doing it. I mean, I don't know how else to say it. It's like that's just an easy one for me to point
Yeah,
out.
we talk about that all the time. How
Yeah,
they say we don't have culture, but our culture is American culture. So
right.
you see it all the time as far as
So,
anything that we're doing is what everybody's doing here in America. From the
the
sports,
only
food.
right. So I would like to just put this out there. All your pop culture they've kept. What they didn't want to keep was your economic culture. And the more you understand that, and the more, I mean, I think anybody who isn't going to want in on that, right? Like it's not like again, I point out how many millions they had to kill, right? To implement this. So people, yeah, it's like they kept the stuff that I would say like this. See, these guys are jerks. They kept the stuff that makes them money, right? Because they're the ones that they kept the parts of your culture and admitted to your culture when but they don't want to go. They don't want anybody talking about this collective. You start going down that, I guarantee you're going to see some real. That's when you'd see like real push. 1960s type stuff. That's the real. So what can't you talk about tells you what they really care about. You start going down the road that we're asking about. That's where you'll see the nasty knives come out. That's what I think.
Dosey, if you don't mind, I just want to throw something in. I want to ask him, how did you feel about Sinatra and his whole Rat Pack? And how does that also play a part in what they was doing during that time
Oh,
when it pertains to this information?
yeah.
Okay, so give me a little insight within that.
Wait. So give me a little more context on the Rat Pack. Yeah, I know you got.
Sinatra.
Yeah.
You're familiar with Sinatra, right?
Yeah. Yes.
And who else? Who else has been? I can't think. Well, it's not
Sammy
Chuck Berry.
Davis Jr., right?
Yes, and it was one more guy.
Right. Now
Right, and during that time,
okay.
they called themselves the Rat Pack.
Right.
And then with your information that you're having right now,
Okay.
in the study of before 1800s, 1600s, and leading up to what to be justification right now with lies that's been given to you, right?
Yeah.
So how synonymous is the Rat Pack during that time, and how they were speaking loudly to the world in their message? Do you think it's prevalent now?
And especially coming like not just through Frank, but through Sammy Davis Jr. You know,
Mm-hmm.
was he an African American? Like, I
No,
mean, does
well,
it make
we're
more?
not African American. Well, I mean,
Right, it makes
when
more sense
yeah.
if he's, yeah. That's a their message. Well, I mean, you mean like through their music, like the lyrics, or the movies?
Well, not only through their music and in
Okay.
movies as well, but
Yeah,
just
the
for
movies
them,
is what I'm more familiar. Yeah, well,
yeah.
that,
But
you
just
really got
their
me there.
the collectiveness of themselves, like them, like super
Oh, I
friends,
see
the
what you're saying.
collectiveness. Yes,
Right, right. Okay, right. It's almost like teaching people this is how you kind of tribe up. Like you need to be a part of a group, right? It's almost like sometimes I feel like, especially in the 50s in the TV and the music, they're actually instructing, you know, like, the Europeans, like, hey, like you can, I think there's a whole bunch of that in the 50s and 60s, and like their message in terms of, they're big into in the movies anyways. They hang together, they're going against the system, right? They It's like, it's very subversive, I guess, actually. And even like the movie Ocean's 11 and all that, from even the original one, right? They're kind of saying the casino's like the banking system, right? And then like here's these guys who, like, coming from different groups, right, different backgrounds, and they're like realizing this is a shady system, right? And so now they're justified, right, and working it to like to their, to their benefit, basically. I think that's why people probably love them, right? They're just like, these guys are like, they're kind of channeling what a lot of people think, perhaps.
right. So I'm not here to. I mean, no one is asking another question. I'm not here to take
Oh,
over,
yeah,
but
sure.
I'm appreciating your aspect, right? Your
Yeah, yeah.
aspiration, to want to get to know and want to dig deeper. That's what we need, right? We need this collectiveness. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we
Yeah.
have to step outside of a colorist aspect, that we're not somewhere on the same page, because we absolutely are, right? But what society does, and what it's hard hitting on, is to make division the ultimate play, because they don't expect for us to get into a cipher like we're doing right now. We consider this a cipher with us talking, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Get into our minds, but not being, we're not upset about it. We're understanding it and
Yeah.
overstanding it enough
We're-
that we appreciate it, right?
right, right,
And this
right.
is how
Without,
we get, this is how we grow, and we
right.
get back to the pureness of who we truly are. Would you agree?
Well, that's where, like, I feel like they do the race thing so people don't focus on just the same material situation thing. Like, instead of going, okay, like it's like a amazing amount of distraction goes on. And again, that's the role of the churches, of the every Republican or Democrat, those guys are like all on the same team, on the same league, right? They're playing by the same rules, right? They're in competition, but as the league makes more money, they're all happy, right? So I kind of liken it to that, and that's what I think, in a sense, like what we're up against. And it's just sort of like, um, some of what you're talking about is just, you're really getting at the economic part, and that's the real part that they really care about. You know what I mean? That's the one that's like, so how does that work? How do you have a, how do you almost like extricate yourself, from the system, right? It's kind of interesting. That's why the conversion process is fascinating, because it's literally like watching them go like county by county, and like you're adding people to this new system, and it's like, how did this happen? Like, how did they get this? Yeah. It's like,
And
right.
especially with all the systems that were already there. But
Does that
thank you,
seem pretty good?
Grateful. And then Deb D, are you still there with us?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just listening. I'm listening. I have a question, but
Sure, sure.
Yeah,
I
go
can raise
ahead.
my time.
Ask your question.
Okay, so and it's a two-part question.
Okay.
So realistically, do you think that the indigenous people of this land can get back to who we truly are, and how?
Yeah, man. Right. So that's interesting, because I've thought a little bit about that. I do feel like, uh, I don't think anything will ever be the same again, right? Because it's almost like, man, that was amazing. It was idyllic, but certainly it seems like people could become like, we could bring it the same. I think even like in your culture, they just talk about it's about the spirit, right? So it'd be like, okay, is the guy's spirit in the right place? Then I can deal with him, right? Regardless of how he's talking or some illogical ideas. I think it's almost like that. Like we're in this modern system with all modern technology. What's the way we apply that same spirit of what is sacred and what should be shared? How would you read this? They used to do seasonal redistribution, right, of the crop, which is redistributing wealth. You know, so do is so. What does that mean nowadays? If we're going to have that spirit of it's sacred, everybody should be well fed. Everybody should have that was literally baked into your system, your laws. That's noted by like the missionaries, because they think you're too nice to your children. I mean, this just goes on and on. Even in the Confederacy, they're taught saying the slaves are having too much fun. They're not working enough. It's because you guys were good at what you did. Like, you know what I mean? Like when you're good at something, you don't need to put as much time into it, right? They wanted you to work more, more, more. Well, that's the system, right? We're now on that system of work more, more, more. Oh, you're good at that? We'll put even more, right? So that's a whole. We have to figure out, I guess, how to apply what again, sacredness meant like all this space is open to everybody to see, to everybody to enjoy. So what does that mean today when all of our waterfront property is, only for the rich or, fenced in by the government? You see how different everything is? So it's almost like you have to look at everything today and then imagine and then ask yourself what the opposite is, and then go, oh, that's probably what my culture was doing. That's how bad it is. It's literally like whatever is, they reverse whatever you were doing. It's weird, but that's what they did. So
Well, and I have a follow-up question, if you
sure,
don't
man.
mind.
Yeah.
Like, do you think that it'll be a lot more confusing because they have, so many different people from different lands, like
Yeah.
Africans, you got the Caribbeans and so forth,
Oh man,
and
you're
they kind of
nailing
mix
it.
us all together,
Yeah. Yes.
and I think that can be like a little bit of confusion where we don't have a true understanding of who we are.
Right. Isn't that so? It's working, right? It's worked. And so now it's like, okay, all of a sudden, like somebody who thinks they're just a Hawaiian needs to actually realize like they were part of the whole same worldwide like system of trade and civilization. Or might, you know what I mean? Like they've got everybody so recategorized by nation and by color and by, right, that it's, yeah, it's weird. It's almost like that's actually what went on. They just pretty much, I mean, obviously there was a lot of death, but obviously they didn't. And I mean, where did all the people come from? Where's all the bone? You know what I mean? Like, obviously something else went down, and it's like it's like up. It's crazy. I've called it spiritual warfare before. And I'm not even like a believer, but I'm from I know this stuff from growing up, and I'm like, wow, this is so. To your point, how do you get back to that? How do you get that spirit and then go, okay, how do we apply that today? Like, so what would the indigenous Indian way be of funding national security? Like, or how would you do social security? Or what would that mean for a healthcare system if we were applying ancient indigenous? I hate saying the word ancient because we're talking about stuff that was still going on just 250 years ago, which if a person lives 75 years on average, is just 3 or 4 lifetimes ago, guys. Think about that for a second. Some of the stuff just goes back like 4 or 5 lifetimes ago. Now all of a sudden we're not talking ancient. So I don't think it's that far removed, and therefore the spirit, some of the ideas, and then how to apply them in today's world. And to this point, it will be harder because of what you said. Plus, they're really good at using all that right against everybody, and it's even easier for them to do that with social media and now. So yes, it would be harder. This is way harder than whatever Tecumseh was trying to do. Definitely, yeah. I mean, we're in the web. It's like
Yeah, no doubt. I have
so.
other questions, but I'm just going to yield for.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah,
Yeah, we'll do it
yeah,
again.
Just hang out up here, Deb. We'll let Aton ask a question, and then we can always come back. What's up,
yeah, no doubt.
Aton?
Hey, what's going on, Dosey? Hey, Travis, good job. Good
Hi.
job. I like the presentation.
Thanks. Appreciate you.
All right. What's going on, Deb? All right.
What's
So
up, bro?
I want to talk about this trust relationship, right?
Okay.
Now, I want to be kind of specific. You can just be matter of fact about it. We don't have to go too deep on it.
Okay.
All right. My first question is, how did the shift happen between the Continental Congress over to the
Oh,
United States of America,
I
and
like
where was
this.
these powers given? Because in Article 1 it talks about Congress is granted powers to do XYZ, right? So
Right.
how did this transfer happen, and who was actually given the powers in relation to how they say the Iroquois Confederacy was pretty much the prototype for what became the United States?
Oh, right, right. Yeah. Okay. So first of all, right, and that actually goes all the way through Tammany Hall. Like, obviously, most of this is copied what was like already here. Um, but here's what I can answer on that just from my own research, because you mentioned, okay, Continental Congress, and then you go to the Constitution and sort of what happens there. I feel like these Yankees are a lot of indigenous, right? At the time, they're all a part of the, some went loyalists, right? And these loyalists got rewarded, by the way. The loyalists, there's, Indian chiefs got all of Ontario, 700,000, the British took care of them. So we know for a fact, Chief, Joseph Brant, this is real. Like, and they admit it with certain famous characters. So how does the power shift? I'm going to give you, this is just my own research. I think this is fascinating, but when they do the Articles of Confederation, um, they base like power on real estate, on the amount of land each colony was contributing in to the system. And so the first 10 years, that South is super. And who's the South? Who's the South, right? You guys, right? So the South is the big power player during all that time, because they basically tie your tax contribution by each state, and that's based on the assessed value of real estate. And your real estate was super valuable because you guys were so productive producing real stuff that actually makes money when you export, way more than was going on up north. So what happens is this is wild. They go to this is the slick move by the Yankee, the Northeasterner. They go to the Constitution and they start basing congressional numbers on body count, not on like wealth or anything, or the value of real estate. And that's the beginning of the Northern takeover, the Northern Yankee converted, I'm telling you, converted Indian takeover of the system that finally culminates in the Civil War. So I feel
So
like there's something there. If the real, like something goes on there, and it's all backed by these trusts, Fairfax, the Percys, who are like the guys that front the gold for the Smithsonian. All that's going on. That's all European dynastic trust money supporting all that. So there must have been something in there where they're like having a war between themselves. Again, they're all in league. They're all in league, but they're competing for, they're all greedy, right? They're all trying. So they're doing like counter moves. And I think that basically the indigenous South, because I think the South was still very much running it in an indigenous way, even underneath the new system, this was like the Trojan horse. And
right.
then, yeah.
So what you're saying is that during that time the South was subsidizing the North? Is that
Oh
what you're saying?
man. Yeah, and then they go on to the system in the 1800s, and that becomes the Henry Clay out of Kentucky thing, which is the American system, which is in fact assessing all these taxes on the South, and they're basically sending that money to the Congress, because remember, congressional members are based on body count, and they're importing Europeans only into the North because the Indian South doesn't want a bunch of, you guys don't want that. You got your amazing workforce that's been here for centuries. It all start. You can go read. You can go read the immigration laws. It was really hard to get into the South. You had to have money, and you had to be in the right religion, and then they might let you buy a plantation. Okay.
Right.
In the North, they're dumping paupers over there to inflate their numbers, to get more congressmen and drive down wages. And that's the whole story of Raggedy Ann, and everybody's an orphan. That's real stuff. That was not happening in the South. Like,
Right.
yeah, not, and they even have statistics on it, guys. South had a much higher longevity rate, and the South people were living like 68. In the North, it was like 55, on and on. Like, they've been keeping these statistics like since the Republic was founded. So what I'm trying to say is there's some transition there, right, of shift of power, but the move was that population move, and all of a sudden they create that system, as you said, where the South is subsidizing the investment into the North to build up all the Northern factories, and the Northern banks would not make loans to the South. See, people say, well, why didn't the South get if you got the cotton right here, right? Why? Because the North would embargoed. This is all part of the plan, man. So
Mhm.
the South could not industrialize because, yeah, so the war was going on from the beginning. Like, it culminates in the blood of the Civil War. But you see the clash of civil. I think they hide this clash. You got the South was still indigenous and staying more on the old system, and that's the real clash of the 1800s. And they don't frame it that way. They just say, the South is a bunch of slaves, and the North a bunch of free, and the North is a bunch of do-gooders who want to free the slave. That's the story. But I think it's masking this, and then again, that leads into the South. 5 southern states default on their debts to like Rothschild and Barclays banks. They do that in the 1830s, 1840s. So start to think about that. So are we saying that indigenous Indian legislatures in the South stiff arm European elite nobility banks? Wow, this Civil War
Well,
starts to
you're
look
leading
a
up to
little
my next.
different.
You see, now you're leading up to. I'm just gonna flow with you. So
Yeah, yeah, sure, man.
I'm gonna change my form of my question, right?
Okay,
Because that right there, that was gonna be my question. So
okay, all right.
this was my thing. Did the Union or the North intentionally go bankrupt and reorganize to avoid paying the South? Because if they're being subsidized by the South
Right.
based on the resources and materials and all the resources that they have,
Right.
commodities and so on and so forth, did they intentionally go bankrupt and start creating all this fiat currency in order to avoid paying
Yeah. So
back
the
the
way,
South and then bankrupting the South?
man, that's okay. Yeah, man, you're getting to some stuff. So let's do a few things. First of all, they borrowed what would equal today $14 trillion from European banks to win that war. Okay. That's all told, there's been like 8 trillion spent on Afghanistan and Iraq over 20 years. So it's like, I just want to give everybody a sense of the magnitude of the money that they access, right? So right away, they're basically bankrupt at that point. It was like borrowing like 5 years of the Northern GDP, like in 4 years or whatever. So, right. So they didn't, I think, technically call it bankruptcy at the time, but what they did do is Lincoln created the greenback, so they had to create a separate currency in the North in order to incentivize the manufacturers of the weapons and all that. So that's a whole story too, right? They were bankrupt, so they created another currency. Now, why do they have the Bank Act? They passed the Bank Act and the Currency Act during that war to tell the European dynastic trust banking families, we will pay you back. And the key to paying you back is everybody's on $1 system. Everybody's in these banks that are backed by the U.S. Congress, except for notably the Freedmen's Bank. Yes, that's you want to know if that was strategic or not? That's the one bank that's not going to be backed by Congress. That's the one bank that goes under and all the records get burned because it's a lot of African money that they wanted to abscond with, right? So just kidding. But so that's what they're doing the whole way through. So in the middle of that war, they're writing laws at the behest of their owners, who are the banks that are loaning this $14 trillion to this small group called the Radical Republicans. And it's really the small group of New England states. New York was against it. Maryland's against it. Okay. They couldn't even get troops through Baltimore to protect the White House at the beginning of the war. I wonder what color most of those Baltimoreans were that were stopping these troops, right? Okay.
Right.
They had to get on ships and go across the Chesapeake. Yeah, this is real stuff, guys. So, New York, the draft riots, who are they pillaging and plundering and killing? Dark skinned people, right? The indigenous Yankee that I'm talking about, right? So that war is covering up so much. It's like a last amount of violence in mass aimed at at you guys, especially the ones in the South, because they were still on the ancient system. Like I would say, like 3/4 of the way, still on it and stiffing these banks and not getting onto the national currency. And so I mean, you see what's going on here. They're not getting on to the
Right.
system that England had been forced on, and now the Northeast, and they were going around the South. They're forcing California on in the 18th. So they're circling you guys, but they're worried that the South might make a move into Mexico. That was a whole real thing for sure, because those were dynastic trust in Mexico too. I mean, it's a whole thing. Like these are real things. These name, I tell people like this. A lot of your counties are named after dynastic trust families, to keep it simple for you. Okay. That right there gives you a lot of leads.
Okay, so with that, I mean, is an easy way to breach, because I know you was talking about earlier about the beneficiaries actually will shift it over. That sounds like a mortgage, like a banker put themselves as beneficiaries in order to foreclose. So under that circumstances, are you telling me that throughout all this, what you just explained, was this intentional in order to not be held liable as a fiduciary agent for the creator of the trust?
Yeah, I mean, see, that's some deep stuff there to look at. Like, so what happens, right, when they displace enough Indians in Ohio after Tecumseh, right? It becomes then the territory of Ohio. Well, that's a whole thing. Like, there's a process to go through to become a territory, and then once a territory, right, you got to do all this stuff to eventually become a state. And so the question's like, so how is that just transformed into, so now like everybody's on, I don't know. But that's what happens. Like, it's like they incorporated people, and a lot of them were the converted Indians who were probably just sitting there going, I can't keep going west. I can't keep moving. I can't, they're offering me protection if I'll go with their Christian thing. And yeah, I got to send my kids but that beats, you know what I mean? Like, I think that's, this is all what's going on all through the 1800s.
All right. Yeah, that's good. Appreciate
Okay,
the time. Thanks, Dosey.
Of course. Peace, Copper Draco. Thank you for coming up. How are you?
I'm great. What's going on?
Good. Go ahead and ask your question.
How you doing?
What's going on? How you doing? You had said something earlier that caught my attention. I was trying to make sure I heard it right. You said that we had the right laws in place and that European settlers can get the death penalty for joining our tribes.
Yeah.
Now, I was trying to figure out, like, how does that work? Like, why would we invite them into a tribe just to tell them later that you could get the death penalty for joining?
No. So what that is, that was the colony rule. So that was a colonial corporate rule on the European settlers. So if they basically they had laws that they couldn't even like leave the compounds, and if they, much less if they married or just basically didn't show up, like it was like being in the military for these guys. So it's like if they weren't there at 10 o'clock at night for the bed taps, then that means that guy was deserted to a tribe. And the penalty for that, they actually have capital punishment as early as like 1612 or something in Virginia, because it was such a, from the perspective of the corporations, it was a big problem,
Okay.
So that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that just shows you how bad the European system was and how good the indigenous system was, because it's like these guys that are European are all fleeing to the indigenous one. They're not, you see what I'm saying? It's like gives it away.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Well, what made you go down this rabbit hole? Because you different.
Yeah. Like I was saying earlier, it starts with looking at the dynastic trust, the money part of it. That's what I thought. Oh, that would be the big reveal to just focus on. And that actually got me into the South and slavery and the money around it and how that worked as a business. And then that got me into who the slaves were or what all the and then once I realized there's mostly enslaved in place and internal slave trade, then I just started to get like fascinated by the whole thing, because then I was just like, wait a second, man. So basically, American history is basically it's the history of replacing this other system and this other civilization, and then relabeling the people. It's like, okay, Well, that's is that just so now it's not even like a rabbit hole. It's just more like it's what the history really is. It's just telling it.
Hmm.
I don't want to be Mr. Moral here the right way. It's telling it from another perspective, I guess. But yeah, that's why it just became to me like so. This whole thing about the history of America is really the history of your culture being, displaced and you know basically. Well, the thing is, it's still here. That's what. So it's basically what I call it's been decimated and then like what it is concealed and like contained now. And my analogy for that is like all the Civil War monuments that aren't on sacred space. You know what I mean? That's the concealment, the camouflage move, right?
Hmm.
To try and keep that's why I have my phrase is remembrance conquers oblivion. I put a lot of thought into that because oblivion doesn't mean you're stupid or ignorant. Oblivious has a real meaning. It's like you just can't see something is all it like really means. That's why in the Harry Potter movies they would obliviate. That was a charm, obliviate, right? The memory. So these guys know what they're doing, and all this is with intent. And that's why they fight like crazy, right? As soon as you go near this subject in a conventional setting, right? That's
Hmm.
why. I mean,
Yeah, that's a good example. Oblivious, just
yeah, yeah,
not aware of what's going on
not
around them.
aware,
So,
and
yeah,
that's on purpose. Yeah,
And
right.
yeah,
let
y'all
me
been
break in here. There's a lot of
All
protests
right.
in the chat, so I do have to ask some questions. Um, a lot of people are asking, and I think y'all might have missed the beginning where he was talking about his genealogy, and you
Oh,
were
sure.
saying your people were more like the middleman of the banking system, kind
Yeah,
of.
so half of my side is like after the Civil War is part of the big dump of people by steamship. Well, one of them is the whole, they starving the Irish out, so they're that, and then the others, World War I drove them out. So it's all, that's I always like to remind people like 90% of the Europeans didn't come here because they woke up one day and wanted to come here. There's a whole backstory of war and famine, all on purpose, I believe, because the whole strategy was to displace you, and part of displacing you was just bodies on the ground, and that's a big part of what they were doing. So I just want you to understand that, especially post
Yeah.
Civil War.
And a
Now,
follow-up question to that one is,
oh,
when you're doing this history and you're waking people up and you're really focused on the American side and who the American indigenous really were,
right.
is there something that you're looking to get out of it? Is there something that you want or have a final end game when coming to this information?
Um, yeah, two things. First, just the other part of my family history is then I have another side that was right middle management of like the Protestant trust, is particularly in North Carolina. And I finally found like documents, and I was like, and by the way, I don't even think like baby boomers and stuff. I don't think this country purposely made like the typical white baby boomer super ignorant. I think they talk about a brainwashed group, right? I always found that my grandparents and even my great grandmom was born in like 1905, and she had super long hair that she'd braid. And we always were wondering, right? Because she's from North Carolina. The Methodist Indians the Methodists knew how to convert Indians, man. They would do the all night campfires, the revival meetings. They totally took your culture of like all night bonfires and the camping, right? And they said, oh, we can do that too. Now you just got to believe in Jesus instead of the great man of two, right? That's all. I mean, you see what's going on here? They're mirroring like everything. And yeah, shadow companies, right? They're companies, right? And they're all trained. And this is like the work that they're doing like over time, generation after generation. And then I'm seeing that in my own family going, okay, so now I actually know what was going on. I found out one of them was a circuit rider. And I'm like, those are the guys going around and making sure that all the recent converts are being good Christians and sending their kids to the school. I'm like, oh man, I don't even want to know anymore. But I'm like, there you go. Like, I know that's what now, like, I'm not going to find some official document that says that. It just says he's a Methodist minister. But I know the history of how these missions operated, and know that that's what they use these so-called circuit riders for. They were like keeping social scorecards on everybody. That's why I talk about the surveillance state. So that's part of my family. And like, I was the first one to ever like figure it out. Like, but you have to know enough of the history to look at the paperwork and the timing and go, okay, this is actually what they were about, what was going on there. So that's what got me to it.
Thank you. Thank you. Hey,
Oh,
Mama
what's my end
T.
game, right? That was the other part.
Oh,
I mean, mostly now I'm just like, I guess I have a lot of, I've never thought, whatever, it's a great country, blah, blah, blah. I'm more like, I've never thought this was like some great system. Like, I don't even think I think by the time I was like 10 or whatever, I was just like, this doesn't make sense. Like, you got super poor people, you got all the, like, just, and no matter how they indoctrinate us, right, and push on us, like, you just got to accept reality. You got to be I think there's a side of me that's like, aha, this is it. This is the thing. This is what they've always been hiding. This is what they don't want us to go back to. That's why when the earlier person was asked me the collective question, yeah, you remember communism, right? Remember how nuts the elite went at the Soviet Union, and look how hard they go at China, because it keeps that communist collective veneer, and that's what keeps them awake at night. Plus the idea that you guys especially, and then because you do it, there's spillover to guys like me who go, yeah, I wouldn't mind that either. That's what keeps these guys awake at night, and that's it. That control of all this money, concentration of the wealth.
agreed. And hey, Mama Chief, how are you doing tonight?
Great continuation, Dulcie. Great continuation, Travis, and to
Yeah.
all that's on the panel and in the chat. How y'all doing?
I'm doing good.
Doing good.
Good, Travis. One thing I just want to say, Travis, I appreciate the fact that you doing your research. I research as well, and I go back to 1400 in my records.
That's amazing.
And I just wanted to know, how do you know when your family came here?
Yeah,
Because
I mean,
go ahead.
well, not to, yeah. So all, and I'm not going to speak for, everybody of European descent, but yeah, I mean, so the earliest we can get back is actually Saxony, Germany, but all we get is arriving in America like in 1750, and it's like you can't get like, okay, so what church rolls were they on? Like, where did this guy come from? It's like, I think he was just a German Hessian, which makes me laugh because it might have been pretty swarthy. So there's basically the red coat type.
Okay.
Yeah. Makes me laugh. I'm like, but who knows? That's the whole thing. I'm like, that's all we have to go. But then there's like a plaque of the guy, like in North Carolina. So there's like these things that make it like real, but it only goes back to arrival in America, and they just say he's from here, and then and that's it. On the people that come over after the Civil War, that's more tracked back actually on the Scottish side in the clans. And then on the Italian side, just to sort of like a family that was like I guess would be like just an old family. Like there's a lot of extended family. They were the Tagliabues. So if anybody follows the NFL, Tagliabue was an old NFL commissioner, but not part of the family. But the point is like, that's it. That's it. I mean, I don't know.
But let me ask you this, Travis. Yeah. Mm-hmm. When you said, the Europeans, you do know that there were I call everybody copper color, but the brown, right? Everybody was brown. The Russians, the Germans, the Europeans. Right. So when you say European, see, this is the whole concept.
That's
people say when they say European, they just automatically go white people.
That's the hijack.
And that's so.
Okay, yeah, no, I mean, right on.
So we must.
Why am I called Caucasian then? Maybe that's CC.
That's Bloomberg. That's Bloomberg, right? That's a whole. That don't even fit either.
Yeah,
we know that, right?
Yeah, what's with the Khazars? I know. I right to your point. It's like, so do they create? I mean, are we like created then, or is it just
no? I've done my research, and my research shows that there was a lot of bleaching. It was a lot of different things happening. Okay, And I ain't gonna go into that right now. But my point is that, like I said, I go back to 1400s. Powhatan is my 17th great grandpa.
That's amazing.
Okay. Tecumseh is a second cousin of mine, the one that died in Washington. So y'all mentioned a lot of my relatives, and like I said, I do deep vetting, and I vet on the records that I got because I've been doing my genealogy for 36 years. So I got records back a long time. So I vet records. You understand?
We should do an interview. I want to get.
I would love to. I would love to talk with you and see. You know what? Yeah. Absolutely.
The Virginia situation. Like as I've delved into it, you know, one of the guys that assassinated. So there's a night. I think we should make it some type of remembrance because there's an assassination night at 1623, and two of the names I can't remember both, but one is Madison, who's an assassin. I guarantee you that's an ancestor of. Who else could it be?
And you know, the Manhattan Project. You know about the Manhattan Project, right?
Yes.
That particular land was 4,000 acres of land that belonged to my grandfather, Collins Roberts. They took it from him. They took it from him.
At what point? At what era?
What was it? 1940, 1930s, 1940 when they did the Manhattan Project. It was 4,000 acres of.
We need this for the government, and they did the eminent domain.
Yes, absolutely. And they made them all just leave. They had to just leave.
I mean, it's there's so much here. Wow. See.
Okay. What about this one though? What about this one? 1865, the Freedmen's Bureau and Congress created all of this.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Well, how about the largest asylum where they in Georgia?
Yeah,
Millersville. That was the largest in the world where they contained my people.
College.
Yeah, they contained the people.
Yeah.
Forces of people.
Right. If you weren't sure, that was the way to get the money, the property. That's why I was saying the rule was they went to a judge and the judge approved the committal, and then they became executors of your estate. So
exactly.
How do all these ex-slaves have? It's like, right.
I mean, this is how the Freedmen's Bureau, the banking, Congress, all of them created GLOW, land management. This is how they confiscated all the land because they locked up people for lunacy, and they turned them into Christians. And they had a lady say, "Yes, I hear Jesus talking to me," and they locked people up because they turned them into these mental patients.
Right. So that's. I mean,
I just wanted to share with you. I appreciate y'all.
Oh, thank you. It's real stuff, you know. And Reconstruction was like it was in mass. It was what they'd been doing forever, just all at once.
Well, you know, they had two mental institutes, though, right? They had the one in Virginia, and then they had the one in Georgia.
Right.
And they was containing them. And so while they was containing the people in here, they up there in the northeast, they up there doing World's Fair, containing them up there.
Oh, so strange, right? Right. I never thought of the World's Fair as contained.
Yeah, listen, I be vetting a lot, and I do a lot of vetting on my records because I take records and put them in, I vet my records. So, yes. Thank you for having me up, Sharice.
And wait, before you go, do you mind me putting your email in the back for her?
No, absolutely do that.
And
you got it? You got it?
Yes, I'm about to put it in the private chat for you now.
Thank you so much. And I appreciate y'all letting me out.
Thank you.
Yeah, Travis, holler at me.
Okay, we'll do that.
Okay.
That would be fun.
Yeah. Tear down some walls.
Yes, and that's why I invited you, because I think it's a lot of us that are going through. And when I saw you on the Autonomous Party, they were kind of going over the Freedmen Bureau and how it went down. And I found a fifth great grandmother that was in the Freedmen Bureau, and that's kind of where it stops of like all her ancestry and her history, basically at the Freedmen Bureau. I was able to find, like, it says a breach is the reason why that she's or complaint she has, but it doesn't say what the breach was for or
What
even
the
the
breach was
date
for.
of
So,
the case was.
well, so the two of you make actually tie together again. They create that Freedmen's Bank and the Bureau to go gather the information on you. When you were
Surveillance.
the
It's called
Confederacy,
surveillance.
when you were
It's,
the Confederacy, they
yeah,
didn't have access. I'm telling you, you have to realize you were the South and the North were not like the same systems at all. Immigration
that's
was
right.
super limited. They didn't
Hmm.
know. And now they're forcing you to share it. And they put it in a bank that's the one bank that's not backed by Congress. They abscond with all the titles. And then they go
Hmm.
round up your grandparents and put them in asylums because now they know they're the ones that own it. They know if they chop off the head, the priests, the ancients, the elite, right? Instead of killing them now, they're putting them in asylums. Either way, you're disorienting the kid. What are the kids going to do?
Everything goes to the state. Everything goes to the state at that
Right.
point.
So boom. Now they're just going to be sharecroppers, and now we're next thing you know we're into the 1880s and the system that we're all familiar with, right? It's like
Hmm.
that, boom, and that's the reconstruction. That's what's really going on, man. After they freed you, I mean, you couldn't make this up. Like
After they
the
freed, how they freed you when they just put you in all kind of captivity.
right. It's the cynicism of these guys. Again, that's why I call it the forked tongue, right? They speak and they're using double meanings all the time. It's that bad.
And we kind of touched on it before as well, but I do have to investigate. I know there's some letters actually in Stephen F. Austin University and different things that I have to go about finding. But I saw some connection when it comes to like the lotteries in Georgia and these Negro slaves, as they would call them, but they call them Negroes, and they're
Right.
being displaced from the land. But I see, as far as for my family, it's like one of the few families that they kept on that land to work.
Can I
Oh,
share this
I
right
want.
quick?
Yes. Yeah. I'll hold that thought though. Go.
No, it's a thought. Go ahead with your thought, honey. Go
Because
ahead.
you're described as squatters. So I'm reading these books and they'll talk about the Negroes squatting
Mhm.
on the land who are allowed to squat there for like 20 years until they're finally ready to like turn it into a county or a state or whatever. And I'm like, the Negroes, huh? Those are the Indians who either didn't convert or didn't go tribe up somewhere else and they're left in that gray no man's land. That's the Negro. That's it. It's actually a category saying this guy doesn't really have any protection. He's not on either team. He's in the middle.
But this is after a reclassification because he wasn't a Negro until he
Yeah.
had been reclassified.
Right. Exactly. Or displaced. So it's like if you're
Yeah,
displaced
yeah.
and
Then
you're
they
not
can put
playing
any
ball,
kind of title. Yeah.
yeah, because that way they can go
Mhm.
after you. As soon as they still calling you an Indian, like the rule. It's interesting. The law is so intriguing the way it would change, but they definitely didn't want to call you an Indian because that created some type of different obligations or whatever. So it's like that guy's a Negro. Now we can, you know, enslave him or whatever. Just you see what I'm saying? It's like they either need to go to a tribe and keep moving west and join up, or they need to Christianize. If they're going to hang out here, we're going to call them a Negro and we're not going to protect them.
Mhm.
You know what I
Mhm.
mean? Yeah,
Yes.
that's what I'm trying to say. I think that's what
Mhm.
the
Yeah. I
Negro
see
is a
that.
lot of in the 1800s, especially.
I just wanted to share this though. The design began with paper, y'all, not medicine with these lunatic hospitals. The lunatic,
Learn from
insane,
Stonewall.
idiot, and epileptic labels was legal categories, not medical ones. They were created,
Yep.
strip people of legal
Oh man.
personhood, remove them from their land,
Mhm.
transfer that land to the state or private interests,
That's right.
rewrite their identity on paper.
That's
This
right.
is why so many indigenous families suddenly appear in records as insane,
Yep.
idiots, colored,
Idiot.
insane,
Indian
ward
Sahara.
of the state, or dependent. These labels was tools of dispossession,
Yeah.
not diagnosis. The
Yeah.
system targeted landholders first.
Mhm.
The patterns
Business
is
owners.
consistent across Georgia, Virginia, the Carolinas,
Yep.
Tennessee, and Texas
After the war.
after the war.
After the war. Yep.
If an indigenous family held land, they were targeted. Officials use lunacy, commissions, vagrancy laws, moral defect,
Vagrant.
acquisition, or incompetence. Once labeled incompetent, the state could seize your land, appoint a white guardian, sell the land for the care, and institutionalize the person. This is why so many indigenous landholders disappeared from the census and reappeared on a solemn register.
Right. And the system you're describing begins in the North in the 1700s. So they were displacing these Yankees, right? I guarantee you there's a ton of converted, right, who think they're going to get all the protection. And then they start using this asylum law, right? And that's how they start, right? You saying that's the beginning of white Europeans becoming landowners. They're basically getting this property given to them because they know they're going to be players in the system. They're going to go with this system. And this
But
is,
look, but look, while you right there, see, 1898, 1900.
Oh,
when you do your research, you'll see this is when the pale skin, as you will, start coming here. Because 1790 is free white persons. Those are my people.
Yeah.
You got records. Those are my people, the free white persons of 1790.
Right.
Those are my families.
Yeah, because you're converted, right?
So the free white person was already here, and they was us.
Right.
They was not of what they say they are. And so this is how the story has been muttered. But that's why I vet against my records, and that's why I can say what I say.
Right.
Because I know that lies has been told around 1790 free white persons.
Right.
And I have a question, and this may be I'm just wondering if you come across it, because it seems like you do dig into the families and genealogy work. Do you see any of these royal families and bloodlines being connected to American people in any way?
Who, me? I got them connected to over England too.
Yeah, like the Stewart family, and
I got royals in my family. All the way through, on this side and that side.
Yeah. So, I mean, to me, like, just the system was the Europeans they sent over were typically, I'm talking about the leaders, were what you call cadet bloodlines, right? That's what makes, just a sidebar, Lord Fairfax is the guy that George Washington was trained by. Lord Fairfax was the only like full elite bloodline that actually came to America and like stayed any length of time. All the rest of them are what you call cadet. And one of their business jobs is to intermarry with an indigenous woman and begin the conversion process. Okay. So it's literally like baked into their system, to their playbook, part of providing business value and growing the trust value, right, is getting a hold of that land. And that is required the intermarriage. And then, of course, we have what we were just talking about, right? The hostaging situation. What are they doing with the elite children? Taking them back there a lot of times. And yeah, I'm sure they're going to intermarry some of them over on that side of the ocean. And then, all that's going on like from the very, very beginning. It's literally part of the playbook was intermarriage.
It sounds like Killers of the Flower Moon. But
yeah.
George Washington was a dope fiend. Yes, there's a lot about Washington. I would love to hear what you think about Washington, because the little bit I've read on focusing on his relationships was, he would dress in, I quote, Indian accoutrements. He could speak the language. He would go to the matriarchs and provide gifts to apologize for not requesting access to their territory. So this is a guy that goes out into the woods with like one or two Indian guides all the way out to Pennsylvania. We're talking 1,200 miles. How does any of that make sense unless he is part of something really special, highly trained, like a special operator? He's described as tawny, copper colored.
That's what I was finna say. Which one were you talking about? I was wondering.
Yeah. So it's like, who is this guy? He's backed by Lord Fairfax. Sally Fairfax, who Lord Fairfax married, was known as a swarthy woman. He married her because she's indigenous. She is actually George Washington's tutor. So what type of person you think they're going to have training one of their guys, one of their elite guys that they're trying to use for all this. They're going to have an indigenous matriarch teach them. And then you know what they do to her when they launch Washington's career? They send her to London. She spends 50 years there. They never let her come back. They never let her have any contact with why. There's a whole big thing. And she dies in an area called Bath. And Bath is an area outside of London where they
Well,
put
you know
all
what Bath is, right?
that's where the women, the powerful mixed women bloodlines go. There's like just universe to train them and all that.
Wait
Right?
a minute, wait 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 a minute. You talking about Bath, the one that that they made for the Caucasian, for the pale skins to bathe in? Or you talking about that Bath? Or you talking about
no. I'm talking about there's a town like called Bath, England, where they have like these universities where they're the known kind of institutions where they would bring the hostage elite, whether we're talking North American Indian elite hostages or they were hostaging people over in China. I mean, we know what's going on, right? This is like so.
But now you research now, but you know what I'm talking about, though. Make it clear, because you're talking about Bath, and that bath was created for people to take a bath in. I'm talking about it's two different ones, right?
Oh,
no, yeah. Anybody in the chat? Come on, y'all. Come on, don't play. Y'all, come on.
That's a cool question,
Ben. The Bath, when they had the Moors created the place in Europe for them to bathe.
Okay. I don't know if that was in Bath. I do know.
Don't nobody know what I'm talking about.
Yes, because if you read The Golden Age of the Moor by Ivan van Sertima, he goes into that as far as them creating. I don't know if that's in Bath, England.
Let me go ahead.
It wouldn't surprise me. Maybe there's some tie-in. I see what you're saying.
And that's the Iberian ties, Travis, as far as where you have these Moors and just coming in and taking portions of Europe as far as for their empire, going from Spain into Europe.
Well, this is the same ones he was told. He calls them the Iberians. It's the same ones. Yeah, I think that's the same ones he's seeing.
And Iberia is just a form of Hebrew.
It's no, not Hebrew. No, it's not.
I'm pretty sure that's what it was like. They were saying that was part of. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay, but I think that's. I'm trying to remember, but I thought it had some connotation to like they were of the Hebrews, like it was like a Spanish pronunciation of Hebrew. I don't know. That's what I've heard. So that's what I'm just saying. Like
I think they do connect them as far as it. I mean, I'd see that with all the European. Other than like Charles V that we see is really like going into the Aztec lines and seeing as far as the royal kings of the Aztec. But a lot of those Europeans as far as it, and even like the Stuart line more, you see that. And with King James tying it to being the people of the Bible and people of God. But I definitely would love to talk to you about that too, because it seems like you do go into talking about the old world and Tartania, so I would love to hear how that's intricate.
Well, I find it. I mean, there's something going on, right? Where there's this is the old world. You're going over there, setting up the different cities and civilizations, and then there must be some type of turning point where there's like a somebody revolts against it, right, or something, right? And I don't, it's. And then so maybe that is what could have happened is guys went to Europe, right, set up shop there, and then this schism happens and maybe that's
they separate.
How did they know how to work your mind?
Separates from the West.
How did they know how to concoct this religion, to concoct all of this so well? Is all I'm going to say. Like, how did they? That's a great question. Like, could it be that you have, right, after all different intermixing, but you have some, right, who then basically go, you know what, we're out of here. We're coming over here. I don't know. It just seems interesting how much they knew in terms of using their religion and stuff on you, and how they quickly stole your words and turn them in. There's a lot going on. They're creating English. I feel like they're creating English just to use against you. Because it comes about with King James, that's a new version of English. They try and tell us that modern English sounds like this thing called Middle and Old English. Go look up Middle and Old English yourself. It's nothing alike. They're just trying to make us think English has been around longer than it has. I'm telling you, they just lie about so many things. I think it's another one, and they're using this is all created for you. I mean, this is how bad this goes. I mean, there's a lot of planning going on before they came over here, man. I'm telling you, this stuff is. But yeah, I see the ties. Yeah, the Moors. Yeah, the slave Moors. They kidnapped. Yeah, man, that's a great question. Who are the Bourbons, right? So, okay, so here's where I have looked in the not because I was actually pursuing this angle with the Bourbons, but it just starts to come up. Louis the 14th, guys, is the Sun King. Okay, it's a total copy of your Mississippian Natchez Sun King motif with the constellations, the 12 matriarchs, the sun. Like where did he get that from? Why are they wearing feathers in their regalia all of a sudden, guys? This is in the late is when they build Versailles, so like the early 1700s. I'm like, who's the Bourbons? It's known that half of them come out of Iberia. He's got the hair. He's described as swarthy, and all of a sudden they're doing basically Natchez Sun King rituals on in theater and dressing like American Indians. I mean, really with wigs. I mean, that's where it gets weird. But it's like, okay, why they got turkey feathers all of a sudden in Paris? That was a whole new thing. So who are the Bourbons, right? Maybe is what we're talking about. By the way, the Bourbons, just to show you how this stuff works, they're out of power. And they're out of power during the American Civil War. Did you know one of the first major battles of that war, two of the Bourbon kings in waiting or princes in waiting are commissioned as generals by Abraham Lincoln, and they're like on the ground in the first battle. And you can go find old newspaper clippings. So if you want to figure out who the Union was and where they're getting their money from, well, I guarantee you the Bourbons were invested in that Civil War because they were there checking on things the way owners do. You do a little inspection, right? Make sure you're spending my money correctly. So yeah, I definitely think there's intermingling. I guess the question is like, when did it maybe first start? Like, is this ancient or is this like began in the 1400s? But yeah, I can definitely see chiefs or leaders from here going over there and then coming back, and
Well,
whether that happened. Yeah, go ahead.
Travis, could I you say ancient? Do anybody believe in ancient, or do we just use it? You know what I'm saying? I don't, how's somebody going to come after you and tell you your story?
Yeah. Well, that's what they do though, right? So,
but that's what we let them do. But I don't.
Not just us here. It's even in Europe. Like the whole thing's been like people don't know they're pagan. Like that's all gets They're always burning archives and stealing whoever they conquer. Right? They burn or steal.
Yeah,
or they hijack the records.
Yeah.
That's why we have all the courthouse fires in America. And whose records were they burning, guys? Why would they burn Europeans that they've imported? Why would they burn those records?
Right.
So whose records are they burning in all the courthouse fires nationwide, county by county in the 1800s, if not your records?
Take it up. Yeah. Take it over.
There you go.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Hey, how's it going tonight, guys? Bang, bang.
Great continuation.
Absolutely.
What's up?
Absolutely. I did have one question for the speaker as well, too. I did want to know your thoughts on the North African slave trade and the European slave trade itself.
You mean like at what time period though? Like in American history, or like what do you kind of just frame it for
during the time of the Europeans are bringing over the indentured servants to America, they're also being enslaved. I guess you would say the pale skinned ones in North Africa as well.
Okay, so so I'm glad you're bringing that up. So the century I like to focus on with that is where it gets hot and heavy is the 1800s. That's when the same guys that are financing your displacement are financing the Russians who are displacing a gazillion light-skinned Europeans for about an 80-year war. And that's to be and basically a lot of them get pushed all the way out of the Caucasus region, all the way around the Black Sea. They get pushed in this. They basically get pushed into the Ottoman Empire, which is today Syria, Egypt. Right? They're now enslaved there. All right. And here's a great thing, right? To take it to the next point. Then for the surplus of them, there's so many that they can't enslave. They can't. So guess what they do? They put them on ships. They're purchased by colonial corporations who are now colonizing Texas. They're colonizing New Mexico, whatever, all that kind of outside the South states that they're creating, all the free states they're creating at that time period. It's big corporations financed by Austrian nobles like Braunsfeld. That's why you have a new Braunsfeld. Half your towns in Texas are named after the shareholders in that colonized Texas on a new system. It's all gone 1800s, and they're bringing them into Galveston, and they're bringing them in from Syria. Okay, and they're being called Syrians, and they're being called Armenians and Georgians. It's all these white guys that are getting pummeled and kicked out of that continent by the Russians. It's an 80-year war going on, and that's what's driving them over as indentured servants. And then later on, after the Civil War, they're not even indentured. After the Civil War, guys, literally these corporate, this is how bad it is after the Civil War for everybody, okay? They're buying these guys their ticket on the boat, getting them into Galveston. And guess what? They're charging that ticket to the guy's debt to the company, so they're like, it's like, okay, and then they pay them in corporate script, and everything in town is owned by the corporation, and no other corporate towns will take the script. So you can't run away. So they're basically, they're even putting everybody like on some form of like a reservation. Like, it's really weird, especially after the Civil War. You're like, so that's actually how they built out a lot of the counties. They're flooding them in with these displaced people basically, and they are indentured. They're enslaved over there. They're also indentured and brought over, and then later after the war, they're not even indentured. They're just literally, put in debt, paid for their ticket, and then tied to a corporate town for like 2 years. After like 2 years, you were free for whatever that meant. You had no capital, you had no savings, you had no family. So that's why you have a bunch of white vagabonds and hobos. So the story of white vagabonds on the trains, right? That's them. That's the source of that. So yeah, that's where a lot of them are coming from, especially in the 1800s. The big Russian War. Rothschild's funded.
I do have a follow-up question because you did say some other things I didn't think you would say, especially taking people to Texas from what area did they come from?
Oh yeah, Syria, Egypt. And that at the time was the Ottoman Empire. So people think they're coming from Turkey. No, Turkey was ruling the Ottoman Empire, including these areas. So they were getting enslaved. The Russians were selling them into slavery. I'll give you a great example of how they destroyed and relabeled and erased these identities. These Caucasians were known to have about 180 to 200 tribes. Okay, you can read the literature of the time. And the Russians are basically pummeling their tribal leaders. It's almost like the same playbook over there was going on here. And obviously they were light-skinned, but they were still tribal and still clan-based. And it was like the same thing. They wouldn't go on to this new capitalist corporate system where the nuclear family, husband and wife, were all taxable with that small unit. They wouldn't go on to it either. So you get an 80-year violent war. And that's why these guys are over in Turkey. Now, there's one group that's kind of still famous, is the Circassians. And the Circassians were known to have like very beautiful women. And the Turkish and the villagers would sell their daughters. As soon as they turned 14, they'd sell them to the Ottoman elite, and they would be enslaved as concubines. And that was a much better life than sitting there and getting killed by the Russians on the Black Sea in the middle of a mountain, right? Because that's what was going on. And so they actually, we have Circassians they were really known as great horsemen. And so that's the source of you're like, so most of the cowboys I know are black, but like the few that are white, I'm pretty sure are these Circassians. Cause I'm like, there's not a story about like a bunch of the white Europeans like getting really good at riding horses in America. Like, where do these guys come from after the Civil War? I'm convinced it's these Circassians, which was one of the tribes. You can look it up. Like, their women were known as they were called the Circassian beauties.
Weren't they in the World's Fair as that same character as well?
Yes.
Say that again?
They were in the World's Fair as the same Circassian.
So you've seen it in the fair, yeah. So that was a real thing, right?
with the
But
afro.
yeah,
So they dressed them up like that in the World's Fair to say they were the most beautiful woman. It was a play on a play, basically,
I
but
got you.
they
I
were
got you.
only known that in the World's Fair.
Okay, okay, gotcha. So I didn't even
Not in
know
a
that
bad,
they like.
bad
I
way,
didn't know
but
they
I like
exhibited
what
them
you're
at the
saying.
World's Fair. I didn't know that. I didn't know that was. There you go.
And the men were the horsemen also in the World's Fair in America. So it's not a bad thing. It's just something to add to your knowledge there.
Yeah, yeah,
Uh,
cool. Right.
I did want to stop by Africa, North Africa. So you
Okay.
didn't even mention North Africa in this white slave trade. I'm gonna call it the white slave trade.
Yeah.
Nothing against you, but we're gonna call it the white slave trade. That's what they're calling it. Um, let's just say you didn't even stop in North Africa and drop these people off. You went straight to Texas, and Galveston is a big spot. You do
So they
know
probably
that.
dropped a ton off in Morocco and Algiers. You're, I mean, right? It makes sense. I don't know anything. I just, yeah. What I was focusing on the corporations and how they colonized, and that led me to this. That's kind of how I got into it. I didn't like try and study white slavery or the
No, not in a
Circassian.
bad way. It's just that you
Yeah.
don't even know about white
Oh yeah, no, I
slavery.
didn't know, and I still right.
Not
You're
in a
right.
not in a bad way, but it's
Right.
called North African Barbary slave trade,
Right.
and to most writers, it's called the white slave trade.
Well, the Barbary, right? And that's the pirates that they, write a treaty with right after, they finish the Constitution, right?
Let's talk about it now. Why would they sign a treaty with someone for protection or to stop paying taxes to these people?
Yeah, I saw that like they either were paying taxes or they were like taking, their mariners enslaving them and then selling them at like exorbitant prices back to them. And so the whole idea was like they're trying to. So then that's why they write a big check instead of having to constantly pay for the getting their mariners back. That's like what I've read into it so far. Uh, I don't know if that turns it into like a debt that they're paying off, but obviously it's a payoff. They're paying them. I forget. It's like it was a certain amount like every year, right? The Congress
Now,
was
so
writing a
the
check.
story goes, Doty, I know you know the story. So the story goes is that they were enslaved in North Africa prior to. So, and they were making the so-called Europeans pay a tribute to them to be able to continue with the trade.
Right.
So that's what the Barbary wars were about. Doty, could you correct me if I'm wrong?
No, that's absolutely all facts, and people negate to talk about the Portuguese really being in other places other than Africa, but they're part of that Caucasian slave trade as well as the Japanese, the and in other parts of Asia. So it's like really big at this time in that North Africa region. But
So
you're
there,
correct as far as what I've seen about the Circassians is
yeah.
those are like the high class of them. Like they were taking people in Africa and women from Africa, but it was like the paid traders, the ones that they could just chill in their house and sell the slaves out of their house, were selling the Caucasian slaves.
Okay. But you're saying the Portuguese that were extending the white slave, like sending them all the way into Asia. You're saying like
Oh
what?
no, I'm just
Oh,
saying they had other slave trades as
oh
well.
yeah, the
Wine
Portuguese
and
just rolled
eggs,
up the whole thing.
Asia.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They just
exactly. And they kind of emphasize them just being in Africa, but they're all over.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Right. Oh yeah, Macaw. Oh, right, right, right. To me, the Portuguese obviously knew the path. They just went reverse. What was already there, the worldwide network of trade and everything. I feel like it was just like a corporate takeover in some ways. Like everything was already there, and they just fought little battles to get control of it.
I got a
Now,
question.
okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay, absolutely. I'm sorry. I got a question.
Mhm.
Now, we talk about white slavery, and we've always heard them say that the indentured servants was the white people, right?
Right.
But at the same time, in 1790, we got free white persons who was not white people. Then you got in 1865, after they done had the Civil War, and they done moved all our people off the land and put them in the Southern South. They know what color they was. There was no white people. But yet, you still got 1865, you got the freedmen bureau, you got Congress, and you got free white people. Them still supposed to be elite whites, but them is not elite whites. They my people. Okay, but then,
or indentured in place.
Wait a minute,
Enslaved or indentured in place.
huh?
I was just thinking, yeah, just like enslaved in place or indentured in place.
But no, they wasn't indentured. These was the indigenous people that done been pushed off their soil and put into institutions. Right. And I'm talking about this is the same time. We're talking about the Freedmen's Bureau, which everybody think the Freedmen's means that you was free and that you was them Negro. But no, we're talking about a whole bureau. We're talking about a whole outfit of government entities, Congress and all, that's working against us on this soil. But then when they say the indentured white people that they call themselves brought over. Now, when slavery is supposed to have been over with, where in the world did all them white people go? Have y'all ever seen Peter Santoro? I admire, listen, y'all look at Peter Santoro and y'all gonna see where all of them at. They out there in them Appalachians. The hills has eyes. They put them out there. They had to put them somewhere. Y'all do your research and you're going to see what I'm saying. And I'll land right there. Oh, no, I want to shout out to Ice. Ice, man, hit me up, baby. You got all them names. Them, that's the tree. Okay? Let's get this work. We got work to do. I'm landing.
Now, I did want to go back to Galveston,
Sure,
only because you have Juneteenth on Galveston Island, right?
I didn't even think about it. That. Wasn't even why I was like, I was just reading it through. It was like it was the major port, and there was like a company called the Galveston Bay Company that was importing all these European, what we were just talking about. I didn't even come at it from the June 19th.
Now, could you just hold right there? Hold that note, sticky note that. Now we're talking about Juneteenth, which is for Black slaves, correct?
Right, June 9th, yeah.
But you're telling me right now, through your research, you only found white vagabond Europeans coming there, correct?
No. I'm just saying after the Civil War, especially these guys that they're importing in, like especially like through the Ottoman Empire, they're not coming in and like there's not like a bunch of jobs, right? So it's like it's basically they're just bodies to push out the freedmen and just that's all. So they end up, they're vagabonds, they're the hobos on the train. There's all these books where they go all the way out to California, and I mean they're just getting violent on the Indians out of it. So these are the guys they use to commit a lot of the violence.
Well, there's stories about this. It's called the Barbary Coast of San Francisco as well. The vagabonds coming out there as well.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, they were out. So I've just read. See, I haven't even read about that, but I've read that California is just inundated with all these just white, like and they're just hooligans. Like again, that's the beginning of these words come from them. It's like that was a description for them, the hooligan, the vagabond. I think even like punk and stuff. It's like
knickers.
What's that?
Knickers. Like knickers, not the GG, but the CKERS.
Okay, see, there's another. Just thought, I think it was like this mass thing. That's, of course, they don't want to, talk about it much in history, but it's like, what is this? And I think they were just like roaming the land for something. I mean,
so what it was is that, like you said, if we were already here for thousands of years, whose land were they on? They were on our land. So they were being held as a debt slave to someone.
Totally, to the corporations, right?
Then I wanted to say, too,
great point. Yes,
even though they say that June 19th is for the official end of slavery, we know that's not true. And the congressional documents point into, especially talking about the 1850s compromise, when they're really trying to acquire Texas, because they say they acquired Texas in 1848. That's just not true. The Indians were still fighting back well into 1858, because even the Seminoles were in Texas at the time. So when you see them joining the Confederacy in the Civil War in 1861, so 1865 is like really when Texas becomes a part of the United States. And that's what June 19th really represents.
When I would add to what you're saying, that the bloody Kansas and all that, that's Indian. I'm telling you, that's heavily involved. Indians saying, actually, we want the slave system because you're bringing your people in as like corporations, and you know what you're doing. So, you want to add a new state? Oh, well, we're the expert. So these Northerners under a guy named Thayer come out with this whole thing of sending white paupers that they've imported into New England, and it's like a freaking train, like they give them train tickets and they walk, and it's like they actually describe it. It's almost like the story of the Mormons. As they went west, they accumulated people. It's the same story, and they put them out there to go after what's become a slave state, and that's the fighting starts there. I mean, they don't ever call them Indians. It's always Southerners and slave owners. And I'm like, well, we just went over who was running the South. So what you're telling me is the South sent its companies out there to, they wanted that slave system. That was good for them. That's how they did business. So
Now
there's a
that
whole bunch all going on there. It's like I don't even know how to talk about it correctly, because I'm like, I think those are indigenous that are coming in out of the South. And that's why these white New Englander abolitionists are sending all these bum guys in to take up space and then do a revote and turn things
Can I ask you a
into a
question
free
now?
state.
So you're saying that European abolitionists. So if the European is the actual vagabond, how can he be an abolitionist? You see what I'm saying? If he's the actual indentured himself.
Well,
Can I say something to that? Can I say something to that?
Sure. Yeah, of course.
Because European does not mean white, and that's the misconception we just have. It's just got to clear it up. I'll land.
But I just also want to say, I think another way to look at it is they wanted to abolish your form of slavery in the South, but they had another form of slavery in mind to replace it with. You see what I'm saying?
So what form of slavery did they have in the South, according to your research? What did they enslave themselves, or did they also have vagabonds and indentures of another race?
I'm telling you this. Okay, now I don't know. Sometimes, maybe it's propagandistic writing, but what I've read about the South, what they call the antebellum South, like no vagrancy, super low divorce rate, a higher longevity rate by like 10 years in the North. Immigration was very managed. Now you gotta ask yourself, why wouldn't they flood no, not if the South is actually being run by the indigenous. They have no interest in being flooded by white Europeans. Like, you see my drift, like all the flooding of white Europeans is in the North the whole
So
time.
basically, the North is the slave states, and the South is the
Indigenous
state. Yeah, the indigenous soulful people.
Yes, I believe it. Yeah, Dixie, right? The X marks the spot, the Axis Mundi. I mean, it's right there in the flag.
So they've told the story backwards, according to your research. Slavery was the northern states, really, because that's where the vagabonds were going to.
Well, okay. You and I are just using the word slavery like we're saying it's the worst labor system. Yeah, I would say the North had a way more painful labor system than the South. If you just look at the statistics and then the system itself, once you start to realize how that it was an indigenous managed, like it doesn't hold up like the pop culture view of it, the Django Unchained version. I mean, I'm sure things like that happen maybe, but it just looks silly in terms of considering that the norm. I mean, when we know that they were grinding people through the asylums and the orphans and the poorhouses up north, they have the statistics. They have the statistics of how many orphans they had up there. The South had like 0 orphans. It didn't have all these asylums. Yeah, because it was because it was the collective indigenous system still, or I would say like 3/4 of it, a 3/4 version of it.
I would say so too, as well. Like, even if there was some that would slip through the cracks of others, for the most part, when you're seeing in the Deep South and people are looking into those records, they are seeing family ties to the plantation and the plantation owner. A lot of times they have the same last name. The land is still in their name and different things like that. So that's where the paperwork, I feel like it's questioned of, who are they writing as? Are they writing just the heads of households in the South? as slave masters and their children as slaves and their wives as slaves and different things like that.
Well, by reading on, like, it's amazing what you can find now. Guys, nowadays, guys, like, there's judicial review books of the time, and they go into details on all these court cases in the South involving slaves. I have a sense of it was such a this is going to flip things, but it was actually from a labor being a laborer perspective, it was the most protected labor category. This idea that people don't want, like as if we all want to rove around the world and get jobs somewhere else among complete strangers, like we're forced to nowadays. Wouldn't you just, when you're born into a protected status is what I was trying to, they flip it on its head. That's what I'm telling you. Like, the laws in Louisiana, each slave got 200 pounds of bacon a year. It's in the law. Who writes a law like that nowadays? It's like, who has the power to make that law happen? You see what I mean?
Right.
They even flip the 3/5 compromise and try and say, see, they're treating the slaves like they're only 3/5. No, what they're saying is those laborers in the North, they're not going to like count for any, this is at the beginning. They're not going to count for anything because they don't own any property. And in the South, they're like, dude, these guys are valuable capital. We get loans and we write annuity contracts on them. They're going to be included as part of our. And so that's actually the 3/5 compromise actually demonstrates the power of the indigenous people of the South at the time of that compromise is all I'm trying to say. But they
now
flip
wait a
it and
minute.
tell you the opposite.
Now wait a minute. I thought that 3/5 meant that they was gonna count 3 out of the 5. See that
Well,
that right there
so
is
that
something
comes out.
that racial thing. That's what that right there. What you just did.
But it
That's
comes
not.
out. Yeah, but they
That's
flip
not what
it
I
and
think it meant. And ain't
right.
nobody gonna say nothing, but I will.
Well, you got to compare it though to the North, where the labor didn't count for anything. So that's my point. Is actually counting the slave laborer as 3/5 is more than the Northern guy doesn't count for anything. You see what I'm saying? But they tell it as if, oh man, it's actually an example of the political power at the time of the Deep South. And if we're all agreeing that the Deep South was basically run by indigenous till the Civil War, then it says, what my point is, it shows the power of the indigenous as a political bloc. Still, they forced that compromise on the North. Yeah, it's like,
so what you're trying to say is they rewrote the story still, that slavery really happened in the North and the South was running shit.
Oh, for sure. And that
So
shows
there
up in the economics.
were no slavery. There wasn't any African slavery in the South at all. All they're writing is a story saying that the slaves were being held in the South because that's where our numbers were, correct?
Yeah, because right after the Freedmen's Bank and all that, they can't sit here and go, oh, those are the guys that we stole the land from. so
they
we
made
gotta
us
be like,
slaves on paper as a whole.
But what I can't understand is how is we acting like Lenny Lenape, all them tribes wasn't up there. New York. How we acting like wasn't nothing going on up there?
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is those people started connecting. Wait, let's tell a story. What he's saying also is that they interbred with those new vagabonds and people coming in because they were running their own thing up there with the Delaware Moors or the Sagamores and these other tribes, these northern Algonquin tribes.
And they become known as the Yankees because because the pure, pure. I feel like I'm talking about Harry Potter when I say that word. But the guys that don't, they're calling them the Yankees. That's they're saying you guys are joining that system.
So the whole North. So you saying the whole North just end up taking on the missionaries and stuff. They end up being the Christians. I'm just trying to get an understanding.
I am saying that, I guess. Yes, I am saying that. That's why in the Civil War, what's the phrase? Damn Yankees. Those damn Yankees. It's like an internal dispute. It's a family dispute. These guys are really going to do this to us. These half-bloods, these intermixing sellouts are really going to invade us with $17 trillion of European money and a bunch of German
Now,
Hessians.
I
Like,
do want to
Oh, I got a
interrupt
book.
on that one. Now, I don't think that Europe was actually running anything. Now, I think the black mariners were actually the black pirates actually slave raiding these different spots. Now, have you ever heard of the European slave raids that were taking place from the 1600s to the 1900s through the piracy, right?
well, I mean, to me, the slave trade on the Europeans goes back even further because the Moroccans, the Iberians would come over all into the English. There's stories on this in the 1300s, and they would go right in the English in English bayous and bays and raid So this is the reality that they just don't talk about. Like basically, this goes, it's going on for. I didn't know it was going all the way through the 1900s, but I knew.
Yeah,
I feel
there's
like
actually documentation that the England was still being slave raided up until the 1900s, as well as other white coastlines as well too. I'm just using the white word
yeah, yeah.
just because that is the status in America, so it's not a
Yeah.
racial category like I'm saying something wrong.
I wonder.
So anyway, go
No, I
ahead.
just wonder. Are we saying those are all Barbary, or would it be Barbary, but also the Iberians who are, like, is it also like in the 1800s? I guess is what I'm wondering about.
So in
That's
the
like,
1800s, you have a story of the Black Mariners. Like you had Paul Cuffey is one of the Black Mariners. Now they put this whole
so a lot of your
African story.
Commodores.
What was that?
I'm thinking is a lot of your Commodores. Like I believe, like Commodore, the Perry family, they always pop up as the big admirals. And I'm like, I've seen they're swarthy. I'm like, so that's why I was thinking out loud. A lot of what we think are like white Yankee mariners of the Revolution or something. And I'm thinking, no, that's not. I don't think so. So right.
So that's
These
where my
guys
story
are
takes a
mixed.
turn that with your story. So I'm
Yeah,
telling you, from my perspective, since the North was already in high control of the seas through
yeah,
whaling and things of this nature,
they
they're
were
the
right.
ones going over to Europe and Iberian Peninsula and these other places, as well as with the islanders from America as well too. They're great sailors,
Yeah,
seafarers as well too, and they were doing some piracy. So you
yeah,
had something called the Barbary
yeah.
concierge, which are supposed to be pirates, and then you had the Black Caesars in America, which are supposed to be pirates. So
Gotcha.
these are the people snatching up those
So I got to
people
read
over
up
there.
on the piracy system. What is
Piracy
that?
is Moors. All of them is supposed to be the Moors.
Gotcha. There you go. So who are the
Uh,
Yankee Clippers, like the whalers in early New England? Where did they get that skill? Because that's something the Basques were like dominant in, and and they're known as is that or is that an indigenous thing that they've hidden too? And it's just you see what I'm saying? Like they're the
well, if
converted
you start
indigenous.
researching whaling and the Black mariners during the time of whaling as well too, you'll see that we had our own ships running things, even selling off the coast of Europe as
It
well too, and
makes
setting
so
up
much more
posts.
sense. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, so that explains why, how quickly the supposedly white European came in and learned how to sail the New England coast and kill whales, right? No, now it
Exactly,
makes a
because you
lot
would
more
have to
sense
know
what
the
you're saying.
area.
Right, 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 right. It's like it's so again, just to stay on top about these New England because we're kind of talking about them. There's a book written by Napoleon Bonaparte's nephew. He writes it in the 1830s. He's in America. He takes land after displacement of Seminoles and Creeks in the 1830s. He takes over a big plantation in Tallahassee and he writes a book about America. And he talks about the six main New England states. And he says they sound peculiar, they act peculiar, and they always act in league. And I'm like, and I'm like, yeah, this makes more sense. It's like these are the indigenous, right? That converted. They already had all these skills, and they're like, okay, this is the new system. We'll go make money this way. Like this is how you're doing it. I think there's a lot of that in it. Like, okay, this new money
Now,
system. Okay, we'll do
now
it. We're good at
I
this.
have to interject also. Now, when you're saying converted, now you're saying that also a European would have had to have brung a religion over to
Uh,
us to convert to, correct?
no, no, no. I'm thinking when I say it in that sense, is they're converted onto this economic system. See what I mean? So that's what I'm getting at. So they're like, okay, this is how we're playing ball now. We've been master whalers forever. We used to exchange, more goods and less money. Now you're into this whole money and debt thing, and I guess this is we're going to put our talents to work in this new, more capitalist system. That's what that's
So
the
is it
main
that they're
conversion.
signing up for central banking?
I mean, when these Iberians take over England, it's only 100 years till they create the first Bank of England, and that's created by a bunch of Huguenots, and Huguenots are all descendants of all the guys kicked out of Spain. So this is the system that they're bringing on, and they're trying to get it. I don't think the New England Algonquin guy was like, "Yeah, man, that looks awesome. I love all this debt," or whatever. I don't know exactly, but he probably obviously was waved a piece of the pie, right? Like, that's how you're going to do this, right? You're going to go, hey man, this is your territory. And that's again part of the conversion. It's a different moral value. It's a different economic system. You're going away now from the, you're supposed to build wealth for the tribe or the clan and equity for them, to now you're going to pay a dividend or share of profits to some bank over in Europe.
Since we're talking about New England, can we talk about the Constitution and how they put in some writings that the Iroquois Confederacy had something to do with that?
Absolutely. I mean, I'm aware of that. I mean, and I also just think the way, just from just reading, missionary descriptions, travelers' journals, you had a way more republic. That's just the way you operated, anyways. In terms of your political organization, that's why the Europeans get confused. They think like every chief is like the chief of the whole thing. Not realize it's kind of like, it's like the mayor of a town. There's a lot of, you know what I mean? There's different levels. Like, they didn't even grasp remotely that it was like a network kind of small. It's almost like funny again. Are these the real city states, right? Instead of Greek, right? But it's like it was a networked kind of republic approach, and you had the councils, right? Like, and you had votes, and then you even had more democracy for, like, I believe, just for the non-elite. There was way more attention paid to what did the majority of the group agree to. Contrast that with the European capitalist model, where the shareholders are 1% of the whole thing, and they make all the decisions without any input that is going to be taken serious from you see what I mean? It's a whole inverse system.
So what's the title for the American president? What's his actual title?
That's a good one. I mean, chief executive, commander in chief, right? He's the sink.
Commander chief. Yeah.
He's a
commander in chief.
Yeah, they always using the words, right? It's like always kind of keeping the, keep the form but change the function. You're calling it a republic or calling it this or that, but then you compare how, like, the indigenous actually operated their political system using the same words. Totally different. It's like substance over form.
Now, there are some stories of these northern tribes selling some of the indentured servants down to the southern tribes as well, too. So once you look into the indentured servitude trade also within America, if you find something on that, that would be great. Again, it's just trying to get the right knowledge out there. Just trying to see how they were still working together in tandem.
Right. But I think that would have happened, right? Remember, I was talking earlier. If they do a conversion of a whole village, the tribal elite agree to this conversion. The dissenters either have to go tribe up, right? So they got to move somewhere, or I believe they would get punished or be in that negro category or something, where they're at risk, and whether it's a European or another indigenous, or maybe it's a native, but someone's taking advantage of that, and they're getting put in the situation of being sold into slavery or indentured, because they're like in no man's land. I think yes, and that would make sense to the South. Again, what type of people do you want? It's people that already know the land, they know the language, the cult. Like, obviously you had variety, right? You had dialect and all that, but that's who you would want anyways, right? That's who you would import. You don't want the European villager from Czechoslovakia. What can that guy do for you, right?
And I'm just saying that because you have the Creole population in Louisiana, correct?
Right. That's
so
true.
You had to have had some type of dealings with these people, and they got to the South somehow, correct?
Agreed. Yeah. Well, yeah, they got there through New Orleans, right? I mean,
Well, I would have said that they came down the Mississippi since they're
oh,
already up north and they're already doing trade up and downstream due to
oh, you're talking.
Cahokia and the
Oh, right, right.
Mississippians.
Great point. So, what would be interesting that I don't know what kind of data to look at, but you could look at the Ohio situation, Tecumseh, and then you could track. Do you see a big uptick in so-called slaves or something in the southern states, like within a year or two of like the Treaty of Granville in 1795, or after? What I think you'd have to decide, right? Like I'm just saying, after some major displacement or something that's official and large, and the question becomes, well, what happened to the people? They were reclassified somehow. And so I think you're right. Like a lot of them, their option would have been just keep doing what I'm doing. I'm just going to move into the South and I'm going to be enslaved or an indentured servant. And I'm going to keep doing the work I do on the river docks. Only I'm going to do it further south instead of up near, modern,
But again, the South never had slaves of indigenous people. Remember, we're running the South, so the whole time they're saying that there were slaves in the South, it wouldn't have been us at all, regardless. Again, we were
well,
running the South.
well, I don't think the thing is that I think the slaves were indigenous. It's just a labor category. It's not, it does, see, they've trained it to being that slave means you're an African imported on a slave ship rather than you're just enslaved in place doing the work you've always done. And now you have a different, asset administrator who's collecting a percentage of it.
So,
That,
so let's
you
go
know,
back to the word slave. So, what is the
yeah.
root of the word slave for you? Not to get off
My
subject.
goodness.
Oh, sure.
Okay, I want to ask a question
Oh,
too.
Go ahead.
I want to go in on the Louisiana Creole, which I was talking about.
yeah,
I
yeah.
want to add a little something to that if I could. The Louisiana Creole of color, French speaking of Catholic migrating into Texas during the early 20th century. You talking about around that time or something before?
For the Creoles, I was
Yeah.
just thinking more of like I feel like I'm not an expert on the Creoles. My focus has been just on what happened with the French and the Natchez and the displacement. And then I've always just tried to figure out, okay, so if so they how they'll say in the history book, then they went extinct, the tribe went extinct. I'm like, right, I got it, the tribe went extinct. Okay, what are the people called now? That's what I'm trying to figure out. So were some of those, did they intermix and then they're labeled Creoles and others are indentured servants, others are slaves, and then others.
These are Dutch Germans.
Yeah, so you got, okay.
Yeah. So they traveled by road and rail in small coastal vessels, but no historical record shows specific Creole Dutch boats. Because I asked for a boat, right? So where does it, so it says Creole of color, Louisiana, French speaking Catholic, mixed African, French, Spanish, and indigenous ancestry, migrated heavily into Southeast Texas, Houston, Beaumont,
Houston, yes, that's true.
Port Arthur, and Galveston. Dutch, German, Low Country settlers, sometimes mislabeled as Dutch, like Philadelphia Dutch, who were actually Germans. Some intermarried with Creole communities in Louisiana and Texas. Their surnames and records sometimes got folded into Creole identity categories. And this overlaps creates a mythic Creole Dutch identity, a hybrid produced by migration, census, reclassification, and community blending. And I wanted to ask, what about the Huguenots? What y'all think? Because I in my family too. I have Huguenots in my tree.
Well, I was just gonna say, you're saying the Dutch, and everybody's picturing like a white guy, but
All right.
if he's a Huguenot, he's swarthy. He's an Iberian who went.
Absolutely.
That's where they took over Antwerp, like in the 1500s. So
absolutely.
Yeah, that's right. And so they're bringing their capital into the South, and they're helping finance these modern plantations, a more modern way of doing things. But that doesn't mean that they're whipping. There's no way that's what's happening. The middle managers, the operators are the indigenous. You can put whoever you want as the guy collecting 10% of it, and and sending it across the ocean, whatever they're doing.
Right.
But it all makes a lot more sense if these Dutch guys are part of that same Iberian hive and that group, that people that are now called Protestants, a lot of them, right? They're bringing their capital in, and now I told you the South had very high, strict immigration rules, so they only basically the South only let rich people in with capital that were going to help grow the economy. That's bottom line of how the South operated. That's it.
This right here, Travis, clues right in on what you just said. It says that the major migration of Creole or color from Louisiana to Texas, they moved for work in oil fields, farms, and growing cities. They preserved Black Catholic and Creole traditions.
Oh man,
in
the Black
Texas
Catholic,
churches and community. They're very popular down there in the Creole.
But you got to remember with Louisiana that the French and the Spanish had it for such a long time that you would have had a lot of Catholic Iberians under the protection of King Ferdinand and Isabella lodged in there, and they're intermarrying too. So you have Huguenots. So it's kind of funny. You got two groups that actually hated each other, supposedly in Iberia, both showing up in Louisiana, becoming a part of this thing. One's Protestant, one's Catholic. Yeah. Yeah. So
it says they form communities like the French town in Houston.
Oh, Houston. That's why Houston is Creole. Houston's very Creole, right?
What about AMS? What's AMS?
The Mardi Gras is big there. I always look at Mardi Gras wherever it's big. I'm like, oh, that's that's that culture. It's like all the mixing that went on in that Louisiana territory, man. It's like, I mean, it's indigenous, but it's like indigenous with a little bit of that Iberia, with a little bit of the European mixed in. But it's like 90%. You guys are already doing that. It's like,
y'all listen. It says when the Creoles arrived in Texas, the officials and locals struggled to categorize them.
Yeah, yeah.
What?
They're supposed to be white. They're from Europe, but they're white.
Because they say Black. They had a question mark Black, a question mark white, question mark mixed, question mark Creole. They didn't know what to call the people.
Right. So that might be a lot of them might have been labeled the free people of color. It might throw you off a little bit, but a lot of the free people of color, what you might think of as independent entrepreneurs, like they had a bucket of capital, and they weren't going to become slaves, right? And then there was just sort of like, it's just kind of an interesting thing that I think that's who these guys, some of these type of people are talking. They're coming in with money to invest, and they're not going to become like a citizen and all that. They're there just to do business. I think that's a lot of your free people color.
I yield, absolutely. I just wanted to add that in there, absolutely, because you brought it up.
Yeah, no, it's a neat connection.
No, it's a circle conversation. So that was good that you brought that up, because I'm learning as well.
Yes.
Well, yeah, and
Smoke joined us tonight. Peace, Smoke. You have a question?
I love it.
Great continuation, Smoke Signal.
I'm gonna have to get me a smoke soon. This is good stuff.
Salute.
My mind's going so much.
Hey man, shout out to the channel, to the panel, and to the chat.
Not everyone worked on a farm. That's right.
Power to the motherfucking people. No justice, no peace. Mr. Man in question. What's your name again? Travis. Yeah, Travis.
Yeah.
What led you down this particular path to this subject matter, this peculiar information that you up here?
I'll answer that a little bit. I can give it real quick though if you want. It's really I just started kind of looking at it, the big money and the corporation aspect of what went on, and then that led me. I guess what happened is I kept turning up the same kind of pattern, which is the Indians, so to speak, were already doing it, and then basically it got stolen or copied, or they moved you and like it just keeps going. You're like, okay, so this is basically the story. What the real story is it's the unraveling or pushing back an existing system and replacing it with another one. And it's like step by step, county by county, you know what I mean? Marching slowly westward, cajoling, sometimes killing, sometimes offering, I'm sure, great wealth or whatever, all those type of things, right? Um, and then all of a sudden to me, it's just like, so basically, if I'm going to really get into American history, this is actually the history. It's just telling this story. It's like telling it from the real perspective, or the more accurate one, like what really went down. It's not a bunch of freedom of religious stuff. It's not a bunch of, people like now we're realizing they're not even bringing over that many white people for a while. No, now we're realizing there wasn't even a bunch of Africans. So so you have to almost like go point by point and unravel the mystery. But for sure, we already know the answer to the mystery. Now what we're doing is basically putting all the receipts together, right, and stringing it all together and painting the picture.
Hey Travis. Hey Travis.
Yeah.
I hope you hit me up, because me and you gonna have some fun, because I got something for you.
Okay.
I got something for you.
I can handle it.
I can't wait. I really can't wait for this. This is gonna be fun.
So yeah, I mean, that's it, man. I mean, I just feel at some point it's like, so this is really it. This is what went down. And I'll say this, there's actually a lot of honesty about all of this until after the Civil War. And again, that just throws support for what I'm saying about I think most of us think about this war this was an indigenous confederacy, and this was the last great mass like conversion, forced displacement, forcing this group of recalcitrant, rebels who won't get with the program, right? Forcing it on. That's kind of how I see that.
So you are aware that there was an era following what is known as the Civil War. You familiar with that era?
Oh, the Reconstruction era?
Right.
Oh yeah, man, I have a lot of fun with that one. That's a nasty era.
You quick on your feet, I see. Are you also aware that during this Reconstruction period, that also a lot of the history concerning the indigenous people, the arrivals, settlers, or whatever you want to call them,
right?
Them were also, that history was also reconstructed.
Oh man, yeah, absolutely. That's why everything is like, you can't like after that point is when the real revision happen. And of course it happens because, as we all know, the victors write the history. Well, who won the Civil War? So they're going to write the history right at the time that they force this kindergarten thing on everybody. They begin to, they know exactly what they're doing on cue, man. They're like, we're bringing in a bunch of people from Europe who don't know anything about what happened, and we're going to force them through this school, and they're going to pop out, believe all this crap, and we're going to set this up with a bunch of loyal, automatons. And that's kind of what happened. I mean, it's like those are the same guys that all volunteered to get shot up in World War I. I mean, that's the programming was real, and that, yeah. So while they were reconstructing
your honest opinion,
yeah,
right? Because I see a difficulty in changing the historical narrative in somebody's face, right? Like, if I knew that I was something, or I knew that something happened, right, at the time that it happened, it'd be hard to convince me that didn't actually happen, correct?
Well, my man, that's why you have the rise of the asylums, right? So that's what all the mission schools, where we know, the abuse, the debt, they're continuing that hostaging system I've described after Reconstruction. Only now they're calling them these mission schools, right? With the same process I described all the way back in 1620. They separated the young from their parents. They put them in an isolated situation. They're living with these guardian godparents who are these Protestant. Now you're really having white people come in, and as white Protestant ministers who are guardians for 100 different Negro kids, right? Indians. They're not going to use that word. We're not going to call them Indian after the Civil War. That's like the official policy. You can see like they're all getting together and they're
Hey Travis,
rolling out this plan.
can you slow up for 1 minute for me? Because you said 1620.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, and where we at? What territory we at in
Oh, we're
England
talking
somewhere?
about your home turf. I mean, so William and
You're talking
Mary.
about what? My home turf?
Yeah, the Palatines, right? So they're
Oh, wait a minute now.
taking,
I'm looking at. Wait a minute. The reason I'm asking you, bro, because I'm looking at my records and I'm looking at a 1545,
well, I mean, I don't know if they
and
were
my
already.
folks was intact. Okay, I'm looking at.
So
I'm looking
intact.
at.
You're still intact. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I'm
So
looking at. I'm looking at all the way to 1420. Well, this one is a 1590 right here. And that's my 14th great grandmother, Cleopatra Shoney Powhatan, Indian. And they was intact. So I'm trying to figure out my people. I don't see this kind of stuff that's going on that this lying history done gave me. And that's why I say, me and you gonna have some fun.
yeah, yeah. I mean, and that's the 1600s.
Dulcie, you didn't put my email back there, baby. Please do.
Okay. Okay. I'll get
No,
it out.
I asked Dorsey to put my email back there for me. Because I don't know how to do it.
We'll get it done.
Okay, no doubt.
Well, I want to do like I have an idea in my head of interviewing people and like just pulling information.
Well, I don't do interviews.
Not interviews, but just like so I can like okay, so here's like filling in like super detailed stuff to like the system, like okay, so this is how it went down here, and this is how they dealt with it and stuff, and I think that's the next thing, so people just see like it wasn't like people were like, oh, I don't care, I'm just gonna convert. It was like, no, there was all this death. They would burn the cornfields. They're coming at you like every which way but loose. They're Protestants, they're Catholics, they're this, they're that. They're like working the Native Americans too. They're turning their own.
So that's why I have a
the
question
whole
there
thing's
with the
going on.
religion. I have a question with your religion.
I stand down. I hear you.
So with the religion story, I gotta say, like, what type of living did they have over there to actually create their own religion overseas during those times? Like, let's think about famines and things in England. How many people do you think lived on that island of the United Kingdom during the time of the 1600s?
That's a good question. The number I have in my head, is like 8 million, all three or something.
Absolutely not, sir.
Okay.
Absolutely not.
Okay. Yeah, what is
No,
it?
I mean not in a bad way, but you're thinking about the 1600s on the island of United Kingdom.
Right.
Now, mind you, they were getting vagabonds and I guess you would say prisoners and prostitutes and con artists from this so-called island at the same time, right?
Well, they were always displacing everybody. That's what I was saying about the acts of enclosure. So these Puritans begin to attack the communal system that they had over there, and they would write these literally called articles of like displacement or whatever, and that's how they're creating all these vagabonds there. A lot of them end up going, that's the stories of them working in the mine, right? They're dying early deaths. And then the ones they don't use there, they're, a lot of those are some of the ones get. So when I read about the Virginia company, it'll talk about like, they call it the seasoning. Cause it was like these guys they were bringing over were already, just barely, they weren't like super healthy people. And it was like, even after arrival, half of them would die within a year. These guys were so messed up. Like Europeans had a horrible water system that they were all alcoholic, drinking beer since like the 1300s. These guys were afraid to drink the water of Virginia. They would die of dehydration. This is what's going on all through the 1600s, why they're still keeping like a little fort in Jamestown, which I've read up was basically about 4 square acres. That's what it was for like the longest time. And they're starting to like buy little plantations, but most of the guys they're creating these gigantic, massive, just broke ass paupers because they've destroyed their communal farming Same thing they end up doing over here eventually when they can, and that's the source of a lot of the so-called Europeans that they do send over.
I'm gonna
And I think the
I'm
rest of
throw
them are
another
going.
question out there if you don't mind. That was a
Sure.
good answer. I
Yeah.
got another question for you. Now, I guess I would say Great Britain and Scotland in a civil war most of
Oh
the
man.
time?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, guys, you got to realize. So that's basically. So here's my take on it. That war actually begins in the 1500s with the Tudors. The Tudors are the first sort of royals installed by these Iberian Puritans, and so it really begins around that. They call that thing the War of the Roses. That's covering up. It's a war between the old system and the new system. That's what it is, and all the way through Cromwell, Protestant versus Catholic, going after the Stuarts were maintaining a lot of the old system, even though they were King James had to compromise a lot because at that point these Puritans have taken over Parliament. They have collateralized all the land. They created the first Bank of England right around his time. All this is like going on,
Now
and
stop right there.
yeah.
Now, with the numbers that we could say that they had on the United Kingdom, you
Mhm.
say 8 million. They tell us it's about 4, but I'm pretty sure it's not 4 million people living on the United Kingdom because you need a food source, you need water running to
Yeah.
have 4 million to 8 million people living on that little tiny island, about the size of New York, right?
Well, I no, I mean England, like because I'm talking like Great Britain. Like I know in the Civil War, the English the number they'll admit to is at least like 1 million. So there had to be like there's no way they kill. Oh well, they might, but I'm talking England, Ireland, and Scotland. I mean
But
that's big enough.
wasn't Ireland also at war with Great Britain also?
Yeah, because who are the Irish? They're the Celts. So I believe like they're all connect. They're all part of
So
the indigenous.
Great Britain is fighting people within its own landmass
Yeah.
and can't beat those people, but they can come take
But
over the
Great
United
Britain is
States.
bigger than New York as well.
Oh
It's
yeah,
It
yeah.
is.
Great Britain
Oh
is
yeah, yeah, for sure. Well, you got to
No one ever
remember,
took over
so
the
the
United
same
States, though.
the same
I
guys that
mean,
are
well,
invading Great Britain and taking that over are also the ones invading America and taking over. It's the same guys. It's the same corporations using the same knights. The shareholder. They're also going in. They have a Russian company trading into Russia. They're the East India Company doing the same thing over in modern
but
India.
there's not
And
enough
I wanted to
numbers to
say
do
too,
that.
at this time we're talking about a lot of infighting. When you're talking about, weren't the Scots in war with Great Britain? Yeah, an uncle and a nephew were at war with
Well,
each
it's also the old
we were like the
civilization versus
Stewart
this new one.
family and we had the Jacobite succession. So you're
Right.
having these points where there's internal fighting of who is going to take over these particular regions but they're all the same family. They're all related. But
Right.
I think a lot of times when we talk about what's happening as far as in Europe in comparison from the elite royal families to the really poor people, the vagabonds that they would have
Right.
been sending over. A lot of
Right.
these are the same family, so they're not a conglomerate of people. And it shows even when you see the first travels coming on, they're not coming with a lot of people. They're coming with like 15, 25 people on the ship.
Yeah, because they had to send food and supplies. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, they
Now,
had-
what food were they sending from the United Kingdom
oh,
on a
this like
boat?
yeah, I know. I'm just telling you what I'm reading. Like they're filling it with supplies. Put it this way, they're taking way more out of America and exporting it there. I mean, they're exporting the sturgeon. They're export. I mean, I'm
So it
reading
would make
stuff where
sense to
they
make sure that the people that are picking up these people coming from England are coming from America first, because they have the food groups, they have the source to be able to sell that far and not stop. Now,
yeah,
where's England getting boats from to make these boats to
well,
sell all these
that's
people?
what you got to understand, though. England isn't run by Englishmen; it's run by these guys kicked out of Iberia who have tons of boats, and they're also the ones that invade North America. Yeah, you got to stop thinking in terms of nations and religions. There's these corporations. They're totally in syndicate, and they operate. All of our mob movies are basically showing us what these guys do, and that's what you got. That's it. And half these guys are from the Mediterranean. I call it the Mediterranean area. They come from that big lake They're often described as swarthy, as Turks, as foreigners, and they're the ones that are actually running England. And that's why when people keep talking about this nation and that, you're never going to get to like the actual like what's really going on thinking that way. That's how they want us to think. And the reality is you can really pinpoint, who was the shareholders in the Virginia company. It was guys like Lord Berkeley, as in Berkeley, California is named after him, as in University of Cal. You can actually get the names and know, and they've been around for like 1,000 years, and you can see that they're shareholders in all these different companies that are coming over here invading, whether they're a Quaker or a Presbyterian or a Jesuit. Okay, these guys are sharing notes and they're financing each other's voyages for the most part. They talk about the fighting amongst them, but that's actually what's really, really going on. And I'm sure that includes a lot of Moors or whatever you want to call different people. But that's the whole point, is like they're launching this. You gotta distinguish between they're launching it from this geographic region called Great Britain, but they are not a bunch of Angles and Saxons and Jutes. The guys in charge are coming from a whole nother part, and they're coming from, it's all in the old books. They're always talking about these. They'll say they're from southern Italy. That's southern Italy is like basically saying they're from like, the what we call the modern Middle East, or they're from the Caucasus. They're not, what you think of as Italian. So this has a whole deep, long history. And they even call modern London's Wall Street is called Lombard Street, after Lombardy, Italy, because the Italians took over the finances of England in the 1400s, and they renamed it a Lombard Street. This stuff is fact, so like that's, and then you combine that with the Huguenot, that's who's doing this. They bring in the light-skinned dudes after the 1800s, and especially after the Civil War. And where are they bringing them in? They're bringing them into the Southeast to, display, after all the war. They're just bodies on the ground. But that's why you got to look at it. That's why I talk about these dynastic trusts, ancient families, or corporations. And I'm telling you, the guys in charge of it, very few of them are English or like, it's
So you know
amazing.
how far
Hey,
Rome
hold
or
on,
Italy.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Peace, Derek. Derek came up as well, so we gotta
Okay.
allow Derek to ask the question.
Sure.
My apologies.
Yeah. No,
No,
I
my
just like.
question would be later
Oh,
on.
sure, man. Yeah.
No, I'm more focused on the later on history, like
Sure, man. Sure.
the end game, as far as you explained it, would be the Civil War. Okay, and
Exactly.
what you've explained, what you've been explaining is the history of this place is business, but they mask it as a history about countries.
And religion.
But this is a history about companies.
Exactly. Thank you. That's what got me into this, and it's led me.
So now,
yes, it's companies.
That leads me to understand that the indigenous of America was the largest company in the world today and yesterday.
Oh, you had companies.
May I say something to that right quick?
Oh, I'm sorry.
If they created the largest mental institution in Milledgeville, Georgia, of the whole world, what they say?
Yeah, man. Well, this just shows you there's a lot of indigenous power in Georgia. That's what it says.
That's the largest in the world, though. They said they created it. And then they created the other one in Virginia. So they got Virginia, and it wasn't a Virginia, Georgia. It was La Florida. So it went from there to there.
Oh, and it went all the way out to Ohio. I mean, the original Virginia.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. So just take out the Georgia and the Virginia. Just be the land, and they got 2 mental institutions on the land, and it's the largest in the world. Mm-hmm. Over there where y'all, you know what I'm saying. I'm landing.
Right. No, and before that, it was like, I'm sure it was, a big, elite. They take over these institutions that were your, trading houses, port management. Obviously, your elite, live probably pretty fancy like any society, but it's like, this is wild that everything's just like somehow portrayed. Like the story that's been told is just Yeah, it's really just a takeover. It's a I don't want to diminish it because there's all this violence, but it's a bit of almost like an administrative takeover and keep the population working in place. And then you're harvesting taxes, you're harvesting yield. And that's what they did everywhere else around the world too, the exact same problem. That's why I like to tell people the back history about what they did to Great Britain while they were doing it here, why they were doing the British East India Company. They had missions there. They converted their children. Matter of fact, the current prime minister of Great Britain is a very swarthy man from that whole situation. He's exactly what I'm talking about. His family became an agent of the British Empire to the fact that literally one of their descendants is prime minister right now. There you go. I mean, this is real stuff.
Now, to keep it modern day, I do want to ask about
Sure.
1865 as well. So,
Yeah.
are you saying 1865 actually freed the indentured servants or the vagabonds that were coming over and had nothing to do with the indigenous people?
No, the whole war is about indigenous people. It's about displacing the indigenous power out of the South.
Everything is about the indigenous
Yeah.
people.
That's my whole point. Like the whole story of America, just a constant unraveling of the old civilization, whatever
And I'm
category
standing
they
on
want to
my
label it for.
17th generation big shoulders. I'm
Now, I'm saying
standing
it's about
on
the
those
indentured.
shoulders. You hear me?
I'm st-
And
I'm
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 tired of
standing
the
on
lies
the
that's being
indentured servant
told.
part.
I'm tired of the lies that's being told.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
Documentation
I
again,
beats
I'm just
conversation.
asking who did it?
All the
Who
bull.
was that pertaining to?
Let me like.
what the Civil War or
No, the actual freeing, the 1865 freeing of the slaves and slash
yeah,
indentured servants. Now, that's
right.
how it's actually written when you read it. It says slave and indentured servants.
Yeah, I find
So,
that interesting. They got rid of contract labor too, because when you think about what indentured servitude is, you're setting up like a 5 or 7 year situation, uh, and they can't get rid of you. Like all this stuff is always presented to us in the worst way, but when you like look into the details, it's like anything. You had middle class, you had accountants that were indentured servants. You had very poor people getting beat up in some.
apprentices.
So it depends on like, you could be like a banker and be an indentured servant. That's actually how it worked. Like if you did not have enough capital to like provide for yourself and be a free man, you wanted to be an indentured servant. That was like employment and labor protection and all the yeah, they've flipped so much on us. Like, why were they really freeing the slaves? Because it was a great way to drive down the cost of labor for them so they could make more money off this whole situation. That's the real answer to your question. Regardless of what you want to label anybody or anything, that's what they care about. And if it would have been a bunch of white people here originally indigenous, they would have done the same damn thing to them because they're getting people onto their capitalist system to drive a whole bunch of profit to their people. You can read their corporate charters. The charters read like to be the beneficiaries to our family into perpetuity.
So,
Literally,
what was the 13th and 14th Amendment about dealing with this 1865
that
situation
was
now that we're
taking
on it?
power out of the states. You have to understand the states used to write their own citizenship laws. See, they don't tell us this stuff, and then people come up with theories of this or that. Well, you need to just go read what was the law like before they wrote that, and then you can see why they wrote it. And they wrote it because the same guys that won the war were going to now force everybody, especially your people, to become citizens. They weren't. I'm telling you, just like the Three Fish Compromise. And of course, they were going to make you come on as second class citizens because they were combining that with the Black Codes and the Ku Klux Klan for the perfect vice, literally freeing you to put you in a vice. And that's what they did. I mean, come on, 1870 to 1960, great times, right?
So,
Yeah.
what do you think about the eugenics movement during that era of Reconstruction as well, too? How do you think that played a part in the 1900s really
Oh
taking
man.
over and creating the Federal Reserve?
Yeah. I mean, that's a whole bunch. I can't get
That's
into
the
that.
vice.
I'm not like, yeah, I don't know enough on that. I got to kind of
That's
stick
the
to what my
vice he's
focus.
talking about.
Yeah.
Economically, it's an economic vice. And they
Well, I'll give
had
you
to
a good
hone in
example. Well, here, how
the
about this?
economic structure of America into
Right, the
one
economic
funnel.
structure. So I'll give you one more. I'll bring it up to date. Prohibition. You want to know what prohibition is about? It's going after your people because you know who the expert, yeah, fermenting, with American root and plants and yeah, You guys, and you use moonshine in different quality proofs as currency and credit, and you had your own cooperative banking systems. Okay. That's why they gave a damn about it. And that's why they actually wrote a law making it illegal so they could go to war on you. And then when they got it done, they made a law making it legal so that their guys from Germany could take and make all the money in that industry. I've
Hey,
done a whole
Travis.
deep dive on that. That is another war against you. They
Hey,
have a
Travis.
higher percentage of raids into the deep south in counties like Clay County, like 30 FBI raids, okay, in Clay County, which was like 70% ex-Indians, now called blacks or Negroes. They were doing more raids in like Indiana and small southern counties full of black people than they were doing in Manhattan.
Well, can I testify to my great granddaddy? Because he had his own steel. Okay, he had his own steel, and he went to prison for it.
Heck yeah!
In
right
Gwinnett, what they call Gwinnett County. And my great grandmother, she was Big Mama in Peoplestown, Atlanta. She was the bootlegger. Okay, so she did her daddy's business.
Real deal. Yes, this is real. I didn't know this until I really started digging in, and I'm like, this is amazing what is going on here. But you have to understand the economics and how you were using all this as a currency. You're giving credit to each other. This is after this. I mean, they've done everything they can to eliminate any economic independence you had. It was almost like industry, but they went after the buffalo. They went after the turkey. They decimated the sturgeon. They killed off the orange groves. They took the liquor away from you, man. It's like
they took the trees, the fruit trees out the yard.
Oh man, you guys had amazing hanging gardens. They always say the Mayans. No, you had the same damn things up here. Go to Callaway Gardens right now in Georgia. That's just an ancient indigenous garden that they hijacked and kept up. And then, you got the Masters tournament taking place on a bunch of Indian mounds. Yeah.
So let's talk about El Dorado. Do you remember the story of El Dorado?
Makes money selling golf clubs. Yeah, okay. That's the deal. That's who they are. That's what
could you talk about the story of El Dorado, that being Dahlonega, Georgia, and the mines gold being found there?
Awesome. I don't know enough about that except for I've just recently caught on to like the amount of like even gold mines and like in Georgia, and like I'm like, oh my God, this is getting good. Like, wait a second. Yeah, I mean,
well, I have uncovered 39 gold mines in Georgia.
Yeah, Mayans in Miami, and
some in South Carolina too.
Well, the first gold rush started in South Carolina.
Miami, Florida, and Miami, Ohio. It's like at some point we all got to just put our heads together.
I got the list of all the minerals that's on this land, y'all. It's a lot of minerals on this land. I saw somebody else in the chat. Well, what they want. It's a lot here.
Yes, man. There's a reason they want to tell everybody to go to Africa and look for ancient stuff there, or go to Europe and look at all the old stuff, because they don't want people to start investigating right here.
Go ahead, Travis. I'm telling you, you could.
No,
it's all part of the distraction. So nobody like ask yourself this: well, how come they're not pumping out young college archaeologists and sending them around America to really understand all of this? No, they're going to send them, here, there, and everywhere else, but right here where all the action is, man. Because
they pumping all over there and go. They pumping all over there and making, y'all. They pumping all over and making. I got the pictures.
Their most valuable asset is time. Getting each generation to waste its fucking time.
Time, yes.
Wasted on aliens. Wasted on African slaves. Yes. Wasted on whatever the hell you want to waste it on. Space, the moon.
Yes.
Don't explore water, because you guys had a water-based civilization. So we're not going to explore the water because we don't want people to think, wait, this could have been a lot easier. We wouldn't have concrete everywhere. We wouldn't have petroleum. Anything but to let millions of us focus right here in your own county. You can see it in your own counties. I know how to spot terrace mounds now that were used to manage trade like that. I see houses built on old terraces next to them. I'm figuring out entire counties in the South. They didn't have enough money in these counties to bulldoze everything. So they had to leave clumps of forest up to hide it, or put a house on top of it, or whatever the hell they're trying to do. It's all camouflage.
And this right here, Travis, all the Six Flags, all the golf courses, like you just said, all the malls, baby. I done did deep research.
World, guys.
All
Disney
the malls
World
is to draw energy. They was energy source. That's
good one. That's good. Yeah. I'm telling you, all of our theme parks, guys, I'm telling you, Disney World, I've started to research it. The value of that land, the water-based civilization, man.
Absolutely.
And then I also want to look at Busch Gardens, Tampa. What is this big garden? I got one more for you. What was really going on with Barnum and Bailey and all those animals that they're putting on trains? And where are those animals coming from, really? I mean, it gets mind blowing.
They was moving them to Africa.
They were moving
them around the world so they could try to make up something.
That's why they have reports of elephants in Florida as late as like the early 1900s. No, they didn't bring them from, we're talking herds of elephants. They were moving them out of here over there. I'm kidding. Guys, they have to have a cover story, like an industrial cover story for all of these moves. That'll make you look at a lot of things a lot different. Like, what is this covering for? What could the big dig in Boston that takes 30 years to complete really been up to? Was that really a big archaeological excavation and grabbing a bunch of relics? And you got to start thinking this way, because
all your lakes, lakes is underground communities.
All these
every lake somebody's playing fishing on. There's underground communities.
Anybody from Chattanooga, you're in the middle of a vaulted camouflage in your civilization. It's right there, even in the names. They still have your names on. It just shows the power you had up through the Civil War.
Like you said, all these cities with our last names on them, these are our last names.
Yep. Yeah.
I mean, we just got to realize that it was told in reverse. It was flipped over. People who you thought was, and then I got research that they wrote themselves in. See, they wrote themselves in when they got here, because these, like you said, they was not here. I got that research, y'all. They wrote themselves in.
Yeah, listen, I don't mean,
so,
I mean the deal. They studied you. Yeah.
Where's the money?
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's the money. So they finance it, right? Shareholder capitalism. That's why they can just keep sending people over. They created this money system, and it almost creates like unlimited resources, because you can wave money in front of some poor person and they'll get on the boat and go do bad things. I'm just
simplifying. You talking about the Federal Reserve?
No, I'm just talking about all the way back, like all these colonizing corporations. They're all shareholder-backed companies. They all have meeting notes, shareholder minutes. They have operating policies. I've found so much information just reading internal notes of the Virginia Corporation. They talk just like your modern Fortune 500 Wall Street guys talk.
That's because it was written in modern times. That's Susan M. Kingsbury's work.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like, it's not like everything we think has been invented the last 100. No. These guys were doing this stuff way back then, and that's why I think the real artifacts are at these corporations and at the churches, because they were the ones that were grabbing the records after the violence. Right? They'd come in and they're the one. And so, looking at your governments, the governments only have a little bit of stuff. It's all these non-governmental entities that have the real information, man. And that once you understand that wealth doesn't die, it transforms. They transform it. They transform land into mortgages into insurance on mortgages into a new real estate development. Then they cash out and invest in the new steam engine, and then they're financing the steamships that are bringing over the Europeans. Don't you get it? They're just moving all this funny money around at no cost to them. And you know what they base the money supply on? Not gold, people. They base it on land that they control. This whole system of the central bank is based on control of land. They collateralize the land, right? And that means you're going to give me a loan, and if I don't pay back the loan, you can have the land. Your civilization did not allow that. Land being held in community meant the stewards, the tribal council would have had to agree to some type of deal like that. We live in a world in which the guy with the most money can come in and buy whatever the hell he wants. And what I was just trying to tell you guys, that in the South, you couldn't even enter the South without going through a whole process, even if you had a bunch of money to blow. We live in a world where you have a bunch of money, you do whatever the hell you want. That's not the system that you guys had. That's so not the system the pagans had.
I did want to say something really quick, Derek. I promise. Because I saw you point out like 4 family names, and one of them was Culpepper. And Culpepper is a family name in Georgia that's associated with the land lotteries that were
There
going
you
on
go.
that I
Okay.
found
Culpeper
through
County
the
in Virginia.
genealogy. Yes.
You better believe it.
I think
Yeah, man. I mean,
it's
yeah.
most likely the same family that's going down into Georgia.
I am not joking when I say a lot of your county names are a giveaway. Go look up those families, and you'll start going, oh my God, they go back 400-600 years. They're part of the whole. Oh yeah.
Yeah,
And
my
you know
last name
what,
is
you
a
guys?
county.
I got the maps of Georgia, right? I got all of them, and I got a map with all these names on them.
Yeah, my
So,
last name is a county.
yeah, exactly. I mean, that's how you start. I mean, it's amazing what that'll reveal. And the South is full of it because they had to rename the counties after the Civil War, so they got renamed after the most recent invaders. I mean, you can really have a lot of fun with the South because the names are going to be more recent names than looking up in New England. But New England would be fun because you might find some stuff that goes back, you know, 1,000 years. I mean, you got Elizabeth. I'll just give an example. Elizabeth, New Jersey is named after the wife of a Lord Proprietor, the Carteret family. The Carteret family was based on the island of Jersey in the English Channel. Okay, they were such badasses that when when Prince Charles II was fleeing for his life, he was protected on the Isle of Jersey by the Carteret family. Carteret family has their name on Knights Templar records going back to the 1200s in Normandy. Those are the guys that were running real estate development deals in the Carolinas as late as the 1800s, even after the Revolution. All right, they kept titles to a bunch of their land. All these families are way bigger than any politician, than any congressman. 80% of the titles in the property got paid back to all of your loyalists, to your losers of the revolution got made good 80%. They had commissions on both sides of the ocean, including guys that were mixed indigenous hostages like Ticonderoga, which is Chief Brant. Okay. He goes up there to Ontario and they get 700,000 acres, all given to indigenous elite by the British after losing the war. I don't know what else to say, but that's an example of them. They are vassals of empire and they are indigenous. He might not have even been mixed. I don't even think he was mixed. He was just hostage and brought up in the British system. That doesn't mean he was mixed genetically.
Can we skip to 1887? We were actually on this subject, ironically, about the whole 1887 land. Let's just call it the Dawes Act. When they gave us 25 years, I think that's when it all started taking place of what you're saying actually in real time. That 1887. Dulce, do you remember the name of that? I totally forgot. I'm blanking out. My bad.
Yeah. Well, to me though, that's just the ninth inning. That's just the climax of the whole thing. They've been doing the same thing since the beginning. It's just that they were doing it to 3.5 million. That's the official number of freed slaves all at one time, rather than doing it by 350 Indians in a little village in Nantucket in 1650. You see the difference? So it's like, that's all it really is. The process that they were using in the 1880s, the same process has been going on since the 1620s. It's just at mass.
And it's the same process today.
It's the
same process.
General Allotment Act of 1887.
Yeah, that's
So can you speak on that?
I mean, I'm just saying that's what they always did. Like there's displacement, and then they do land allotments. And you want to know who the judges typically were in these new territories? Indigenous converts. Why? They knew the language. They would know the people. They'd be able to tell who was trying. I'm telling you, these are the typical jobs that were filled by Indians. Indian agents, missionaries, judge, anything that required managing and interacting with your culture at the tip of the spear, 0.75%, 75% chance, indigenous, mixed indigenous, second or third generation, maybe lightened a little bit, but got the DNA. They know who you are. I guarantee you that. They know who you are because they took your granddad as an orphan. And yeah.
No, you just sparked something. Okay, so
yeah, go ahead.
Frederick Douglass.
Yep.
Frederick Douglass.
Woo, I got one on him.
E.B. Du Bois. Not George Washington Carver, but the other Washington. You can go all the way till today. You know what I'm saying?
Are you
Like
asking what I
Jesse
think you're
Jackson,
asking?
Al Sharpton. No,
Yeah.
all these people are what you're saying, indigenous converts.
Yes, I can speak directly to Douglas because of my research on the Freedmen's Bureau. He gets caught up with guys who are related to the Astor family. A matter of fact, in one of Douglas's books, he writes a big blah 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 note to the guy that paid the finance the publishing of the
That's
book,
them
and
rich
that
folks,
guy
right? The
the guy
Astor.
name is, but his name, the guy's name is Garrett Smith. A real boring name. Garrett Smith is tied in heavily to the John Jacob of Storr family. All right, these guys, like their descendants. So these are the guys that are involved in the Freedmen's Bank. They're involved in helping a guy like Douglas publish stuff. They're also involved in working
Mhm.
John Brown into some stupid uprising. There's a whole history to these guys are nasty, and they worked your people, including like a Frederick Douglass, to at the Freedmen's Bank. They bring him in after all is lost, get him to commit $10,000 of supposedly his own money in those days, right? Make him the face of the fucking loss when it all goes to hell. Does that not sound familiar? Who did they trot out for the Iraq War to go address the UN? What was his name? And he was Colin Powell. Can't make this up. Frederick Douglass. I mean, I haven't detailed enough on Dubois, so I don't want to speak to it. But Frederick Douglass, I have 2 or 3 different things that show he was on the system, and he was in league with heavy elites. I mean, this Garrett Smith guy is a major dynastic wealth. He owned like 20% of New York State, or he owned the mortgages. So these guys are. I mean, the whole thing is finance, paper money. It's this whole new capitalist system. That's not what you guys are about. You guys are actually about production. Wealth was based on producing food, producing product, producing medicine, producing things. This system's based on inflating paper money work by manipulating the price of land. And the whole banking system is based on land. It's like,
Land in the South, preferably.
what's the most fertile land? So therefore, even if you're a shitty farming system, you're still going to be productive. And they have a worse farming system now than you guys had. You practice mixed agriculture, and this whole system is you clear everything and you only plant one type of crop. That's why they have horrible pest problems and they spray poison on it. You guys weren't poisoning your food to keep the pest out, because the way you were doing it, you actually were using flowers and scents and roots to do what? Keep the bugs and the pest out. It's amazing.
So,
Genius.
so
Probably because
basically,
you've
you're
been doing
saying
it
it
for
was the
thousands of
South
years.
Indians against the North Indians.
What's that?
You're saying that it was the North Indians against the
Oh,
South Indians
well, now
then
you're getting
for
to the
this
crux
last
of the
little
matter,
skirmish.
right? Yes, you're getting to the crux of the matter with the Civil War. What was it really? And I'm trying to tell you, when you read these stories, when they're like, those damn Yankees, and they talk about, you ever wonder why they give it the name civil? Isn't that a family affair? Well, if the South, we've all agreed it was a bunch of Indians, then what makes it a family affair could only be that a bunch of Indians were invading them. Or else it's not a family war. I mean, they literally tell us things. They actually tell us the truth quite often. They've just so indoctrinated us to view whatever they're telling us or whatever we're seeing with all this blockage, and then we totally miss it. We're like the guys who see the murder, and we totally point the finger at the wrong person. And the other 9 jurors are like, dude, how are you not seeing what really happened? You see what I'm saying?
Now, from 1860 through 1865, I know for sure that they said the South had its own constitution. That was way away. That was not even under the United States. They were their own country.
Well, they kind of had to do that. That was kind of the de facto thing, right? When they didn't send anybody to Congress, you're basically saying, we're going to do our own thing. Yeah. I mean, I haven't gotten into detail on like the Confederacy as an organization and stuff, so I don't want to speak to it too much. But yeah, I mean, basically, they're their own guard. And listen, they almost got France to really finance. I mean, that war was almost close to turning. If they could have got France to keep providing them the really go in on the financing, they might have actually been able to keep the territory and then do a deal with like Mexico. They had a whole great plan to just basically center themselves around Mexico in the Caribbean. It's a great trading basin. And can you imagine the North? What would the North have done if that happened, right? You would have been able to control their food supply. you got to understand why the North went batshit on this and was willing to kill. So the official number is 500,000, right? I don't know if that's true or not, but they're certainly throwing up a big number. That at least demonstrates the gravity of the situation to them. Because if you look at the South's behavior, they were just like, dude, just leave us alone. We're just done. We're done. We're not going to pay our tax. We're not sending anybody up. And we're going to keep our own military outposts, since after all, the way they paid for them was by, if the military outpost was in your state, you paid like the majority of it. So all those things like Fort Sumter was not a federal. It was not a federal fort in any stretch of the imagination. It was a state of South Carolina fort, paid for in most part by the state of South Carolina. And if you know the laws before the war, you'll see that's perfect. That's exactly how it would have been viewed. So when they tell us the story that the rebels bombarded the Northerners on Fort Sumter, do you get it? There's another inversion of what really went down. It's at every turn. At everything I look at, the official history is an inversion of what went down 99% of the time.
So during Reconstruction, is that the time you say they started rewriting these stories?
Yes, because like I said earlier, the victors write the history. And you had one group called the Radical Republicans based out of those 6 New England states of peculiar Yankees with their peculiar English accent. You ever wonder why a European migrates across the ocean? He's an Englishman and he migrates across the ocean and he starts speaking peculiar English. Why? Because he crossed the ocean? Or are we looking at indigenous people speaking English as a second language? And that's why I'm telling you, the Yankee Doodle Dandies are your people. And so, yes, the Civil War is a truly civil war. It's a war within a family. It's, yeah. You're not going to get that in the North and the South. We're going to win. But,
Yeah.
you got to follow the logic. If they're mass converting people since the 1620s, whether they liked it or not, they're forcing people onto this system for 250 years prior to that Civil War. That's a lot of time gone by.
So I would have to say that it sounds like the actual northern sect of the Algonquin tribes were actually the Black Europeans, because they would have been the ones setting in place these rules, coming in with these new vagabonds and things of such.
No, I think the tribes are indigenous, and the Black Europeans are coming in, and they're, like I said, they're part of their business model is to mix to get access to the land. I mean, there's great books. I mean, these books, they really, guys, you just got to go read books. I'm telling you, read books written before the Civil War. It's striking. Okay. It's striking. And they tell you like, okay, so, this is how we would do conversion. We'd set up orphanages. We'd go assassinate some, like they knew it. They call it assassin. They call it Mars and Minerva. Mars is the god of war. Minerva is the owl, the god of wisdom and like religion. They say we're going to combine war and religion. We're going to target the war at their saints. I mean, not your saints, at your priest, at your ancient families, and we're going to take out the people that set the architecture of the system, the people that know all the detailed technical knowledge. We're either taking them, killing them, or we're taking them back to Europe, and we're putting them in asylums, and we're grabbing the information out of them, and we're going to hostage their kids as collateral to force them to comply. Oh yeah, man, this hostage thing is real, and it explains a whole bunch, because you take people's kids and you use them as collateral, and you do this on a massive scale. It's the same thing that they did in England. They did the same stuff in Europe. This is a very common thing, and they did it over in Hindustan. It's really actually a playbook. It just applied here, to your ancestors, but it was applied to other ancestors around the world. Very, very, very similar playbook. So, anything else? I got a few minutes left because it's like 2:30 here, so I'm getting a little tired. But
no, I do have one more question for you. So, how many people from France do you think it was in America during the 1600s and the 1700s? How many people from France actually made it to America to set up all these different cities they said they set up?
I mean, they claim to set things up, but they're usually just finding the cities. But that's the thing. There weren't that. I mean, you got to remember, you're talking about sailing ships. Okay. Takes a long time to get over here. It's dangerous, risky. You got to remember they're not going to be sending over their top bloodlines in that type of situation unless it's a very unusual move. Okay. On average, 99% of these guys, right? They're kind of the guys that are disposable. How many of them are they sending over? Well, I mean, technically, I guess you could put 250 on a ship if you mash them all together, but we know they got to send supplies over. I'm reading, coming in at as low as 5 people on a ship because the rest of the ship's full of cargo. So the real question is somebody has to show me the receipt showing all the manifest, all the ship manifests of all these people, because they did keep detailed records of this stuff, of all these French people that they sent over during the time. And if they can show like hundreds of thousands, that would be amazing to me. I bet it's not even. Again, the system was to target the elite with assassinations, hostage their children. Okay. And then basically, you got to remember, they also have, at least the way this is all framed, the technological advantage, supposedly, right? Because they keep claiming you guys didn't know how to sail and have cannons. I find that hard to believe. So that's a whole nother part of the story. They don't even like. I gotta assume you guys did have all that.
I know it's hard to believe because it's a lie, Travis. I got that word.
Yeah,
I got that word. We're not gonna play them games. We wasn't primitive. We was none of that. So yeah, we got that.
It's like, right. How could you guys be like, making all these copper things and gold, like out of Michigan, since like, and you don't know how to like, or you got these big barge canoes, but you don't know how to hang up like some cotton that you know how to make and make a little sail. Like it gets stupid, right? Like it gets really dumb at some point, right? So yeah, I mean, I just don't know what the details are, like how that all worked out. But I do know that it was really a spiritual warfare and a hijacking of the mind and of the culture to get people onto the system. Because other than that, you have to show me how they sent over hundreds of thousands of French or hundreds, and all that in the 16 and 1700s. I'm telling you, they only had about 1,200 colonists in Virginia, netting all the deaths after 20 years there, according to their own Virginia company corporate books. So there you go. How are they still there after 20 or 30 years and just 1,200 Europeans? I don't care what color they are. There's only 1,200 of them.
I got a quick one.
Something else is going on is my point. And it ain't war and it's not violence.
I got a quick one. Travis,
Yeah.
I'm back. I put a link in the back because you mentioned Roger Williams, right? Did you mention Roger Williams?
Yeah. Well, not this time, but yeah, I have in other videos. Yes, I've actually researched him quite a bit. Sure.
Yeah, you mentioned Roger Williams in one of the clips that you played. Now, Roger Williams, when was that? Was that in the 1600s?
Yeah, man, that's like before the 1740s. It's like, supposedly, it's like first generation New England stuff, 1630s. By the 1640s, it's already like being written about.
And you mentioned the Narragansett, correct?
Yes.
Hey, Dosey, scroll and blow up that picture and the caption beneath that. I'm going to see if he knows anything about that. Because we talk about his title, Aboriginal title in the United States, right?
Yeah, there you go. That's why they can't ever say it, because they have time. Yeah.
But
man, this ain't no made up shit, is it?
And knock it off, Smoke. I already showed this plenty of times.
Yeah, Chief. Yeah. Do you want my take on that? Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah, because if you click on the picture, it's actually written in cursive English.
Right. Well, so Roger Williams writes a whole book translating Narragansett, or I just call it Northeastern Indian tribe language, and he's the beginning of hijacking the yeah. By the way, Roger Williams is likely an indigenous man. He's likely, because he fits the profile, right? He knows the language. He knows his way around. And here's the real giveaway about Roger Williams. He gets kicked out of the Massachusetts corporation because he wants to start a colony in which you have what? Property ownership in common. He wants to let you guys become religiously converted, but you get to keep your economy. And he got his ass kicked out. So if you want to know what this is all about, Roger Williams, day one, shows you what this was always about. And yes, paper titles all over the place. I got a guy named Chief Marin Gamis in the Hudson Highlands who is signing off on property titles as late as the 1750s. Joseph Brant is his successor. All right. You guys had people wheeling and dealing within the English capitalist property system, and they were still called chiefs. They still kept their religion, and they were basically going toe to toe with these European cadet bloodlines that they were bringing over. I'm talking about going toe to toe with the Van Rensselaers, like the Van Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute in New York. New York City's full of Van Rensselaer buildings. Okay, that's what's going on into the 1750s, guys. All right. So converted onto the system, playing the role of, real estate developer while maintaining their internal tribal system and still sharing the benefits communally. But of
So
course,
would this be some form of colorable title or whatever?
absolutely, guys, they honored your titles all the time. They see, this is what's crazy. We're taught that it was just always like blood and guts, and no, that's what I'm trying to say. That's crazy. They would even honor your title. So like when America took over California from Spain, what really went on is it went from Catholic to Protestant, and the Protestants honored like 80% of whatever was handed over. So basically, if the Jesuits said, yeah, this guy, he's a converted Indian, he's a converso, and at the mestizo, he's a property owner. That's why you have swarthy ranch owners and stuff, all because they actually got to keep their property through two different religions and two different nations supposedly owning, taking it over. Yeah, it's wild. I mean, but that makes sense once you see into this hostaging and conversion process. It makes a lot more sense. Also, like, who else would know how to continue to manage the land? I mean, you're the expert agriculture guys. So you got to think about it from a business perspective. Best case scenario is they get an Indian that converts to the system and the religion and goes for it, totally loyal, and he's an expert and he'll pay his taxes. Great. That's all we want. We want our yield. Like, a lot of times that's what this is like, comes down to. And so yeah,
but
you'll see. Yeah.
his name,
Khalifa,
Travis,
yes.
The chief's name was like Caponicus.
Canonicus. That's a position. I bet you that's a position title, like Chief Marangamus in the Hudson Valley. You can find through even the conventional history. I found 18 different like listing. He was a notary. He was listed as like an anchor point. His land is the southwest portion of this new land patent. He was called in at like an old. So they think it's like a guy because they're idiots. They don't know your culture at the time. What they're really talking about is a guy holding a position of Marangamus in different decades, and he's signing on to these deeds and these notarizing, and they even have Marangamus, then it's Marangamic, then it's like it's little variations because they're always just sort of trying to eyeball. It's the same. It's a position of authority. I think that's what Canonicus would be too. The canon, right? It's a very strong sounding word, right?
Right. So this Roger Williams guy that you had mentioned,
yeah,
could that be him, or is that too early?
No, I think because I think he's either a counterparty to it. Like maybe Roger Williams has to co-sign because he does get back into the fold. Roger Williams, he kind of goes, okay, I get it now. We're going to be capitalists too. He kind of like, it's kind of an interesting story. So he might have been. So they would sometimes have to maybe co-sign for like an extra layer of protection. But they're already bringing that Canonicus guy into the system simply. But see, these guys are slick. They just want to get that first signature. They want to just get that first inch. They want to get you in it just a little bit because they're thinking like 5 generations down the road.
So could this Roger Williams be Canonicus as well? Could he just be
Man, you got a good point. It could be. Maybe that's you're asking, is that his indigenous name?
Yeah, or he could be doing the DBA or some type of pen name.
Exactly. Guys, these were serious businesses. Yes, they have agents. They have, I mean, that's the thing. A lot of this, it's like, remember who's writing this, and all this is heavily edited by the guys, everything's sent back and, approved. So, we have to, that's why I call it like a crime scene. We're just trying to piece together and draw deductions and like figure it out. Yes, that's very likely. Just like they would bring this Marangamus guy down to like notarize for another Indian and sometimes for a European. So I got examples of a European needing the chief.
Yeah, no, Travis. But what you're saying is this is something very sophisticated that was going on during that time when they said that this was a new world and
Oh yeah, they're
there was
making all that up.
knuckle
Yeah, yeah.
scrapers
It's
going
super
on and
sophisticated, man. You
right,
guys
it's the
were, yeah, your
sophisticated type
economy
of
was,
shit going on right now. Excuse my language,
yeah.
but
So they
sophisticated
basically,
shit going on right now. You know what I mean?
right. Okay. So let's just give an example. I've read up about Florida, and like the amazing orange groves. And you guys, what you do is you'd mix them into these hammocks and into these shell midden islands, and everything was like biodiverse. And the thing about it is like it was like on autopilot, right? Okay. Here we are in 2020, and the state of Florida doesn't even grow oranges anymore. So how can you say that this new, like you guys had a way more productive economy with far fewer people? That's what's, it's like you can't like dispute it, like if, because they have enough like information now to kind of estimate, you know, how much, even everything you're fishing, like it was so funny. You guys were just like, we have these things called tides. So what we'll do is we'll take advantage of the tide going in and out. Now, what does European guy do? We grab a boat, put a big net behind it, and we drive it around the ocean. Don't you
Right,
see? It's like it's the exact opposite way of doing the same. The goal, which is what? To get enough fish to feed your people.
right, right, right,
Yeah,
right,
right. You guys literally trapped fish. And I'm
right,
reading stories where you guys would go by. So you build these channels. That's why a lot of rivers and lakes they'll have like cut off, like you guys have engineered. And then what they would know that 10% of the fish coming by are going to get caught up in this little channel. And then you'd set up rocks so they couldn't circulate their way out. And basically a dude would just go by every day and grab some fish. And of course you had to regulate it, like, hey, everybody, one fish per, whatever the rule is. You're literally running your economy like that. Same thing with the fruit. I'm reading stories about the bears and the deer and the turkey coming to these hammocks because they're full of, you guys were intentionally like, attracting the food to you. The exact
right.
opposite of what you're roaming the plains chasing the buffalo around. I mean, they have completely inversed in the southeast. The whole place was amazing, I'm sure. But I live in Florida, so I focus on the southeast and what I can see. And I'm telling you, it's super sophisticated. It was more sophisticated. And what they did is they just plugged into what was already going on. And at the beginning, they just sort of, through hook and crook got you to like provide, do a little extra, a little lanyap and pass it on to them so they could make money selling it in Europe. And over time, it went from a little lanyap to taking the whole. See what I'm saying? But they plugged into something that was already going on, big time,
All
big
right,
time.
all right.
It's amazing. It's really cool
Appreciate
to
that.
study the
Appreciate that.
economy.
All
And
right,
that's what's
appreciate that.
actually
Thank you.
happening today.
Yeah, it's still going on today. Just they're squeezing the last little bit out. That's why I like to point to the orange thing. I'm like, you don't even produce. So they squeeze it out and then it's extinct. It's like, okay, we kill all the turkey. I mean, you guys, there's just so much. There's turkey, it's buffalo, this fish, the sturgeon, this ancient royal fish, guys. You got to read about it in this in the James River. I mean, the Europeans had already decimated the sturgeon up in Siberia. They knew what you guys had in the James River. I've read a report where the Europeans, the guys for the Virginia Corporation, the shareholders, are taking information from their guys who are operating in Russia, getting the sturgeon there. Who are the Russians? Yeah, a bunch of them are indigenous. They're native. Like you guys are doing the same processes worldwide, right? So they learn in Russia how you guys pickle and cut up and put on ice to sturgeon. And they send written instructions across the ocean to Virginia, to Jamestown, saying the Indians aren't doing it. Of course, you're not doing it right because you're like, screw these idiots. I don't want to help them out, right? So you're probably giving them you know what I mean? With written instruction, they had learned. That's what I'm telling you. There's shareholders in all these different corporations around the world that are all doing this around the world at the same time. And it's detailed instructions on how to take that sturgeon, turn it into caviar, glue, and meat. And I'm telling these fish right now would fetch on the market. Each fish would bring about $2,000 worth of sales, selling it wholesale, because this caviar was actually masked and relabeled Russian caviar after the Civil War and through the 1950s. That's right. They were selling Russian caviar worldwide, decimating the sturgeon populations of the United States after they got a full hold of it after the war. That's a fact. There's been like books written on it that never get promoted. I can't believe what I learned about that they were literally, and of course, sturgeon now, they decimated them. There's some up in the north, and there's a bunch on the Swanee River they don't want to talk about because they don't want poachers. These are the royal fish worldwide, the Genghis Khan. Everybody, you were a royal, they protected the sturgeon. It was a big time royal fish, super valuable. You can read up on it. These Europeans plugged right in. Your guys knew how to catch. There's stories of like the James River is so full of these 6 to 8 foot, 1,500 pound fish that it's like dangerous during mating season. That's how much abundance was going on. And they would call that uncivilized, or they would call those wild sturgeon. Meanwhile, you got channels built up that are catching these gigantic fish and and catching them in pools, and then you're just walking by and stabbing them. You can't get more efficient than that, man. I mean, you're right. You can't beat that. So that's how you had it going on. Yeah, pretty amazing stuff.
You've enlightened and you gave a different picture than we've always been taught.
Yeah, you've been taught. We've all been taught, but especially you've been taught. Yeah, of course, with emphasis, you've been taught. But even like that,
Right.
yeah, we're just taught that it was uncomplicated, uncivilized. It was wild. You guys, yeah. And then you come to find out, man, this thing was operating like on such a perpetual situation that these idiot Europeans who come from such a already this tough, they've already been pushed onto the system generations before, right? So they're used to seeing like this nastiness of life and people trudging away, and they're seeing you guys, kicking back, popping an origin, and then walking over here and grabbing a fish. You got to think about this, right? The psychology of what they're seeing, on and on. Like they're like these savages, right? They're saying it in anger and
that would
jealousy,
explain,
right?
but that would explain why Jim Crow era violent.
They had to keep you down, right? They could, the KKK, Jim Crow, and now, and here's how I prove that to people. Look at the black codes that were written in the so-called free states before the Civil War. Look at Ohio, look at Iowa, look at basically everything after Kansas. They all had black codes. Now, why do I need the right black codes? Wouldn't I want a bunch of supposedly cheap African slave labor to come in and do my domestic work? Oh no, these are codes about not being able to own property, not being able to put your money. So what they're preventing is indigenous coming out of the Confederacy and setting up shop in these new states that were coming online. That's the black codes were aimed at elite indigenous people with capital to keep them out of the states so the white people could, get a foothold. So the Ashkenazi Jews that they're bringing over from Austria and Germany, right, in the middle 1800s in the Chicago and in the St. Louis and Anheuser-Busch, right? That's all happening while they're writing black codes, keeping your asses out of there. Yeah, that's how Chicago became Polish and Czech instead of indigenous. So
right.
Doesn't it make a lot more sense?
So
like they displace you. You're the experts, but what they're really doing is displacing your ownership and your title and your power. But they want to keep you there, working the land, making the money. So they want you there, but they don't want you there.
It was a great thing.
Yeah.
You ever heard of the saying, "Kill the Indian but save the man"?
Yeah, right. Yeah,
that's the policy.
That's the
historical
warfare,
background of all of it.
That's the conversion.
And you didn't. Yeah. And they gave us a story of they enslaved us, but actually, it's a hostage system. That goes on till today.
Thank you. I'm telling you, that's what it is.
The indigenous people of the United States of America are hostages today because you're hostages to the economy.
But even up the whole continent, it's the same thing happened continent wide.
That's what I'm saying. They
just talk about it more everywhere else. Yeah, America is the most about it, and that's because I'm just going to draw an inference. I'm thinking America is the toughest about it because you were the most powerful. Especially, it makes me think that I'm not trying to start a competition, but it seems to me like the Mississippians and the Great Lakes down the Mississippi and the Southeast and the Gulf. I mean, it was just such a perfect. It was just a great situation that had been created over thousands of years to just flow product over the water easily without friction, without concrete. I mean, think about, yeah.
So it sounds like what's being said here is there was some type of coalition that was formed to undermine the majority of the indigenous people here. Is that what we saying? Is that what y'all alluding to?
That's what I call and I'm calling that's why I call it like syndicates. So they're all in league. They're all various corporations with different names and different church names and this, that. And you think it's all a bunch of different people who are just randomly showing up, right? Right? Like think back to that time, like this onslaught's coming on, right? But they're all in league and they're launching these companies, they're launching these people over here with with real training and a real game plan. Yes, golf sturgeon, they're huge, right? They're pretty big. And sorry, I was just looking at the chat, but yeah, I'll do a video. I've done a video on the sturgeon. It just gets to the point about all of this, man. Like you got, and then they decimate it, sell it as Russian, and then declare it an endangered species. And we never get to enjoy it. So they made their money. So yeah, that's it. I mean, anything else? I think I got to kind of sign off. I'm getting a little tired, but I like to
appreciate your time. Appreciate your time.
Definitely appreciate.
I don't want to say
for so long. It's been a wonderful conversation. Definitely, we had to do a part 2. Not so long. Sure. Everybody has to get to bed, but it was wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and I thank everybody for joining in the questions and the comments and even the hard ones. I don't mind some zingers. You can throw them my way. I'm a grown man. I'll be okay. I like having fun with it, and the more honest people are, that's great. So I appreciate it.
Well, thank you for the conversation because you have established one thing that I've been trying to say. We are Americans.
Yeah, truly. You guys are the originals.
There is no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
Americans, right?
Yes.
Amaru. Yeah,
that's been the biggest problem in this community for a long time.
Oh, it's by design.
Because and I realize it's by design.
Yeah.
You can't hold a hostage if he knows the truth.
All right, man. Don't be trying to hold a man up, man. He said no good shit. Don't be trying to hold him up with your rhetoric, nigga. You
guys are off.
Let the man go.
Take care, guys. Thank you.
You know what? Have a good night.
Good night.
All right. I'm going to smoke one too. Have a good one.
Man. All right.
Yeah, we're gonna have to clip some of this shit up. This is like ammunition. We can bust shots at the dissenters. Busting shots at the dissenters coming straight out the.
You were saying you can't argue with the pale skin saying niggas are American, but your next show, all the Pan Africans coming to complain about this.
You know it.
I mean, what is there to be
complain I'm surprised they wasn't over here.
Hey,
they in the bushes.
Hey.
They definitely in the bushes.
They in the bushes.
Did anybody see a gun to his head?
But I'm saying, like, what would they be complaining about?
Because the truth is they don't want this truth out.
They gonna do the same thing.
They don't want this truth.
They're gonna do the same thing they accuse us of. Straight deny. That's all they can do is deny. See, they're gonna say, "Oh, that white dude is pseudo. He ain't got no degrees." They're gonna say he a racist. They're gonna say all that goofy ass shit.
You already know.
And the cold part is he got a degree in history. I mean, okay, if he was a racist, this would be the last bit of information that he would have to talk about.
It was good, Dulcie.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's funny how his perspective is totally different.
Everybody, all
than a lot of people ever
thank
said.
y'all for the chat first, tuning in, but really thank y'all for coming up, asking good questions. I think it was a wonderful conversation.
I do too, Dulcie. I do.
Yeah. And I think this conversation needs to be had more often.
He never called us African. That's right, Casina. And that's what I'm saying. He never said we were from Africa. He always maintained this was us. This was our stuff. And that's what them niggas don't want. Because they CIA and FBI. I see it. Freeman Brewer. All that. Yeah.
All right.
Two
Okay.
things that I noticed that he never referred to anybody else as American except the indigenous Indian. Everybody else came here, no matter what color
Man,
you
you gonna make
refer
me
to.
get that violin out the all, ain't you?
Man, get that motherfucker, man. Hey,
It was
you
good
might as
though
well
to
back it up
see.
with some brass.
It was
Shit, this
good to
shit is
see.
wild.
It was good to see y'all. It was good to witness. Because I got Rucker to back up everything he say. I don't care. I know.
Nah, I
So
feel you.
I was excited about it. I was glad to be here. I witnessed this.
I'm
My
just trying to figure
17
out,
generations is grateful. Now,
like, how
I'm
does the
doing this
Pan
for my
I
African
think
come
he
back
ancestors.
was
from that?
kind of preaching to the choir, but I think he did give us a jewel of different things that we can search for ourselves, even if you don't believe him, that's fine. But just going into these corporations and really looking at these documents and really seeing what was going on, what was
Hey
happening.
man, we got
The
to. Can we find out
corporations
about?
debunk the African story if you look into those records because they weren't able to bring Africans over like that.
We
Thank you,
already know.
Iceman.
We already know they wasn't
Juice.
fucking with the dark.
No, that's
We
Joe.
already know. We already know that they wasn't fucking with the dark continent at them times. They already let it be known in so many ways. But can we find out about this Thanksgiving in 15 something? I really got to find out about it. That's a dagger. I
Yeah,
got to
you
find
should
out
have
about
came up though, Yosh. You know you should have.
What Thanksgiving
You
in
know,
15 something?
Yost and Tight Sam, they keep it in house and
it. Dude that
everything.
was in the
I respect
chat
it.
put
That's my
some
cousin.
information
Juice.
regarding the
All of my cousins out there, they know.
Thanksgiving celebration
You
in
know they
Texas
would
in the
drop something too.
middle
Mhm.
1500s.
What you say, Smoke? Sorry.
No, I was telling him about this source that dude put in the chat about a Thanksgiving in Texas with Ponce de Leon.
In
And
what
y'all
year?
definitely go subscribe to American Ancestry Decoded. I found him through the Autonomous Party. They are really good. I hope to interview them one day because they are fire. All the information they drop as well. So I
Yeah,
can
that's who made me start thinking about the 14th Amendment. They did a video with Travis all
Yeah,
about
he's
the
young
14th
too.
Amendment and broke it down and everything.
You can tell he's young.
Who, Travis?
Yeah, Travis, he's young.
Like, what do you mean, 30s, 40s young, or
Yeah, he's in his 30s.
what makes you? I mean, I don't understand. What does that mean, young? What is that? What do you
What
mean?
I'm saying is, you can tell he's young because he's not scared of putting the information out. Most cats at a certain age, they're not doing that. His complexion. New generation, brother. New generation of people.
I can see that even if he's on the cusp
Yeah,
of and he's
but
like this, it is a new generation thing. I was thinking of how he spoke when he was answering the questions of like his motivations and stuff like that. And I could tell like that's a lot of the thought process and like my generation and stuff like that we had to have a progressive way of thinking because the way things are going just ain't working. Like it ain't as good as they're saying it is, and like saying, "Oh, we're running it to the best of our abilities." We can see that they're not. So
Yeah,
just going in and looking in from that aspect, like knowing that the United States is a corporation, and then seeing all the real players, I think that's the key to reparations, honestly, as well from a personal standpoint, I think how you coming and saying, "Oh, we want this money," if you don't know who did what, when, and where, you know.
yeah. He was nervous in the beginning. He had a lot of energy up in him. You could
OJ
tell.
said why we didn't ask for no sources.
Nah, I mean,
He gave you sources.
yeah,
Yeah, he gave us names. He
we're,
gave
we're,
us
we're
different things like
we
that.
don't need the
But
sources because we're well studied. We want to know what he know. He don't need the source up. Not now. It's introductory.
in the future, yeah, I'll definitely bring up the
Yeah.
I
sources
mean,
so people can see it on the
yeah,
screen while we're talking and everything like that. So no, because we dig into the archives and all this. But yeah, this was an introductory. I think I like that a time. of just being like, okay, what's your mindset? Where's it coming from?
Yeah.
And getting into the history.
Yeah.
But
That's why I
his
brought that
perspective
for.
on the history on this thing is through the economy. It's not through the story that we were all taught. That's why he started with businesses of that time and followed the businesses and how they branched off and did what and communicated. This is where nobody like I'm old as fuck and I've always been into history, but this is the aspect that nobody talks about.
That was the cold thing, though, Derek. That's all he was talking about was business, money, and banking.
Right, because
That's
this
it.
shit today, think
He
about
talking
it. What
about
is it today?
shit else.
But today, it's the same thing.
And he
They time.
mentioned
It's all
Nan
about money
African
and
in that
business.
motherfucker. He mentioned Nan
No,
African.
they
Hey
ain't doing no
man,
business here.
I'm all right with that.
I'll say so. According to him, capitalism is not an American invention.
He's
No,
saying
capitalism
capitalism
is an
is an
American
American
thing,
invention, and then people
but
came
it's
over here trying to get in on it and duped us out of it somehow.
the
Like
difference
some of our
between
big
I
leaders.
think
American
we
capitalism.
did allude to it not being fully capitalism, though, but I could see where they're
Uh,
saying it, but of it being a flip because of where capitalism in an American sort set prior to foreign agency was about building as far as production for the group, for the people, for your
Right,
tribe.
making sure
capitalism,
everybody, right, making
Making
sure
right?
sure
everybody
everybody was
ate.
good.
Right.
Exactly.
Right. So
Capitalism was communal.
yeah, I wouldn't call it
And
capitalism by any stretch
yeah,
of the
because it's very
imagination.
individualistic. That's where
Right,
I'm with you, Smoke.
right,
It is very
Right,
Well,
right,
capitalism
individualistic right now,
today.
and I think
right.
that's
That's
the way to
today. Yeah,
infiltrate. I think
Yeah.
right.
personally, my belief is that's how they infiltrated to be like, hey,
Okay, so the
yeah,
key thing,
you can build tons of money with what you doing. You can be like a gazillionaire. But
well,
that's just
what
what
he
my thought
said
is.
here was one of the key things he had said, y'all. When he said that when they was running around checking up on him and stuff like that, did you build your fence around your place and everything? He said because everything was done in common. What did he call it? Dosane? He said something in common. It wasn't like communism, but he said everything was done in common amongst the people, and then they had to start creating these boundaries. You know what I'm saying?
well, yeah,
Around
that
their places and started parceling these places out. You know what I'm saying? But he said everything they did in common. So
but
that
capitalism in the South with the Confederacy was communal.
they're all related.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so now your whole
it's
entire
all
Man,
family.
related.
But there's an
y'all can't
argument
make
that
communal.
capitalism is not
Right,
communal.
right. That's what I'm
No,
trying
no,
to say.
no, no,
Y'all
no.
can't make
Right. It wasn't
communal
communal
and
though. It was something
capitalism
that was done in
synonymous,
common.
bro.
In common. Common.
It's for yeah, a commonality of your family.
Right. Everything was done in common. So there wasn't no boundaries. That's why they say that he said they had to create these fences or these how do you, I forgot how he said it. He didn't say fences, but they had to, he said these people kept coming around checking on him all the time.
Yeah, when he said like the FBI and the CIA was infiltrating into the bigger cities that were really making moves and stuff multiple times too, to
This
just
was
be
in the beginning
surveying
though,
what they're
Dosey.
doing. Yeah, that was in the beginning. Yeah,
Remember
we
what he
started in
said
the
that
1600s.
when they started setting up the preachers and the Methodists and all that, and they
Right.
kept going around all the areas and making sure they set up their borders and their boundaries and all that type of stuff. And he was checking them, making sure they was praying and doing all that stuff. That was kind of cold right there. I was like,
It's all a part of hostage.
there it is.
Surveillance. We
Now
was
we get into something else. We're
surveillance.
gonna have a lot to talk about over these next few
Y'all know
days.
they were surveilling. Y'all know the surveillance that they was doing. A lot of it was spraying from buildings. They would ride in big around in station wagons and spraying us, and it was leaving that what you call it, like where they could see you. Okay. And then that's when they put those blue lights out. Remember they start putting them lights out, them fluorescent lights. That was surveillance, y'all. They was literally going on. They was spraying the skies. They was coming on top of buildings, and they was using big station wagons up in the northern countries. And I got the research on that, and that was surveillance. That was why they know where everybody was when they put them guns out. When the drugs, that's why they know where everybody was. So they've always done it. But I heard y'all ask a question, and I'm gonna get out y'all way. I heard y'all ask, what do we do? Y'all asked Travis. But there are things that we should be doing. And I've started some things, and I just wanted to share with y'all and see how y'all feel about it. Okay? The legislator. A Legislative Justice and Equity Act. This is something I came up with. The purpose to address the lasting economic, social, and legal consequences of Jim Crow era policies and the Reconstruction injustice, ensuring reparative justice through targeted legislation act. Key provisions. Number 1, acknowledgement of historical harm. A form of state recognition of the impact of Jim Crow laws and Reconstruction era displacement on indigenous and African descendant communities. Because this is about reparational, whatever y'all want, but everybody should get what they need, right? So,
Chief,
yeah.
why are you giving away your thunder?
I'm trying to get my people right. I ain't trying to get no thunder. I ain't got no followers or nothing, y'all. I'm just trying to get my people right. I got 17 generations. My blood run deep in this. I'm hurt because I don't see nothing. I see so much folly. I see so much FBI and CIA activity. I'm not trying to get the thunder. I want y'all to get the thunder. That's all, baby.
All
right. I'll land.
But I think that's awesome, Mama Chief. I've been working on one too, based on this Freedmen Bureau stuff. So
we'll be able.
What
We are
about the
working
Freedom
on something.
Bill?
We'll be able to sit at the table and get it together.
Oh no, that's
be patient, Mama Chief. Be patient.
Okay, baby. Just because you said that, I will. Thank you.
Yeah, be patient.
Man, niggas ain't gonna do nothing. You might go on scream at them. Niggas ain't gonna do shit.
It's
got a lot of fiber in these
it's about
niggas.
stuff that we can do and just be like us and stuff like that. You send it and stuff. Maybe we might need names as much as possible, but we gotta do stuff that a little engagement with niggas as possible. And that's just where we are right now.
I gotta be honest with y'all. It's gonna take. It's gonna take Armageddon, the rapture, and the second coming of Jesus to get niggas right around here. Come on, bro. Other than that, it's gonna be over with.
Hey man, we got a lot to talk about, but it sounds like Dulcinea got the left side of her cheek on the pillow.
Yes, my right side is almost out, but I was giving y'all a countdown in my head.
Yeah, she been banging for 5 hours, so she good.
Yeah. Y'all got a lot and everything. Y'all got to interrogate him. I could see
learned a lot.
When it was turning into, where's the interrogation? Oh, okay. Who gonna come up here and do it though? But
yeah, we got to dig. We got to dig through what was being said, how he was answering the questions, clip some of this shit up for
download that. Don't lose that. Yeah. Download that.
Okay.
You know people gonna be clipping that shit up tomorrow.
I mean, I don't understand what would. Okay, I'm just trying to figure out how can a Pan-African say something against this, because it's starting to make sense from a different
same
perspective.
Way a Pan-African can still talk about in 2025 that there was a slave ship.
Yeah, this shit is crazy. Like this is
all right,
weird
y'all, I'm
shit.
out.
It's diabolical.
Can I shout my channel out right quick?
Yeah, go
ahead.
Y'all go and sub to my channel or go check me out. Just go check me out, y'all. I've been doing 3 videos a day for the last week. Go check me out.
Yes, ma'am.
And they just type in Mama Chief Power Time, right?
1424.
1424. Mama Chief Power Time. So y'all check it out. Go ahead and like, share, subscribe. I hope all you have liked, shared, and subscribed American Ancestry Decoded. And over there, I'm the Dulcie Effect. You guys definitely share this out. It was a wonderful conversation, not only from the people on the panel, but the chat was going in. And I really enjoyed all the conversation that was had tonight. I think it's a wonderful starting point that we just have to continue and keep going.
I love
We're gonna let you. We gonna let you go, Dulcie.
Yeah.
Good shit. We'll on the next one.
Shout out to all my cousins out there. Love y'all.
Yes, love you guys. Good night.
All right, now.